Chapter 302. The Head Girl is a Maid. Sherlock Holmes leaned forward, his long fingers resting on his chin. "My dear Gemma," he said softly, "I'm afraid even you can't make me believe such pretty words." Gemma Farley's pale blue eyes glittered in the torchlight. She laughed lightly. "But the Ministry of Magic will have Sirius Black in custody any day now, Sherlock." He shook his head, his expression courteous but firm. If the Ministry's efficiency matched its boasts, Black would never have escaped Azkaban. A flicker of resentment crossed Gemma's face. "So you have to shame me in front of everyone," she shot back. Sherlock's gray gaze drifted past her, settling on Harry Potter, who stood on the lower landing of the stone staircase. The torches lining the corridor cast long shadows on the walls. "Avoiding a broken vase won't mend the cracks," he observed. "You'll find something curious in the bottom left corner of page 3 in today's Daily Prophet. Muggles have spotted Black not in London's outskirts, but in the Scottish Highlands." Harry's heart thudded in his chest. He met Sherlock's steady eyes. "You know what that means," Sherlock said. Harry's voice, when it came, was barely above a whisper, but it carried through the silence like a pebble dropped into still water. "He's closer to Hogwarts." Gemma's mouth fell open, and the candlelight trembled in the drafty corridor. Outside, a cold wind rattled the windows, as though echoing the danger that had just drawn ever nearer to the castle grounds. They were gathered around a heavy oak table in the Hogwarts library, the only sounds the soft crackle of the fire and the distant rustle of turning pages. Sherlock's long fingers tapped lightly against the polished surface. "More precisely," he said, leaning forward, "he's closer to you than you realize." His eyes locked on Harry. "His escape route is clear, and the destination coordinates are as precise as the bullseye on a target. Harry, you're that bullseye." Ron went pale. But the castle has Professor Dumbledore and Dementors," he stammered. "Azkaban," Sherlock interrupted, "has far more Dementors, and it's secured far more strictly than Hogwarts. Yet Black slipped through without a scratch." Sherlock chuckled softly, shaking his head. "My dear Weasley, do you truly believe the walls of Hogwarts are harder to breach than the walls of Azkaban, or that our Dementors are more intimidating than theirs?" Ron fell silent, and Hermione's knuckles whitened as she clenched her quill. Harry, however, remained calm, meeting Sherlock's gaze evenly. Just then, Gemma let out a tinkling laugh and twirled a lock of chestnut hair around her finger. "This is a formal warning from your head girl, Mr. Holmes. Intimidating your classmates will earn you some serious point deductions." Sherlock offered her a wry smile. "I'm merely presenting a straightforward chain of cause and effect." Sherlock met Gemma's wide-eyed stare with unruffled precision. "Saying it might rain tomorrow doesn't require an apology. Common sense isn't meant to be flattering, Gemma. You're head girl, not a maid. When you analyze facts, you needn't tiptoe around the master's feelings." Gemma's sea-blue eyes went even wider. 3 years her junior, and he still had the gall to speak to her that way. Even Hermione, who secretly held a grudge against Gemma, felt speechless in the face of Sherlock's relentless logic. Logic was admirable, of course, but people also needed emotional consideration, and Sherlock was notorious for overlooking that entirely. Like a perfectly calibrated machine, he dispensed only cold, hard truths, utterly indifferent to the mood of the moment. With a sigh, Gemma turned back to Harry. "Harry, you'll be safe as long as you stay within the castle grounds." "Don't worry, I'm not going after him," Harry replied, addressing Gemma, Ron, and Hermione in one breath. Ron and Hermione visibly relaxed, tension draining from their shoulders. Gemma even managed a playful wink. "Honestly, you don't need to worry. You'll never slip away with Sherlock on your heels." She paused, realization dawning. "Oh, right!" Hermione and Ron exchanged relieved looks. Not only had Harry promised he wouldn't rush off to track down Sirius Black on his own, but with Sherlock supervising, such a reckless solo venture was unthinkable. Without Sherlock's deductive genius at his side, Harry simply couldn't manage it, unless Sherlock insisted on coming along, and that was just as unlikely. Gradually, the dark cloud of Black's sudden reappearance dissipated. Gemma stepped forward first. She laid a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder, murmured a few comforting words, then turned to leave. At the door, she paused, shot Sherlock a dazzling smile, and silently mouthed something before slipping away. No sooner had Gemma gone than Cho Chang, now head girl, approached with equal concern. She had heard the whispers that Sirius Black was nearby and wanted Harry to know he wasn't facing this alone. Harry felt a warmth spread through him. Just as Gemma had suspected, ordinary people crave genuine emotional support in moments like this, something Sherlock, brilliant as he was, often overlooked. Surprisingly, Luna Lovegood drifted in behind Cho. Luna's idea of comfort, however, was characteristically peculiar. Instead of offering sympathy, she turned to Sherlock and said in her dreamy voice, "If you're going after Black, you must take me with you. I'm extremely sensitive to death, you see." Harry couldn't help but smile. In their own odd ways, his friends were reminding him that no matter how tangled the mystery, he wouldn't have to face it or face Black alone. Although it sounded a bit absurd, given that her intentions were clearly well-meaning, Harry agreed without hesitation. That afternoon, the very first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson of the new term was about to begin, and the Gryffindors, sometimes nicknamed the Little Lions, were practically buzzing with excitement. News of Professor Lupin's daring feat in driving off the Dementors on the train had spread like wildfire through the castle, and everyone expected that the new instructor would have a few impressive tricks up his sleeve. Yet when the bell rang and the last students scrambled into their seats, Professor Lupin was nowhere to be seen. The class settled into a murmur, quills and parchment at the ready, as whispers rippled around the room. "That's odd," Ron remarked quietly to Harry. "Usually it's the students who show up late. This is the first time I've ever seen a professor keep us waiting." His comment was offered in good humor, and several nearby students stifled giggles. No one doubted that Professor Lupin would arrive soon, but the unexpected delay only heightened their curiosity about what the new term and their new teacher would hold. Hermione studied the classroom intently, her brow furrowed. Harry noticed and leaned over. "Hermione, what's caught your attention?" She glanced at him. "I was just checking to see if Professor Lupin might be watching us in animagus form, like Professor McGonagall can." Before Hermione could say more, Sherlock cleared his throat. "Relax, Hermione. We've got company," he whispered. "I can hear footsteps in the corridor." Sure enough, the door swung open and Professor Lupin stepped inside. His robes still looked a little rumpled, but his cheeks were noticeably healthier, no doubt from the proper breakfasts the students had seen him enjoying each morning in the Great Hall. A ripple of murmurs ran through the younger Gryffindors. He must have finally eaten a decent meal these past few days. Or maybe he's just had a bit more rest, unless he accidentally blew up something practicing charms again. "Keep it up, and I'll hex you silly for saying that, you little—" "Seamus," another student hissed. Professor Lupin paused at the front. Noticing that every student had their textbook open and was ready to begin, he offered them a warm smile. "Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies for arriving late." "Please put away your textbooks," Professor Lupin said with a friendly smile. "Today's Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson is entirely practical. You'll only need your wands." At his announcement, the young wizards exchanged surprised glances. In their first year, they'd never had a single hands-on session in Defense Against the Dark Arts. In their second year, classes had been labeled practical, but most of that time was spent reading new texts or role-playing scenarios. Only the final minutes ever permitted real spell work. To hear that Lupin intended to dive straight into practical exercises was both unexpected and exhilarating. Once everyone had stowed their books and readied their wands, Lupin led them out of the classroom, down the castle's winding corridors, and into the courtyard. Their progress was briefly halted by the familiar sound of mischief. Peeves, the poltergeist, gleefully stuffing chewing gum into a door's keyhole. No professor dared to confront him, and the only being capable of reining him in was the silent knight of Slytherin, the Bloody Baron. For most students, summoning the Baron remained the only reliable way to keep Peeves's pranks in check. Professor Lupin barely had time to approach before Peeves looked up and let out a mocking chant. "Loony Lupin, big silly loon. Loony Lupin, big silly loon." No one could remember Peeves ever being so brazen toward a professor. "He's just picking on Lupin because he's new," Ron whispered, folding his arms with a self-satisfied grin. All across the corridor, students clustered, eager to see how the new defense against the dark arts teacher would handle himself. Lupin remained calm. He inclined his head politely and said nothing as Peeves swooped in, stuffing a wad of chewing gum into the lock of the nearest door. At last, when gentle persuasion failed, Lupin raised his wand and spoke clearly, "Wadi-wasi." In an instant, the gum rocketed from the keyhole like a bullet and struck Peeves squarely in the nose. The poltergeist yelped, somersaulted in midair, and zoomed off down the corridor, grumbling indignantly. The students burst into applause. In a flash, Lupin's reputation soared, more swiftly and surely than any conventional lecture could have achieved. Hermione nudged Harry. "See? I told you Professor Lupin was extraordinary." Ron beamed and hurried forward, eager to be among the first to congratulate their new professor. When he was on the train, Ron's voice rose just loud enough for the surrounding students to hear. He'd made this claim once already at the start of term feast, insisting he'd faced down Peeves single-handedly, but back then most of his classmates had chalked it up to typical Weasley exaggeration. Now that they'd watched him dispatch the poltergeist with effortless flair, belief came easily. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and Ron's reputation grew tenfold. Professor Lupin, allowing the murmurs to continue, guided them down a second corridor and paused before a set of double doors. "Everyone, inside," he said. He pushed the doors open and motioned for the students to enter first. The staff room beyond was long and narrow, its four walls paneled in dark wood, old chairs stacked along the sides. Nothing about it suggested drama, until the students caught sight of its lone occupant. There, seated behind a scarred desk, was Severus Snape, potions master and head of Slytherin House. A cold sneer curled his lip as the Hogwarts newcomers, still reeling from their Peeves encounter, filed in. Professor Lupin was the last to step through. As he reached out to close the door behind him, a sharp voice stopped him in his tracks. Snape's dark eyes lifted, locking onto Lupin's. "I think I prefer a more select audience," he said smoothly, his tone mocking. Lupin paused, hand on the door, and shot a warning glance at the students. The tension in the room tightened as Snape folded his arms, waiting. The little lions stood silent, caught between excitement and unease, as their two professors prepared to sort out the next steps. Chapter 303, Ridiculous. "Don't shut the door on me, Lupin." Professor Snape's voice dripped with contempt. "I'd rather not witness this." With that, he stormed past the students like an angry matron. The younger pupils watched his retreating back with sneers. "Why does he always have to act so superior?" one muttered. "Dean, remember, it's improper to speak ill of a professor behind his back." "Sorry, sir. No harm done," Lupin replied with a gentle smile. "I only hope that one day you won't talk about me that way when I'm not around." Dean's eyes lit up. "That'll never happen. You're nothing like Snape. Your demonstration just now was brilliant." True to form, Dean's rapid-fire words slipped into a playful rhythmic cadence, like a spontaneous rap, which had everyone chuckling. Lupin returned the laughter with a nod. "Before we officially begin today's lesson, I need to thank one of you. It was his suggestion that inspired this practical exercise." Curious glances passed around the room as Lupin pointed toward the far wall. At once, every student's gaze shifted to the old wardrobe, the very one the professors used to change their robes. Professor Lupin stepped confidently up to the large oak wardrobe at the front of the classroom. Without warning, it began to shudder violently, its doors rattling and slamming against the wall with a series of harsh bangs. A collective gasp rippled through the third-year defense against the dark arts students. Chairs scraped on the floor as they instinctively lurched backward, eyes wide with alarm. Neville Longbottom shrank behind his desk, and Seamus Finnegan's face went ashen, last year's magical mishap with a house elf still fresh in his mind. Lupin frowned briefly, recalling Sherlock's stories about Gilderoy Lockhart's own chaotic first lesson. Then he raised a calm hand. "Everyone, please remain still," he said evenly. "It's only a boggart." A few students nodded, though Neville and Seamus looked unconvinced. Lupin gave them a reassuring smile and turned back to the wardrobe. "Boggarts are shapeshifters that dwell in dark, enclosed spaces. Wardrobes, under beds, cupboards beneath sinks. They take the form of whatever frightens us the most. I'd been hoping to find one for today's practical demonstration, but it appeared of its own accord yesterday. I arranged with Professor McGonagall to have it brought down here. He placed his wand gently against the wood. Now, who can tell me the spell we use to force a boggart to reveal its true shape? As the students exchanged nervous glances, the wardrobe's trembling slowed, and the tension in the room settled into eager anticipation. The real lesson was about to begin. Professor Lupin paused at the front of the room, letting his gaze sweep over the students. "All right," he said after a moment, "who can tell me what exactly is a boggart?" Almost instantly, hands shot up across the classroom. Harry felt his glasses nearly knocked off, but he darted aside in a flash, his reflexes now honed by those training sessions with Sherlock. Lupin raised an eyebrow in pleasant surprise. He clearly hadn't expected these little lions to be so eager. He pointed to Lavender Brown. "Miss Brown, please." Hermione watched, slightly deflated that her own hand hadn't been chosen. She leaned toward Sherlock and whispered, "Why are they all so eager today?" Sherlock offered a wry smile. "Think back to Lockhart's last lecture." Hermione's eyes lit up. Of course, before Gilderoy Lockhart fell under Voldemort's control, he'd promised to bring a real magical creature to class. A boggart. The lesson never materialized, but today's eagerness felt like a long overdue preview. Lavender cleared her throat. A boggart is a shape-shifting creature. It becomes whatever the person facing it fears the most. Hermione nodded, suppressing a grin. Lavender's answer was perfectly correct, if a bit informal, just not the polished, textbook definition Hermione might have preferred. Yet Lupin's encouraging smile told her this was exactly the right moment to learn. Professor Lupin nodded. "I couldn't have put it more clearly myself." Lavender almost leapt out of her seat with excitement. This was her first opportunity to earn genuine praise from a professor. Until now, that privilege had belonged almost exclusively to her roommate, Hermione. She beamed as Lupin turned back to the class. "As Lavender explained," he went on, "a boggart has no fixed form of its own. It only assumes a shape when it sees someone, and that shape is the person's greatest fear. In isolation, a boggart's true appearance remains unknown." A hand shot up. "Professor, may I ask a question?" Sherlock's voice, cool and deliberate, cut through the murmurs of surprise. Lupin paused, as did the rest of the students. Sherlock Holmes volunteering a question was virtually unheard of since his very first weeks at Hogwarts. Sherlock adjusted his glasses and continued, "If a boggart always takes on the fears of the person it faces, is there any method to observe its genuine form without allowing it to confront us directly? For instance, couldn't we simply keep our distance, use a telescope to observe its true form?" Sherlock asked. "A very interesting question," Professor Lupin replied with a warm smile. He leaned back against his desk. "But remember, boggarts favor dark, enclosed spaces. That alone makes your plan difficult from the start. Yes, in theory, an environmental shift might expose one in plain sight, but even then, distance doesn't guarantee secrecy. A boggart is always aware of you." Noting the students' surprised expressions, Lupin continued, "Put simply, a boggart's entire existence hinges on the materialization of fear. The instant it senses a human presence, it magically scans for that person's deepest dread and becomes it. You might even say a boggart is blind. It doesn't see with eyes. Instead, through an instantaneous transformation, it presents itself as whatever terrifies you most. That's why no one has ever observed a boggart in its true, unaltered form." Professor Lupin paused at the front of the classroom, settling his gaze on the students. "I must stress," he began, "that even if you're wearing an invisibility cloak or have cast a disillusionment charm, a boggart can still sense your presence. It does so by picking up on lingering magical vibrations and emotional energy." Sherlock inclined his head, absorbing the point. He knew from his non-magical experience that perception wasn't limited to sight. There were always other channels of awareness. "Precisely, Sherlock," Lupin said with a nod. "That's the kind of active reasoning I want from you all, instead of simply memorizing spells. Now, for my second question. What advantage do we have when facing a boggart? Who can tell me?" At once, Hermione's hand shot up and she bounced eagerly on her toes. Harry and Sherlock exchanged awkward glances. Her enthusiasm was hard to ignore. A steady, reassuring hand came down on Hermione's shoulder, bringing her to a halt. "Easy there, Hermione," Lupin said kindly. Hermione's cheeks flushed. Though her complexion masked the crimson, Her excitement was plain enough. She remained the only student with her hand raised, and Lupin's expectant smile made it clear the floor was hers. "Because there are so many of us here, the boggart can't decide what to turn into," one student observed. "Exactly," Professor Lupin agreed with a smile. "Facing a boggart in a group is one of the best tricks, overwhelming it with too many choices. Should it become a gigantic skeleton or a tiny millipede? I once saw one so confused it split the difference into a caterpillar with a skull for a head, and not very frightening, I'm sure you'll agree." A ripple of laughter ran through the classroom. "All right," Lupin said, raising his hand for quiet. "Let's learn how to banish a boggart for good. The spell is called Ridiculous, but before you draw your wands, let's practice the words. Everyone, stand in front of your desks and repeat after me. Ridiculous! Ridiculous! The class shouted, echoing off the stone walls. They practiced the charm several times, voices growing more confident and more amused each round. Finally, Lupin stepped forward, clearly pleased. "Good work," he praised, "but the incantation alone won't do it. You need true conviction and genuine laughter. The idea is to force the boggart into the most ridiculous form you can imagine, something that makes you laugh from the heart. That laughter weakens it, strips it of its power, and only then does ridiculous finish the job." He swept his gaze across the room. "Any questions before we try this on a real boggart? Now then, may I ask?" Professor Lupin's warm brown eyes roamed the classroom before settling on a single student, Neville Longbottom. Neville's head snapped up. "Huh?" He practically disappeared behind Sherlock's tall figure, but the call had been made. "Neville, you're trembling quite a lot," Harry said kindly from his seat beside Sherlock. "You can't hide from us, you know." Harry's words hit home. Neville realized immediately why Lupin had singled him out, just a bit too late. Taking a shaky breath, he rose and approached the old wardrobe in the center of the room. The moment he stopped in front of it, the wardrobe itself trembled violently, as if the boggart inside recognized its next victim. Astonishingly, Neville shook even worse. Professor Lupin offered a gentle smile. "Neville, I know this is difficult, but I need you to tell me something first. What is your greatest fear?" Neville's lips parted, but not a sound emerged. Lupin tilted his head, still kind and patient. "Excuse me, Neville, I didn't catch that. Could you speak up, please?" Neville's eyes darted around the room, frantic and pleading for help. Then, the moment his gaze fell on Sherlock, they brightened, and he stared at him with desperate intensity. Professor Lupin raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Sherlock, do you know what Neville fears most?" The other students leaned forward, curiosity written all over their faces. Sherlock shook his head. "I'm afraid I don't, Professor." Chapter 304, The Cross-Dressing Head of Hogwarts. Neville almost wilted in his seat when Sherlock admitted he had no idea what Neville feared most. After 3 years as classmates, Neville was convinced Sherlock could deduce anything at a glance. How could he possibly miss this one? Then Sherlock cleared his throat. "Actually, now I know." Relief and a spark of hope flashed across Neville's face. Professor Lupin, ever curious, leaned forward. "Oh, enlighten us, Sherlock." With cool precision, Sherlock announced, "Neville's greatest terror is Professor Severus Snape, our potions master." Laughter rippled through the classroom at the very mention of Snape. Neville's cheeks burned, but he managed a sheepish grin. Lupin, sensing an opening for confirmation, asked, "Is that true, Neville?" "Yes," Neville stammered, nodding vigorously. He shot Sherlock a grateful look before sinking back into his chair, a mixture of relief and lingering dread swirling in his chest. Professor Lupin regarded Neville thoughtfully. "As far as I know, you live with your grandmother, right?" "Yes," Neville stammered, nodding. Then his face scrunched up in alarm. "But I don't want the boggart to turn into my grandmother." The classroom erupted in laughter, the mood instantly lightening. Even Lupin's stern features softened into a smile. "Oh no, you've misunderstood, Neville. I promise the boggart won't become your grandmother." He stepped closer. "I want you to think carefully about what your grandmother usually wears, her clothes, her posture, everything you remember about her appearance." Motioning the other students back, Lupin cleared a space in front of the wardrobe. When Neville gave a determined nod, Lupin raised his wand. A silvery beam of light shot forth and struck the wardrobe's round knob. With a creak of ancient wood, one door swung open. A figure emerged, and the class let out a collective gasp. There, framed by the dim interior of the cupboard, stood Professor Snape in every uncanny detail. Greasy, jet-black hair, sallow skin pulled tight over high cheekbones, fierce, glinting eyes set beneath heavy brows, a hooked nose, and those unmistakable black robes. For a moment, it was impossible not to wonder if the real Snape had simply walked back into the wardrobe. Professor Snape's eyes blazed as soon as he spotted Neville. Without hesitation, he strode forward, forcing the boy who lived to backpedal until he found himself pressed against his classmates. Neville's legs shook. He raised his wand, but his voice failed him. Behind Neville, Hermione Granger's face blanched. She drew her wand, ready to intervene. Professor Lupin opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, a firm hand closed around Hermione's. It was Sherlock Holmes. Hermione's body went rigid with the sudden contact, as though she'd been struck by a jolt of lightning. Startled, Sherlock gave her a steady look and said softly, "Let him do it himself." Hermione exhaled and let her arm fall, her wand lowered. Lupin, watching, allowed himself a small nod of approval. Even Severus Snape, for a moment, paused as he reached into his robes. But the sight of the menacing black cloak, the glint of the wand, aroused a desperate courage in Neville. Ridiculous, ridiculous!" Neville choked out. A flicker of light shot from his wand. Snape staggered, his scowl twisting in confusion. Then, with a sharp pop, his dark features melted away, replaced by, of all things, a brilliant pink bunny costume, complete with floppy ears and a perky cotton tail. His robes had been transformed into fuzzy pastel fur. Neville exhaled a relieved laugh as Scorpius Malfoy behind him stifled a giggle. Snape's eyes widened in horror and outrage, but for once, Neville felt only triumph. Gone were the ominous black robes, what students half-jokingly called the old bat, replaced now by a frilly apple-green dress and an impossibly tall women's hat. Perched atop that hat was a desiccated vulture specimen, its beak and wing feathers infested with wriggling maggots. In one hand, the potions master, turned fashion icon, clutched an enormous, garish handbag. The sheer absurdity of the ensemble, so utterly at odds with Professor Snape's usual cold severity, sent the entire Defense Against the Dark Arts class into raucous laughter. Snape stood perfectly still amidst the chaos, surveying his classmates as if he were appraising a particularly fine work of art. Neville Longbottom, cheeks flushed with triumph, beamed at his friends, unable to believe that his plan had worked so spectacularly. "Next, Parvati!" Professor Lupin's calm voice cut through the giggles. He raised a hand for silence. "Everyone else, be ready. Think about what scares you most, and then give us a good laugh." Parvati Patil stepped forward at once. In a blink, the green dress and ridiculous hat dissolved, and Snape reappeared shrouded in tattered, blood-stained bandages, a grotesque, gore-splattered mummy. Parvati's classmates shuddered, and Neville groaned. She clearly had binged too many horror movies the night before. When the mummy's sightless face swung toward Parvati, and it began dragging its heavy feet in her direction, Parvati reacted more swiftly than Neville. "Ridiculous!" she cried without hesitation. Instantly, the mummy's bandages snapped apart, unraveling into a tangle of linen. It stumbled forward, collapsing to the floor with a resounding thud. "Very good," Professor Lupin praised, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Parvati's triumphant grin. "Now, Seamus, your turn." Seamus's pale expression betrayed his fear. The next creature that emerged looked like a young woman who just climbed from a deep, murky well, her dripping black hair plastered to her face, hiding everything but that ghastly outline. When she lifted her head, her eyes were nothing but milky white orbs, devoid of pupils. Then her lips peeled back in a grotesque ear-to-ear grin, revealing row upon row of jagged teeth so closely packed they made the entire class recoil in horror. Seamus felt his heart hammer as a cold wave of revulsion washed over him. He gripped his wand tighter, summoning every shred of courage to face the nightmare before him. He drew in a steadying breath, swept his wand forward, and cried, "Ridiculous!" The boggart had unleashed a despairing wail that cut off mid-scream, as if its own throat had been clamped shut. In truth, it was strangling itself. Then, before anyone else could move, the creature vanished with a soft pop, only to reappear as a tiny gray mouse. The mouse began spinning in tight circles, chasing its tail so fervently it seemed dizzy. In another blink, it warped into a rattlesnake, coiling and striking at its own tail until it bit down with a final echoing pop, transforming into a giant bloodshot eyeball. Very good. Everyone did splendidly, Professor Lupin praised, eyes shining. It's completely confused now. Next up, Dean. The students still waiting their turn leaned forward, hearts pounding as they tried to guess which fear might emerge next, and how they'd manage to turn it ridiculous. Meanwhile, those who'd already faced the boggart settled back in their seats, relieved at having survived the trial and eager to watch the rest of the show without that familiar knot of dread in their stomachs. Sherlock hadn't even stepped onto the practice grounds yet, and already his mind was at ease, just as calm as if he'd already finished the exercise. Last semester, when Gilderoy Lockhart first suggested they face a boggart, Sherlock had thrown himself into the question. What was he truly afraid of? He spent 3 days and nights searching for an answer, but came up empty-handed. That blankness only deepened his fascination with the creature. When Lockhart couldn't carry the course through, Sherlock regretted its loss long afterward. So when Professor Lupin took over Defense Against the Dark Arts this term, Sherlock had one piece of advice for him. Reinstate the boggart lessons. Lupin agreed, but Sherlock remained in the dark about his own greatest fear, so much so that he felt more curious than anxious as the lesson approached. Bessie. Him, Harry's thoughts were equally focused, though for very different reasons. Harry knew exactly what terrified him. At first, his mind conjured Voldemort, the dark wizard who murdered his parents, made him an orphan, and might rise to power again. The image burned bright for a heartbeat before it was replaced by something smaller, colder, and far more personal, a single skeletal hand. Harry's heart pounded the moment the creature appeared, a rotting hand, as if waterlogged and crawling with decay, reaching from beneath a tattered black robe that billowed like living shadow. A monster so cold it seemed to suck the warmth straight out of the air. A Dementor. Just picturing it made Harry's skin crawl, and he couldn't stop his body from trembling. He risked a sideways glance, hoping no one had noticed, and saw most of his classmates pressing their eyes shut. Ron, cheeks ashen, was muttering to himself, "Rip its legs off. Rip its legs off." Harry fought back a smile. He'd heard Ron admit more than once that spiders were his worst nightmare. A handful of braver souls stared transfixed, as though they were watching the latest horror blockbuster instead of a Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. Harry let out a shaky breath. No one had spotted him, until he caught Sherlock's half-smile across the room. Embarrassment flared in Harry's cheeks, but warmed by the familiar face, he felt some of his shame slip away. If anyone saw him like this, better Sherlock than anyone else. Then Professor Lupin called, "Mr. Weasley?" Ron shot to his feet and sprinted to the front. Several students couldn't help but gasp. At the front of the classroom, the air went still as the boggart shifted into Ron's worst nightmare, a 6-foot-tall spider, its body bristling with coarse hairs, spindly legs arched threateningly. Even the hardiest students winced. Fear of clusters, trypophobia, and fear of gigantic creatures, megalophobia, were both common enough, but combined here, in one grotesque arachnid, they left everyone white-knuckled. Sherlock watched several classmates stumble backward, pressing themselves against desks. He knew that once a boggart locks onto your deepest dread, it doesn't let go, and these students were about to confront theirs, one by one. The spider advanced on Ron in slow, deliberate steps, pincers clicking. For a heartbeat, Ron looked rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the looming horror. Then, with sudden determination, he whipped out his wand and roared, "Ridiculous!" There was a sharp crack of magic. In an instant, all 8 legs vanished. Deprived of its support, the monstrous abdomen pitched forward and collapsed into a quivering heap on the floor. Even legless, it was still enormous, and that was enough to prompt Lavender Brown to let out a high-pitched scream as she scurried backward, eyes wide with terror. The enormous spider didn't stop. It kept tumbling across the floor until, by a strange twist of fate, it came to rest right at Harry's feet. In that moment, Harry knew, without a word from Professor Lupin, that he had to move. He raised his wand and took a step forward, steeling himself to face the boggart. Just as he prepared to cast his spell, something utterly unexpected happened. Chapter 305, The Popular Professor Hagrid. A giant spider erupted at Harry's feet. Before he could react, Professor Lupin sprang forward, cutting him off. Harry stared in confusion as Lupin called out, "Over here!" Instantly, the boggart abandoned its eight-legged disguise and slithered toward Lupin. Sherlock, watching closely, realized in a heartbeat why Lupin had intervened. The professor was determined to shield Harry from his greatest fear. Then came a sharp pop. The spider vanished. The students blinked, scanning the floor for any trace of the creature. Sherlock, however, spotted a silvery white orb hovering at chest height in front of Lupin. It must have floated up as soon as it saw its master gone, which explained why no one else noticed it at first. Lupin raised his wand, and in a surprisingly languid tone, compared to the class's excited chatter, intoned, "Ridiculous." Like a punctured balloon, the orb deflated and drifted harmlessly away. Harry frowned, ready to step forward and claim the retreating boggart himself, but a firm hand on his shoulder held him back. He glanced over, wondering what would happen next. "Sherlock?" Professor Lupin's voice cut through the tense silence of the classroom. Sherlock paused mid-spell, turning to meet Lupin's expectant gaze. Beside him, Neville Longbottom stood frozen, wand trembling in his grip. Did they really think he couldn't finish the job? "Neville, the final blow is yours. Finish it!" Lupin urged. A spark of determination lit Neville's eyes. He took a steadying breath and stepped forward. On the floor lay the boggart's latest disguise, a deflated balloon that sagged like a surrendered creature. With a soft plop, it dissolved into a half-collapsed praying mantis. At Neville's approach, the mantis shriveled away entirely, revealing the dark form of Professor Snape, dressed in women's clothing. But this Neville was not the shy first-year who flinched at his own shadow. He raised his wand with unwavering resolve and spoke the incantation clearly. "Ridiculous!" No one needed to prompt him into laughter. Neville's cheerful guffaw rang out on its own. At the sound, the Snape figure shattered into a swirl of silver smoke and vanished from sight. Neville let the echoes of his laughter fade, offering a self-satisfied grin. "A shame to see it go," he mused softly. Sherlock watched the dissipating wisps and shook his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Such a marvelous creature, so many potential experiments, and just like that, it was gone. What a waste. "Excellent work today. Our lesson was a complete success," Professor Lupin announced, beaming at the class. A round of warm applause followed his words. "I'll award Gryffindor 5 house points," he continued, raising a hand for quiet. "Every student who took part in today's practical managed to subdue the boggart. Neville, you get an extra 10 points for doing it twice. Sherlock, 5 points for proposing this exercise in the first place, and Hermione and Lavender, 5 points each for your sharp answers." Gratified smiles spread across the Gryffindor table, and many students turned to Sherlock with grateful nods. The practical had been both challenging and entertaining, undeniably a success. Hermione, however, looked puzzled. "But I didn't really do anything," she said softly, frowning. She'd been eager to discover her own deepest fear, yet Professor Lupin hadn't given her the chance. "At the start of the lesson," Lupin replied kindly, "you and Lavender answered my questions correctly." Hermione's lips pressed into a thin line. She still felt she'd contributed little, but Lupin had already moved on. "Truly, everyone performed admirably today," he concluded, a warm pride in his voice. The class beamed back, proud of their achievements and eager for what tomorrow's lesson might bring. "I must thank your first and second-year instructors for giving you such a solid foundation," Professor Lupin said with a grateful nod. "For homework, please read the chapter on boggarts and prepare a concise summary. It's due next Monday. Why? That's all. Class dismissed." The students poured out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, practically buzzing with excitement. Compared to their other lessons this first week, Lupin's class had been an undoubted triumph. "Did you see how I neutralized that banshee's shriek?" Seamus Finnegan crowed as he strode down the corridor. "Very impressive, Seamus," Gregory Goyle admitted, "but I still rank the ghost hand caught in the mousetrap just a notch higher." "Ghost hand?" Ron Weasley laughed. "You two missed my favorite moment, Snape in those ridiculous robes." "Actually," Neville Longbottom piped up, "I think I was today's MVP. Without my quick thinking, that boggart might have gone wild." "Absolutely," Harry Potter agreed, giving Neville an encouraging grin. "You were brilliant." Hermione Granger, walking alongside them, shook her head in mock exasperation. All right, fine, everyone was brilliant, but I've never enjoyed a defense class so much. Ron slapped Neville on the back. Hear, hear, best first week ever. As they spilled into the hallway, laughter and chatter trailing behind them, it was clear that Professor Lupin's lessons would be remembered long after Monday's homework was handed in. Honestly, Professor Lupin's lessons make Lockhart and Quirrell look like amateurs. Sherlock was right. He really is an outstanding teacher, Harry agreed. I just wish I'd had the chance to face that Boggart again, Ron laughed, nudging him. Easy there. Not everyone gets picked for the practical demos. But come on, Harry, what could scare you so badly? A single point off your grade? Ha ha ha! Seriously, what's up? Harry's face went suddenly distant. Harry? You all right? Ron asked, concern edging into his voice. And nothing, Harry stammered. He looked down at his robes, then, as if forcing himself to speak, added, I was just wondering, why would Professor Lupin be afraid of a crystal ball? Ron shrugged, grinning at the mystery. Who knows, maybe he's terrified of scrying something awful, some dark omen of death. You know how those divination folks love their crystal balls. Hermione snorted, rolling her eyes. Talking about divination again, Ron? Spare me. I'm not debating this time. She turned to Sherlock, curiosity shining in her eyes. What about you, Sherlock? What are you most afraid of? He met her gaze with an easy shrug. The same as you, my friend. Hermione's cheeks flushed. The same as me? Sherlock smiled, as though enjoying her confusion. I'd very much like to face that Boggart myself. Only then would I know what frightens me. Hermione bit her lip, chastising herself for overthinking. Of course, Sherlock wasn't really focused on her. His attention was on Harry. Since they'd left the classroom, he'd been watching Harry intently, noticing odd tics and behaviors. Sherlock had already deduced why Harry was acting so strangely, but he said nothing, preferring to watch how long Harry could maintain the facade. Friday brought more of the same repetitive electives. After breakfast, Harry and Hermione headed to Ancient Runes, Sherlock tagging along, while Ron, still bleary-eyed, went back to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. Harry decided this class was even duller than History of Magic. Officially called Ancient Runes, it was almost entirely theoretical. Professor Bathsheba Babbling spent the hour poring over dusty texts and cryptic inscriptions, guiding the students through the arcane meanings of long-dead symbols. Hermione dutifully took notes, Sakura-style cursive filling page after page. Harry, however, found his thoughts drifting back to the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, and to that looming Boggart. He wondered what form it would take when it finally appeared, and whether he'd have the courage to face it. Although the textbook was titled Easy Introduction to Ancient Runes, it felt anything but easy. In fact, only Sherlock and Hermione managed to keep up with the lightning-fast pace of the lessons. Harry, having already missed 2 classes, felt his brain swelling from the effort. He'd spent an entire hour wrestling with the Demiguise rune that represents 0, and he still didn't understand it. This is impossible, he muttered under his breath. When the lesson finally ended, Harry slumped in his chair and complained, I swear, this is the hardest course I've ever taken. Neville Longbottom, who sat a few rows behind him, groaned in agreement. My grandmother says arithmancy is even tougher than this. Neville buried his face in his hands. She warned me I'd never remember all those charts and numbers, so I switched to runes, but I can't remember these symbols either. Sherlock, flipping shut his rune theory notebook, glanced up calmly. It's true that ancient runes is unlike any other subject we've encountered. Harry's eyes widened. What? Even you think it's hard? Then we're completely doomed. I should have just taken divination or care of magical creatures instead. Sherlock shook his head. It's not a matter of difficulty alone. Ancient Runes is fundamentally a language course. We're learning to read and interpret a living script that's evolved over centuries. That's what makes it so demanding and so different from anything else we've studied. Although few people speak Ancient Runes nowadays, its importance shouldn't be underestimated. Sherlock glanced up from his notes. Hermione, do you remember the Greek interpreter case? Hermione nodded eagerly. Of course. Our interpreter friend used the runes on that artifact to help you confirm John Smith's true identity and background. Precisely, Sherlock said with a small smile. He closed his book and addressed Harry. Now, about our electives next week. Will we stick to the same schedule? Harry shook his head. I was hoping for something different. Sherlock's eyes lit up. Good. I propose we each choose different electives according to our interests. We'll spend the next month exploring courses on our own, then reconvene to share what we've learned. That way, everyone can discover which subjects resonate most with them. Ron, leaning against a nearby table, piped up. That sounds brilliant. I'll join Ron for divination and care of magical creatures, Harry volunteered. Then I'll fill in the rest of my timetable with whatever free slots remain. Perfect, Sherlock agreed. And Hermione, what are you planning to give up? Hermione's cheerful expression faltered into a cold sweat. The prospect of separating their little study group, of drifting apart from Sherlock's razor-sharp deductions and Harry's camaraderie, suddenly felt far more daunting than any exam. Sherlock caught Hermione's eye and called her name softly. When he asked for her help, she hesitated for a moment before replying, I'll see to it. Sherlock gave her a knowing look. Very well. In no time, defense against the dark arts had skyrocketed to the top of everyone's favorite classes. Professor Remus Lupin was, quite simply, a remarkable teacher. Though in fairness, the subject had suffered under a parade of lackluster instructors in previous years. Against that backdrop, Lupin's lessons felt revolutionary. He made the course truly practical, moving well beyond the dry lectures or simplistic role-playing games that had once defined it. After their first, unforgettable Boggart lesson, the class continued to explore a variety of dark creatures. They studied red caps, fierce goblin-like beings known to haunt sites of bloodshed, waiting in the shadows to ambush the unwary with their heavy iron clubs. They also revisited the Kappa, water-dwelling monsters the students had first encountered in their second year. Hermione still remembered how Professor Lockhart had once shown them off in class, though the real Kappa Lupin described were far more dangerous than Lockhart's flamboyant anecdotes had suggested. Under Lupin's guidance, every session was an eye-opening adventure, just the kind of hands-on magic the students had been craving. Grindylows are aquatic reptiles, scaled, sinewy creatures whose movements can look eerily simian. Like red caps, they lurk in the shallows of ponds, waiting to seize and strangle anyone foolish enough to wade in. Compared to Professor Gilderoy Lockhart's laughably brief 10-minute lessons, Professor Lupin's Defense Against the Dark Arts classes were a revelation. Under Lupin's guidance, half the students got to face real monsters firsthand, learning more in a single hour than they ever did in Lockhart's entire term. Lupin dispensed with pointless introductions and fluff. Every exercise, every demonstration, went straight to the heart of fighting dark creatures. It's no wonder that, after Defense Against the Dark Arts, Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures is the most eagerly anticipated class at Hogwarts. Each week brings the promise of something new and a proper hands-on lesson, instead of empty tales and autograph-hungry theatrics. Chapter 306. Not necessarily the best, but definitely the most expensive. The first Care of Magical Creatures lesson of the term had everyone on edge. When Professor Hagrid led the students in to meet the hippogriffs, even the Gryffindors and Slytherins, usually eager for excitement, could hardly hide their fear. Yet, once everyone had calmed down and followed Hagrid's careful instructions, it turned out to be a surprisingly profound and memorable experience. Even Draco Malfoy, who typically delighted in finding fault, had to admit the class was beyond reproach, though, to be fair, he seemed more interested in keeping an eye on Harry than on the creature itself. By the second session, Care of Magical Creatures had become the talk of the school. At Sherlock's suggestion, Hagrid had decided to introduce puffskeins, those irresistibly soft, fluffy balls of fur that were a staple of wizarding households. The moment the small creatures tumbled onto the floor, the entire classroom erupted in delight. Not a single witch remained untouched by their charm, and several of the boys couldn't hide their awestruck expressions. When Hagrid announced that 3 puffskeins would be awarded as prizes to the best-behaved students, pandemonium broke out. After all, puffskeins weren't just adorable companions. In the wizarding world, they commanded a much higher price than your average pet. Immediately, everyone was determined to earn one of those coveted furballs. Chapter 7. The Perfect Pet. They're irresistibly cute, gentle by nature, utterly harmless, and they even double as little scavengers, keeping a wizard's home neat and tidy. So what does a perfect pet like that fetch on the open market? 20 galleons, you say? Think again. The going rate starts at 40 galleons. No haggling, no discounts. Pet merchants know their customers well. A witch or wizard willing to part with 20 galleons won't blink at shelling out 40. After all, to many, success is defined by owning the most expensive trinkets, not necessarily the finest. Into this gold-hungry market stepped Professor Rubus Hagrid, Hogwarts' beloved gamekeeper and care of magical creatures instructor, and he turned everything upside down. During one particularly memorable class, Hagrid announced casually, "First student to tame this little fellow gets to keep him." His eyes twinkled as he unveiled a fluffy pink puffskein. Chaos erupted. Students dashed through hedges, tumbled over roots, and nearly toppled each other in their eagerness to demonstrate perfect animal handling skills. Scratches, mud-spattered robes, and breathless cheers filled the grounds. Anything to win a pet that's normally priced at 40 galleons. Word spread like wildfire. The next week, Hagrid upped the ante, 3 puffskeins for grabs. The week after that, 4 more. By the end of the fortnight, he'd given away a total of 8 puffskeins, and his classes were the most popular at Hogwarts. Never mind that Hagrid replenished his supply with a quick jaunt into the Forbidden Forest, where puffskeins thrive almost too readily. To the wide-eyed students, though, each of those fluffy creatures was a priceless treasure, worth every scrap of effort they poured into their lessons. And so it was that, for Hagrid's young charges, the cost of success remained immeasurable. 40 galleons be damned. That new dog bed in Hagrid's hut, hand-woven from unicorn hair, had set him back a cool 10,000 galleons. Yet hardly anyone called it an extravagance. Instead, word of the miraculous creation spread like fiendfire, and before long, Hagrid's popularity even eclipsed Professor Lupin's. Whether they'd ever taken his class or not, students now greeted him in the halls with a chorus of, "Professor Hagrid." The huge half-giant couldn't stop grinning. He'd never imagined he'd one day command such respect. Of course, Sherlock Holmes, the true architect of Hagrid's thrilling lesson plans, was conspicuously absent from care of magical creatures this term. His timetable was already overflowing, and he'd opted out of the class entirely. Why? Hagrid couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. After all, every one of his innovations had come straight from Sherlock's brilliant mind. Meanwhile, the third-year students found themselves caught between 2 worlds. On one side lay Defense Against the Dark Arts and Hagrid's creatures, exciting, hands-on, and full of surprises. On the other, their 6 core subjects, Transfiguration, Herbology, Potions, Charms, History of Magic, and Astronomy, offered little but long lectures and painstaking homework. In their second year, these classes had been challenging. Now they'd become downright formidable. Transfiguration and Potions, in particular, stood as formidable hurdles, rules to memorize, precise wand movements to perfect, and disastrous consequences waiting for every slip-up. For many, the thrill of taming blast-ended scroots couldn't come quickly enough to offset the grind of ink and parchment. Transfiguration was always challenging for Gryffindors, but at least Professor McGonagall treated us fairly. She set high standards, yes, but she never singled anyone out or let personal bias get in the way of our learning. Potions, on the other hand, was a different story. Ever since Harry and Sherlock arrived, Severus Snape's disdain for Gryffindors had only grown more pronounced, and now he seemed to view Neville Longbottom as fair game too. The trouble had started back in Defense Against the Dark Arts. When the boggart took Snape's form, Neville, ever the prankster, charmed it into wearing his grandmother's shawl and spectacles. In that moment, the dark, brooding face of Snape became a sweetly doting old lady. The class howled with laughter, but word got back to the real Snape before the bell even rang. Furious though he was, Neville had merely followed routine instructions for the lesson, so Snape couldn't punish him outright. He had to hold his wrath in check, at least officially. In Potions the next week, Snape found his outlet. He singled out Neville for petty corrections, sneering at his cauldron technique and deducting points for the minutest infractions. Harry and Sherlock, as usual, were also under his microscope, but Neville bore the brunt of the professor's ire. At first, Harry couldn't help feeling a flicker of relief that Snape's anger had drifted away from himself, but that relief quickly turned to guilt. Neville was trying his best, he always did, and now he was paying the price for a harmless classroom trick. Determined to make amends, Harry stayed after class to help Neville with the day's potion, a notoriously fussy sleeping draught. He showed Neville how to stir at exactly 12 o'clock, no more than 2 turns clockwise, then 1 counterclockwise. They measured ingredients side by side, and Harry pointed out subtle cues, how the potion should shimmer the moment the spines of Superphorus beans were fully dissolved. Under Harry's careful guidance, Neville's brew turned a flawless pale lavender. As they packed up, Neville's relief was plain to see. "Thanks, Harry," he murmured, a bright smile replacing the morning's nervous frown. "I don't know what I'd do without you." Harry grinned back. "You'd manage just fine, Neville, but I'd rather we all learn together, without Snape breathing down our necks." Neville laughed softly. "That, I think we'd all appreciate." Together, they left the dungeon classroom, 3 Gryffindors a little closer for having weathered Snape's storm, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They'd both just endured one of Professor Snape's fiercest scoldings yet, and Gryffindor paid the price. So many points were docked that the house tally might as well be Griffin dirt. In under a month, they'd slipped to rock bottom, last place among the 4 houses. Still, the little lions didn't seem to mind. Seamus leaned back, a grin tugging at his lips. "What's there to worry about? By the end of the year, our Lion King and Savior will surely add all those points right back." A ripple of nods and murmurs of agreement spread through the common room. After all, that was exactly how things gone the past 2 years. Hermione, however, folded her arms and shook her head. "You're forgetting something," she began, her tone sharp. "Those weren't ordinary years. In first year, Voldemort tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell's whole scheme, and we ended up drowning the scoreboard in bonus points. Last year, Lockhart was compromised, and Sherlock and Harry earned special commendations for saving the school. What makes you think Hogwarts will crash into chaos again just to rescue our standings?" The room fell into a thoughtful hush. The little lions exchanged uneasy glances, suddenly aware that neither fame nor catastrophe might come to their rescue this time around. "If that were true, we might as well rename Hogwarts Azkaban," Parvati Pill joked, draping an arm around Hermione's shoulders as they strolled down the corridor. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Yeah, we said the same thing last year." Parvati laughed again. "Honestly, I'd rather be thinking about Quidditch." She leaned in conspiratorially. "I believe in the Lion King. Who knows? Maybe this year he and the boy who lived will finally catch Sirius Black." Lavender Brown, Hermione's other roommate, piped up with a teasing grin. "Catching Black is impossible, of course, but we've got a great shot at winning the cup, right, Potter?" Harry suppressed a groan. He'd been trying to dodge these half-hearted predictions ever since divination class, but he'd been too polite to slip away. "Yeah," he said instead, offering a small nod. "I think our chances are good." Lavender's smile softened into genuine concern. "Just be careful during the match, and don't forget to read your tea leaves afterward, okay?" Harry sighed inwardly. This was exactly why he'd been avoiding Parvati and Lavender. Between Trelawney's constant death omens and everyone treating him like a walking catastrophe, he was more than ready to get back to real magic and leave the superstitions behind. Every time Professor Trelawney laid eyes on Harry, her own would instantly fill with tears. Harry found himself wishing Sherlock could sit in on divination. Whenever Sherlock was around, Trelawney behaved with surprising reserve and never dared be so bold with Harry's fate. To Harry's astonishment, the professor had attracted a small cult of admirers. Many students in the class seemed to revere her almost to the point of worship. Hermione's roommates, Parvati and Lavender, were the most conspicuous. They fawned over Trelawney just as they had over Lockhart the previous year. After Sherlock offhandedly pointed out that Trelawney never dined with the rest of the school in the Great Hall, the 2 girls began traipsing up to her tower every afternoon after lunch. No one knew what went on during those secretive visits, but each time Parvati and Lavender returned, they were unrecognizable, shrouded in an air of mystique, speaking in hushed tones as if they'd unlocked some hidden truth. If that were all there was to it, Harry might have felt only mild irritation. What truly rankled, however, was the conspiratorial way they now lowered their voices whenever he passed by, as though he were an outsider to a precious whispered secret. That, more than any tear-filled glance from Trelawney, set Harry's teeth on edge. From time to time, their conversations drifted into ominous territory. Words like omen, tea leaves, and death kept popping up. To Harry's surprise and frustration, Ron seemed to think this new, mystical angle was perfectly reasonable, and that only made Harry grumble louder. Astronomy suffered next. Ever since Sherlock and Hermione bought that elaborate galaxy model, they'd begun strategically skipping Professor Sinistra's lectures. Harry briefly toyed with the idea of joining them, but after missing a single lesson, he realized he simply couldn't keep pace with their advanced discussions. Begrudgingly, he returned to class, much to Hermione's quiet relief. Worried for Harry's safety, Sherlock had steered clear of any late-night expeditions into the Forbidden Forest this term. Instead, starting in the second week, he resumed morning training sessions with Harry and Neville. Harry sharpened his boxing techniques while Neville refined his fencing, and both boys grew noticeably stronger with each sunrise. A month slipped by almost unnoticed. After that stretch of intense study, Harry made a decisive change. He would drop ancient runes and arithmancy altogether and concentrate on just 3 subjects: divination, muggle studies, and care of magical creatures. That was only one more class than Ron was taking. "Why didn't you do this sooner?" Ron asked, eyes wide. "You've wasted a fortune on all those textbooks," Ron burst out, exasperated. Sherlock merely gave a faint smile. In this country, knowledge tends to be pricey. Over the past month, Sherlock's class schedule had bordered on chaotic. Whenever 2 courses overlapped, he'd simply attend whichever one piqued his interest that day. Sometimes joining Harry and Ron, other times sitting with Hermione. Despite the randomness, he managed to stay on top of all 5 of his new classes. Through it all, Hermione was unwavering in her support. Whatever course Sherlock chose, Hermione was right there beside him. By early October, the onset of Quidditch season was on everyone's mind. On a chilly Thursday evening, Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood, summoned the entire team for a strategy meeting in the common room. Now in his 7th year and noticeably taller, Wood's voice carried a new, firm authority. "Listen up," he began, pacing before the assembled players. "This is it, my last chance. At the end of this year, I leave Hogwarts for good, and I'll never get another shot at the cup." A hush fell over the others. They exchanged glances, realizing that if Wood hadn't reminded them, they might have let the season slip by unnoticed. Now the stakes were clear. Every practice, every play, would count more than ever. "It looks like you've only provided the opening line of the chapter. Could you please share the rest of the text so I can rewrite the entire chapter into coherent, idiomatic English for you?" Chapter 307, Sherlock. Help me, the Gryffindor Quidditch changing room stank of sweat and nervous tension. Captain Oliver Wood stalked its length, eyes bloodshot, hands curled into fists. 2 years running, he snarled, and that cup should already be ours. Ever since Harry, the youngest seeker in a century, joined our side, I was certain we'd win. But what do we get? A string of bad luck, injuries, cancelled matches. It's unbelievable. Harry Potter sat on a wooden bench, head bowed. He felt the weight of Wood's fury all too keenly. After his first-year encounter with Lord Voldemort and Professor Quirrell, a broken wrist and a stint in St. Mungo's had left Gryffindor 1 player short against Ravenclaw, and with their worst defeat in 300 years. Then, last year, Tom Riddle's manipulation of Professor Lockhart to reopen the Chamber of Secrets had led the Ministry to call off the entire season. "I hate to break it to you," Sherlock Holmes said softly from the corner where he'd been leaning against the wall, "but luck is as much a factor in victory as skill." No one in the room protested his presence. Sherlock was the only non-team member granted entry, and his counsel had already proven invaluable. Oliver Wood paused, breathing in ragged breaths, then glanced over at Harry. "If luck's part of strength," Wood said, forcing himself to steady his voice, "then what do we do next? How can we shift it back in our favor?" Sherlock straightened, blue eyes thoughtful beneath his dark curls. "We play smarter," he replied. "Let's start by examining every weak link in your lineup and the Ministry's schedule." Harry looked up, hope stirring in his chest. At least now they had a plan, and a new ally to carry it out. Oliver Wood strode into the Gryffindor changing room with the authority of a king reclaiming his throne. As captain of the Quidditch team, he ruled his house like a benevolent monarch, so what was a mere locker room in comparison? He paused mid-stride and met Sherlock Holmes's steady gaze. With a slow nod, he admitted, "Holmes is right. Luck does factor into strength, but—" He spread his left palm and slammed his right fist into it. "This year is our last chance to etch our names on the Quidditch Cup. We haven't managed it yet, but we will." Even Fred and George Weasley, ever ready with a joke, fell silent at the fire in Wood's voice. Fred was the first to speak. "Don't worry, Oliver. This year is ours." "We'll win that cup," George added, flashing his trademark grin. Harry Potter's eyes gleamed with determination. "Absolutely." Oliver turned back to Sherlock, his tone shifting from fervor to genuine concern. "Holmes, I appreciate the morning fitness drills you run with Harry. They're great for our seeker's stamina. But can we give him a proper rest day afterward? If we push him too hard, he might burn out." Sherlock met his gaze and offered a reassuring smile. "Of course, my friend." He had long admired Wood's unwavering dedication. Anyone who chased a goal with such single-minded passion earned his deepest respect. Even if Wood had never said a word, Harry knew he wouldn't be forced into morning calisthenics. Since their first year, Wood had never compelled anyone to rise at dawn and train. Just look at Ron, who'd eternally promised next time, yet never followed through. So, each Wednesday evening, the Gryffindor Quidditch squad dutifully gathered on the pitch, their determination to win stronger than ever. As the season progressed, the sun's zenith drifted toward the southern hemisphere, and the days grew shorter, nights longer, the air noticeably colder. Though their practice schedule remained unchanged, darkness settled in well before the first whistle. Before long, fierce winds and driving rains, so familiar from last year's bitter chill, swept across the grounds. Still, none of it could dampen Gryffindor's hopes of hoisting the gleaming Quidditch Cup. To keep his teammates from shivering through every downpour, Harry quietly cast the waterproofing and fireproofing charm on their robes, an enchantment he'd learned from Cho Chang. As the rain began to spatter against their backs, the squad barely felt a drop. Wood's eyes lit up when he noticed. "Brilliant work, Harry," he exclaimed. "Make sure you thank Cho for me." Harry nodded, pride warming him more than any morning exercise ever could. "But what I'm saying, Wood, is that if we face Ravenclaw next, you can't go easy on her, just because she's your friend." Wood waved a hand in mock frustration. "Relax, Harry. I promise. I won't." Harry nodded firmly. His friendship with Cho Chang was strong, but it would never cloud his judgment on the pitch. Cho had insisted on that herself the first time they'd discussed it. Anything less, she'd said, would feel like a condescension rather than a kindness. Later that evening, after a rigorous training session, Harry trudged back into the Gryffindor common room. He'd already cast a waterproofing charm and a fireproofing charm on his robes, then added a warming spell, and yet the castle's damp chill still nipped at his skin. Inside, though, he felt a glow of warmth. Their practices had been more effective than ever. Passes were crisper, formations tighter, and coordination flawless. Even if their next opponent showed up on 7 Nimbus 2001s, Harry was quietly confident they'd triumph over Slytherin. He sank down onto the sofa next to Sherlock, expecting to rest his legs, but was surprised to find him absorbed in a hefty tome titled Ancient Runes Made Easy. Sherlock's brow was furrowed in concentration as he flipped a delicate page. Harry leaned closer. "Studying runes at this hour?" Sherlock looked up, eyes bright. "Fascinating stuff. Did you know?" Harry settled in for Sherlock's latest discovery, a smile tugging at his lips. In that moment, despite the evening chill still lingering on the stone walls, Harry felt completely at home. Harry stared down at the hefty tome titled Easy Introduction to Ancient Runes and frowned. Without a professor to guide him, the inscrutable characters on the page might as well have been squiggles. Beside Sherlock, Ron was furiously jotting notes. Curious, Harry leaned over and caught sight of a partially drawn star chart. "Didn't we just have astronomy yesterday, Ron?" Harry asked. Ron didn't look up. "Yeah, but I missed a few spots." He smirked as he shaded in the last constellation. Then he nudged the parchment toward Harry. "I borrowed Sherlock's chart. His work's all leaps and shortcuts, so I filled in the missing steps. If you want, go ahead and copy mine instead." Harry raised an eyebrow. "So you're boasting about plagiarizing now?" Ron stretched back in his chair. "Hey, cheating's only cheating if you get caught." Despite his amusement, Harry felt his eyelids growing heavy. He'd far sooner be tucked up in bed than wrestle with runes or redo someone else's astronomy homework. Still, his own star chart was blank. With a resigned sigh, he hauled his satchel closer, fished out a quill, inkpot, and parchment, and began tracing Ron's more complete lines. Harry Potter sat at the Gryffindor common room table, parchment and quill before him. Across from him, Hermione peered over his shoulder. "You're really not going to borrow any of my notes?" she asked, a teasing lift to her voice. "I'll do it all myself first," Harry replied, lowering his quill. "If I hit a snag, then I'll sneak a peek." He glanced up as a ripple of excited chatter swept through the room. "What's everyone so riled about?" Ron dropped his quill and pointed to the new notice tacked on the worn bulletin board by the fireplace. "First Hogsmeade weekend of the term. End of October. Halloween weekend." Harry's heart sank, but he forced a casual shrug. "Go ahead without me," he muttered. Sherlock Holmes, who'd been quietly reading the Daily Prophet in an armchair nearby, looked up. "Don't worry yourself, Harry. Black isn't foolish enough to trot off to Hogsmeade without good reason." Harry blinked in surprise at Sherlock's insight. Before he could reply, Hermione crossed the room and set her copy of Charms Home, work beside his. "Honestly, Harry," she said firmly, "I think you should sit this one out and stay here at Hogwarts." A hush fell over the group. The flickering firelight danced across Harry's determined expression as he weighed their words, torn between the promise of a carefree weekend and the nagging concern for what might await beyond the castle walls. "They'll catch Black soon enough. Someone's already spotted him once. After that, it'll be perfectly safe for you to go next time." Ron's face darkened. "And what if they don't catch him in time? We can't just leave a third year alone at school." Sherlock, who'd been poring over a stack of parchment, finally looked up. "If Harry truly wants to visit Hogsmeade, I have no objection. But that's not the reason Ron is arguing." Harry's heart skipped a beat. Of course, Sherlock had mentioned the night before term began that a Hogsmeade trip might be just the opportunity to lure the snake out of its hiding place. He straightened. "All right, I'll go with you." Hermione opened her mouth to protest, but Crookshanks vaulted into her lap, proudly presenting a large, lifeless spider between his teeth. Ron cringed. Live spiders gave him nightmares, but a dead one, especially one delivered by the cat he so despised, was almost worse. Hermione shot Crookshanks a scolding glance, then looked at Harry and Ron in resignation. "Fine, we'll all go together." Ron let out a relieved sigh. Finally, some good news. Harry merely nodded, already mulling over Sherlock's plan. If they played it carefully, this trip to Hogsmeade might turn the tide in their favor. Ron scrunched up his nose and muttered, "Does he really have to eat that right in front of us?" Hermione, completely unbothered, leaned over and gently stroked Crookshanks' head. "Oh, hush, Ron. Clever little chap. Did you catch it all by yourself?" Crookshanks ignored Hermione's praise. He finished chewing the spider, flicked his tail, and fixed a gleaming stare on Ron. "Don't let him near me." Ron backed away. "Scabbers is still snoozing in my school bag." He jabbed a finger toward Harry. "Harry, would you hurry up and copy my notes so we've got something to study tonight?" No sooner had Ron turned his head than Crookshanks launched himself with lightning speed at Ron's bag. Ron let out a yelp. He was half a second too slow. The cat's claws sank in deep, and he clung on for dear life. "Bloody hell! You mangy creature! Get off me!" Ron shrieked, tugging and spinning the bag in every direction, cursing as he tried to pry the cat's paws loose. In an instant, the commotion drew every eye in the Gryffindor common room. Everyone watched, bemused and wide-eyed, as Ron wrestled with the stubborn Crookshanks. Scabbers wriggled free the moment the schoolbag's zipper gave way and bolted across the Gryffindor common room. At the sight of the rat, Crookshanks let out a startled hiss, abandoned the bag, and sprang toward the far end of the table in hot pursuit. Ron dove after them both, only to be blocked by the determined cat. "Get that blasted rat!" he yelled in frustration. Fred and George charged forward like two rogue bludgers, but Crookshanks was far too nimble. The twins tumbled over each other, skidding to a stop as the cat and rat vanished into the chaos. Hermione's eyes filled with tears as she watched the chase. "Don't hurt him," she pleaded, her voice cracking. Then, almost without thinking, she raised her head and called out into the turmoil, "Sherlock, help me!" Chapter 308, Cat and Mouse Game. Hermione hadn't even finished her sentence when the world blurred before her eyes. In the next instant, Crookshanks was clutched in Sherlock's arms. She'd missed every second of Sherlock's rescue. His free hand still gripped the little textbook, a simple introduction to ancient runes. "Thank goodness," Hermione breathed out, the tension draining from her shoulders. Sherlock frowned. Crookshanks writhed fiercely against him, claws snagging at Sherlock's coat. With one hand he held the cat, with the other he balanced the rune book, an awkward one-armed embrace. On the floor, Ron seized his chance. He lunged forward and, with a desperate tug, freed Scabbers by the tail. He scrambled to his feet, clutching the shivering rat like a prize. "Look at him!" Ron's voice cracked with fury. "Look how thin he is! Keep that blasted beast away from him!" Hermione started in surprise at the volume of his outburst. She stepped swiftly to Sherlock's side, voice firm as she faced Ron. "Crookshanks doesn't mean to hurt Scabbers. He doesn't even know how fragile he is. Cats chase mice. To Crookshanks, it's just a game." "A game?" Ron echoed, eyes wide in disbelief. "Didn't you say Crookshanks has Kneazle blood? This creature isn't ordinary. He must have heard me remark that Scabbers was in my bag." "Don't be ridiculous," Hermione shot back. "Crookshanks can scent him." "That's exactly what I'm talking about." Ron cut in, red-faced with anger. "He won't stop attacking Scabbers. I told you so hours ago." Ignoring Hermione's protests and the gathering students in the hallway, Ron seized Scabbers and stomped off toward the boys' dormitory. Harry watched helplessly. He was bone-tired after training, and with Sherlock standing nearby, he'd assumed there was no need to step in. Yet seeing Ron's fury spiral so quickly left him at a loss. "Sherlock, this is getting out of hand," Harry ventured weakly. Sherlock didn't even look up from his cat. "My dear Harry, Ron's left his star chart behind. Do remember to return it to him." Harry blinked. Sherlock sounded oddly unconcerned. Instinctively, he nodded. Sherlock then handed Crookshanks back to Hermione, and with Scabbers safely gone, Crookshanks finally relaxed, ceasing his frantic squirming. "Thank you, Sherlock." Hermione's voice trembled, her eyes shining with a mix of gratitude and something deeper. "No need to be so formal, my dear Hermione," Sherlock replied lightly, then shifted his gaze to Crookshanks. The cat, cradled in Hermione's arms, fixed him with a furious glare, as though accusing him of spoiling its fun. Sherlock allowed himself a small, amused smile. Interesting. Ever since the little cat-and-mouse incident, Hermione and Ron had been at odds. Both were certain they were in the right, and neither would speak to the other. Harry, trapped in the middle, had tried repeatedly to broker peace, but every effort had come to nothing. Sherlock, for his part, simply raised an eyebrow. If neither side admits fault, the stalemate will persist. Why force a resolution? Harry let out an exasperated sigh. That was Sherlock. Brilliant, unflappable, and utterly indifferent to social friction. A few days later, during lunch in the Great Hall, Watson breezed over to Sherlock's table, waving a freshly delivered parchment. "Look what just arrived," he announced with a grin. Sherlock took the letter, examined the stamped seal, and raised an intrigued eyebrow. Watson chuckled. "It's an invitation from Professor Hagrid. He's asked us all to visit his hut this weekend." Sherlock's lips curved into a rare, genuine smile. "A change of scenery might be stimulating. Very well, Dr. Watson, we shall accept." Hermione's eyes lit up at the news, and even Ron's scowl softened into something resembling anticipation. Harry, relieved by the promise of a new distraction and the hope that a friendly outing might mend old tensions, couldn't help but smile back. Ron cast Hermione a pleading look as she turned away with Sherlock. "But Hermione, we're supposed to plan the Quidditch tactics together." She offered a soft apology. "I know, Ron, but Sherlock and I need to look into something first." Before Ron could argue, Harry was being quietly ushered away by Professor Wood. "Harry, come with me," Wood said, tapping a parchment covered in Quidditch diagrams. "We need to finalize our lineups for the season." Harry shot Hermione a regretful glance and followed Wood toward the castle. In the end, only Sherlock and Hermione set off down the winding path to Hagrid's hut. Hermione cradled Crookshanks in her arms, hoping Hagrid's expertise with magical creatures might explain the cat's recent odd behavior. They reached the little golden cottage at the edge of the forest and knocked. The door swung open to reveal Hagrid, his eyes sparkling beneath bushy eyebrows. "Hermione! Sherlock! Brilliant you could make it! And where's Harry and Ron?" Hermione stepped inside, brushing damp leaves from her robes. "They're working on new season Quidditch tactics with Professor Wood." Hagrid's eyebrows shot up, but he waved them in anyway. "Well, more space for the two of you then." Inside, the hut was warm and earthy smelling. On a low shelf, 3 puffskeins, round, golden creatures, rolled and squeaked softly. Sherlock gave a slight nod of recognition. Puffskeins. You cradle one for its fluff, sell the fur, then the cycle begins again. Hagrid chuckled. "Got it in one. Keeps me popular with the students, and my purse a bit fatter besides." He swept aside an armful of dragonhide gloves to clear a spot at the table. "Fancy a mug of my strongest tea?" Sherlock accepted, glancing around the cozy clutter. "Let me guess, the first match is against Slytherin?" The big man's face split into a grin. "Spot on, lad, and I'll stake me hut on it. Gryffindor's going to crush Slytherin this year. We're winning the cup, no doubt about it." Hagrid poured the steaming brew, filling the room with its rich aroma. As he settled into a chair that groaned under his bulk, he launched into an enthusiastic rundown of the new team roster, secret training drills, and a few of his very own Quidditch superstitions. The afternoon sun slanted through the windows, and Hermione, Crookshanks purring at her feet, listened as Sherlock tucked into his tea, a faint smile of interest on his lips. It wasn't until Hagrid mentioned that Professor McGonagall had once been an outstanding Quidditch player that he realized he'd spoken out of turn, again. He cleared his throat, pretending to cough away the sudden awkwardness of exposing more Hogwarts lore than intended, and steered the conversation back to his real purpose, enlisting Sherlock's help for this year's Care of Magical Creatures curriculum. Since Sherlock's suggestion had transformed Hagrid's class into the talk of the school, enrollment had soared. But a month in, relying on nothing but the puffskeins wasn't going to keep interest high. Hagrid needed fresh ideas, and fast. That's why he'd come looking for Sherlock. Hermione, overhearing the plan, turned sharply toward Hagrid. "Are you sure that's a good idea? Sherlock's only a 3rd year." Hagrid waved her concern away. "I know what you're thinking, Hermione, but I haven't treated him like a child since 1st year." He smiled proudly, then crouched to stroke one of the chubby puffskeins rolling at his feet. "Besides, he's tougher than I am. Look at him go!" Hermione followed Hagrid's gaze and caught sight of Crookshanks launching himself at a puffskein, swiping at it with gleeful abandon. The little creature hopped away with amused squeaks, only to have the cat chase after it again. "That," Hagrid said fondly, patting a puffed-up puffskein, "is precisely why Sherlock's the one to ask. He thinks and plays like a creature caretaker. Between his knack for animals and his unique perspective, he'll help me outdo myself this term." Hermione hesitated, then nodded. "All right, if you believe he can handle it, I suppose I do, too." Hagrid's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "Brilliant. I'll fetch him right away." He stood with surprising agility, carefully gathered a few puffskeins under one massive arm, and lumbered off toward the castle, leaving Hermione to wonder just what marvelous and possibly hazardous creatures Sherlock might propose next. Hermione watched Crookshanks prowl around Scabbers and let out a relieved laugh. This only confirmed her suspicion. The cat chased Ron's rat for sport, not dinner. "See? I never would have figured that out without Sherlock. I honestly thought you all adored cute little creatures. Buckbeak one minute, Aragog the next." Sherlock and Hermione exchanged wry glances. Only Hagrid could turn a cat-and-rat chase into a lesson in moral philosophy. Hagrid, eyes shining with hope, turned to Sherlock. "Please, Sherlock, you've got to help me." Sherlock shook his head gently. "I'm flattered, Hagrid, but as Hermione pointed out, I'm only a 3rd year. I don't have the experience to reorganize your entire Care of Magical Creatures syllabus." Hagrid's shoulders slumped. His voice cracked. "You won't help me at all?" Hermione put a reassuring hand on his arm. She understood Hagrid well enough to know this meant the world to him, but he was being a bit dramatic. "Hagrid, it's not that drastic, but I can offer some suggestions." "That would be wonderful," Hagrid beamed. In his excitement, He gave Sherlock an affectionate slap on the shoulder. Sherlock braced himself. "Easy there, Hagrid. Gentler, please." Hermione hurried to take charge. "All right, why don't we pull up some parchment and start brainstorming?" Together, the three of them gathered around an empty desk, ready to turn Hagrid's dreams into a proper course outline. Heh, sorry, I got a bit carried away." Hagrid scratched the back of his head awkwardly, then slapped his right palm with his left. "Why won't this hand behave itself?" Hermione said nothing, but Sherlock offered, "I'd suggest structuring your lessons around the British Ministry of Magic's official creature classifications." Hagrid blinked. "That's all very well, Sherlock, but you know I'm not exactly the sharpest broomstick in the shed. Could you spell it out for me?" "Of course," Sherlock replied. "For 3rd and 4th year students, your syllabus should cover Category Sex and XXX creatures. Puffskeins, for instance, which have already made you so popular." Hagrid's chest swelled with pride. Sherlock continued, "Then, for 5th years and above, introduce Category XXX and XXX beings. Arrange the material so that the danger level steps up each term. Start with the least hazardous creatures in autumn, move to moderately risky ones in winter, and finish with the most challenging in spring. And for the 3rd years right after Christmas, you can include hippogriffs. Beyond that, the exact roster of creatures is entirely up to you." Hagrid straightened his shoulders, beaming. "Brilliant. Thanks, Sherlock. I think I've got it now. During the lessons, remember, safety first. You must be ready to handle any unexpected incidents immediately." Sherlock felt confident. With the Puffskeins laying the groundwork, even Hagrid's unconventional style would soon win over the younger students. "All right," he said, "let's move forward with the plan." Hagrid's face brightened as he recalled Sherlock's instructions. At Hermione's request, he knelt beside her cat, Crookshanks, and gave him a careful once-over. "Well, I'll be," he murmured, running his fingers down the cat's back. "He's perfectly healthy, and see here, he's got Kneasel blood. No wonder he's so sharp." Hermione's eyes widened. Hagrid nodded enthusiastically. "Kneasels are clever creatures. They can sense ill intent in a heartbeat." Hermione frowned. "Then, why does Crookshanks keep going after Ron's rat, Scabbers?" She shook her head with a wry smile. "Honestly, Hagrid, cats chase mice. It's just what they do." Before she could say more, Hagrid clapped her on the shoulder with such gusto that she nearly staggered. Quick as a flash, Hermione grabbed Sherlock's arm to steady herself. She shot Hagrid an amused, helpless look, but he didn't notice a thing, still beaming with excitement. He laughed, throwing his head back. "Honestly, Ron's little rat isn't up to any mischief. Ha ha!" Sherlock spared a glance for Crookshanks, who was still purring cheerfully, and a thoughtful light flickered in his eyes. As they left Hagrid's hut, the gamekeeper pressed a package into their hands. "Some barn fruit bread," he explained. True to form, it was as hard as stone. Sherlock turned it over in his palms and grinned. He could already imagine using it the way he had with Hagrid's rock cakes as makeshift shields or his treacle toffees as impromptu projectiles. The specifics, of course, would require further planning. By mid-October, the castle thrummed with preparations for Halloween. On Friday the 16th, having just emerged from ancient ruins, Sherlock and Hermione headed down the corridor toward Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration classroom. They'd barely reached the door when they heard sniffling and saw a small crowd gathered in the hallway. Hermione's roommate, Lavender Brown, sat on the floor, tears streaking her cheeks. Parvati Patil knelt beside her, gently rubbing Lavender's back and murmuring words of comfort, while Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas hovered nearby, listening intently as Parvati whispered an explanation. Sherlock exchanged a quick look with Hermione. Whatever had upset Lavender so deeply, they were about to find out. Hermione's bond with her roommates had grown strong, so the moment she spotted the commotion, she hurried over, concern etched on her face. "What happened?" she asked, her voice urgent. Behind her, Harry and Ron, fresh from Professor Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class, paused in surprise. And it wasn't Lavender's tears that caught them off guard, nor Patil soothing her with gentle words, nor even Sherlock's calm greeting. What truly stunned them was seeing Hermione already questioning Lavender, determined to find out exactly what had gone wrong. Chapter 309. You can't stop eating because you're afraid of choking. Once the first week of the new semester wrapped up and Harry had locked in his schedule, heeding Sherlock's advice, he stopped tagging along on Sherlock's electives. A few days later, after yet another spat between Hermione and Ron, Harry decided to comfort his friend by enrolling in Care of Magical Creatures and Divination with Ron. From then on, he only attended those electives when Ron was there. Otherwise, he slipped into other classes on his own. Both Harry and Ron figured that Hermione, naturally, would be joining Sherlock's electives, but in practice, she never actually showed up with Sherlock. True, Hermione occasionally arrived a few minutes late, but she never missed a lesson. No matter which classes Sherlock and Ron and Harry shared, Hermione was always there, slipping into a seat on Harry's other side and refusing to speak to Ron. Curious, Harry finally asked her why she wasn't attending with Sherlock. Hermione offered only a non-committal shrug and changed the subject. Harry had assumed Hermione was also upset with Sherlock until he'd watched their easy camaraderie during the breaks. The more he saw, the more puzzled he became. Ron, too, was all but speechless. What really struck both of them as odd, though, was Hermione's sudden vanishing act. She'd been with them in Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures lesson, and the moment class ended, she simply disappeared. At the time, they didn't think much of it, but now here she was again, out of nowhere. When did she team up with Sherlock? Did you actually see her with him? Ron asked, frowning. Harry shook his head, his brow furrowed in confusion. No, and she can't be following him to ancient ruins. His classroom is way across the castle. Before Ron could retort, Sherlock strolled up. He studied their anxious faces and smiled slightly. You look like you're wrestling with a problem. Care to share? Harry exchanged a glance with Ron. Well, kind of, Sherlock. Has Hermione been with you this whole time? Ron demanded the moment Sherlock and Harry appeared. Sherlock arched an eyebrow at Harry. Why do you ask? Because she was just in our Care of Magical Creatures class. Harry shot back. She vanished the instant class ended, yet here you are, strolling in together. I see, Sherlock said coolly. He glanced at Hermione, who was anxiously questioning Lavender about her tears. I only ran into her a moment ago. Sherlock gave a faint chuckle and nodded toward Lavender and Parvati Patil. Perhaps you were so busy with them that you didn't notice. Ron folded his arms. Well, what happened? Harry leaned in and spoke in a low voice. Lavender got a letter this morning. Her rabbit Binky was killed by a fox. I should have guessed, Ron muttered. Lavender's tears turned to urgency as she grabbed Hermione's arm. Do you know what day it is today? Hermione looked puzzled. What day? Friday, October 16th, Lavender exclaimed. It's the day Trelawney predicted, the day the worst thing you fear will happen. She was right. She was right. At that, the nearby students, Seamus, Dean, and the rest, fell silent, their curiosity morphing instantly into dread. I'm so sorry, Lavender, Hermione began, her voice gentle but edged with curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, she added, But were you always worried that Binky might be killed by a fox? Lavender's eyes filled with tears. It wasn't necessarily a fox, she choked out. I was afraid that Binky would die. Hermione frowned, leaning in. Was Binky old? The younger girl shook her head, her auburn curls bobbing. No, he was just a baby. Hermione still looked puzzled. Then why were you so terrified for him? At that, Parvati Weasley shot Hermione a fierce glare. Hermione straightened under the look, but before she could speak again, Harry stepped between them. He grabbed Hermione's elbow and murmured, Hermione, please, let's not push this. We need to stay calm. Hermione glanced at Harry, then at Lavender. She took a breath and forced a gentle tone. Lavender, Binky didn't die today, did he? You only heard the news today. But her words had the opposite effect. Lavender's wail rose even louder, echoing down the corridor, and Hermione winced as the younger girl collapsed into fresh sobs. Parvati moved swiftly to comfort Lavender, while Harry placed a steadying hand on Hermione's shoulder. Silence fell again, broken only by lavender-scented tears and the unspoken question, what terrible news had finally reached them? The students around them murmured in growing discontent, shooting irritated glances at Hermione. Unfazed, she carried on. Lavender wouldn't be this worried if she hadn't been so shocked when she first heard the news. Don't listen to her, Lavender, Ron suddenly called out, stepping forward with unexpected force. She couldn't care less about other people's pets. Lavender's face lit up with relief and gratitude. She'd always preferred Ron's heartfelt reassurance to Hermione's cool logic, and in that moment he towered in her eyes. Proudly, Ron puffed out his chest. Hermione wheeled on him, meeting his steady stare without hesitation. Ron held her gaze, unflinching. For him, Lavender's anxiety evoked memories of Crookshanks and Scabbers, a familiar sense of rivalry that made his defense feel almost instinctual. Watching from the edge of the crowd, Sherlock remained entirely unperturbed. To him, it was simple. Lavender was determined to believe only what fit her theory, that this whole affair was yet another of Professor Trelawney's prophecies. Even if Hermione's analysis was spot on, she still wouldn't listen. What she really wanted was validation, not a lecture. In fact, Ron's offhand remark only confirmed her worst suspicions. He dismissed her concerns without bothering to understand them, and in her mind that proved she'd been right all along. Harry felt a knot tighten in his chest as he watched them glare at each other across the desk. He'd spent the past few days desperately trying to repair the rift between his two best friends, but Sherlock was blissfully indifferent, so the entire burden had fallen on him. Relief washed over Harry when Professor McGonagall swept into the classroom just in time to break the tension. Still, for the remainder of the lesson, Hermione and Ron sat in stony silence, each beside Harry and Sherlock, refusing even the smallest truce. It was worse than before. At least they used to exchange the occasional whispered comment. When the final bell rang and everyone began to pack up, McGonagall raised her hand for attention. "Hold on a moment, please," she said, her gaze sweeping the room. "You're all members of my house, and I have an important reminder. Please hand in your Hogsmeade permission slips before Halloween." With that, the class filed out, Harry's thoughts still tangled in the silent war between his two closest friends. Professor McGonagall tapped her desk to get everyone's attention. "Remember, according to school regulations, you cannot visit Hogsmeade unless you hand in your permission form. Don't forget." No sooner had she finished speaking than Neville Longbottom sheepishly raised his hand. "Professor, I'm sorry. I've misplaced mine. I don't know where I put it." A ripple of suppressed laughter ran through the room. Neville's panicked performance was so familiar it barely surprised anyone. McGonagall's stern face softened, and she let out a small, amused sigh. "Mr. Longbottom," she said, "your grandmother actually sent your form directly to me. She thought it would be safer that way, and she was right. Now, that's everything. You're all dismissed." The students filed out of the classroom, the final chatter of excitement fading as they left. Harry paused in the doorway, cast a quick glance at Sherlock, then took a deep breath and approached McGonagall's desk. "Professor?" he said quietly. McGonagall looked up over her square spectacles. "Yes, Potter?" Harry offered her his own slip of parchment. "Here's my Hogsmeade application form, Professor." He watched nervously, ace no water. McGonagall took the paper and inspected it. Her sharp gaze pierced through him, and Harry felt a sudden chill. She said nothing more, but Harry's heart hammered in his chest under the weight of her scrutiny. After what felt like an eternity, she placed the form in her inkwell and nodded curtly. "That will do, Mr. Potter. Thank you." Relief washed over Harry as he gave a grateful nod and left the classroom, already looking forward to a weekend in Hogsmeade, provided he survived the rest of the week first. He couldn't explain why, but Professor McGonagall always unnerved him more than Snape, even though McGonagall was the head of Gryffindor. Summoning his courage, Harry said again, "My aunt signed it." Professor McGonagall picked up the Hogsmeade permission form and studied it. "Your aunt and uncle are muggles," she observed. "They don't have the faintest idea what a trip to Hogsmeade means, do they?" "But they signed it," Harry pressed. "You told me that as long as a guardian signs the form, we're allowed to go. That's the rule." "I never said you couldn't go, Potter. So, I can go to Hogsmeade?" "Of course," she replied crisply. "As long as the rule is followed, the permission is valid." With that, Professor McGonagall stood and methodically tucked her lecture notes into her drawer, each movement precise, almost compulsive. She turned back to Harry, her expression unreadable but somehow kinder. "I do hope you and your friends have a pleasant weekend." Her gaze swept past Harry to linger on Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron standing behind him, pausing just a moment longer over Sherlock before she let them all leave. Hermione shivered in disbelief as they walked out. I can't believe she actually let us go without another lecture, Ron snorted. Oh, come on, save the outrage for someone else, Granger. Even Professor McGonagall agrees with me, so I don't know what you're up to, Ron snapped. Hermione shot him a glare, then turned to Sherlock. Sherlock, is Harry really in danger? Sherlock regarded her with mild amusement. My dear Hermione, there's an expression in Cho Chang's hometown. You wouldn't give up eating just because you're afraid of choking. Hermione frowned, uncertain how to respond. Ron, by contrast, broke into enthusiastic applause. Bravo! You can't stop eating just because you might choke, ha! Hermione fell silent. Around them, the others were already chattering excitedly about their plans for Hogsmeade, what shops to visit first, which sweets to buy, and the best spots to watch the snowfall. The tension between Hermione and Ron only deepened. To keep the peace, the Gryffindor quartet naturally divided into two pairs, Sherlock with Hermione and Harry with Ron, the brilliant detective paired with the bookish scholar and the boy who lived with the chess prodigy. In this way, Hermione and Ron could avoid further quarrels. That arrangement held through the rest of the week. On the morning before Halloween, all students in their third year and above would journey together to Hogsmeade, returning only in time for the castle's grand All-Hallows' Eve feast and party. At Hogwarts' entrance hall, the young witches and wizards were already lined up well before dawn. Standing at the head of the line was Argus Filch, the school's dour caretaker, holding a length of parchment covered in names. With sharp eyes, he inspected each face, matching them against his list and confirming every detail. Filch's steely resolve made it clear. No student who wasn't cleared to leave would slip past him. Chapter 310. She has the guts to sleep next to Sherlock. He's remarkably devoted. Ron's voice drifted from the back of the trembling line of students being herded along by caretaker Argus Filch. Hermione shot him a warning look, opened her mouth to scold him, then clamped it shut. The last thing she needed was another argument right now. As soon as they reached Hogsmeade, she would slip away from Harry and Ron. She had far too many things to discuss with Sherlock in private. Harry exhaled softly. When, he wondered, would his two best friends finally call a truce? He was convinced that if Sherlock simply intervened, everything would fall back into place. Unfortunately, Sherlock appeared blissfully indifferent to the Cold War brewing between Hermione and Ron. At last, it was Sherlock's turn. Filch, unusually, broke into a broad grin. Mr. Holmes, he said, stepping aside, Madame Norris has been in excellent condition lately. She's never been more alert. Sherlock inclined his head. Thank you for the update, Mr. Filch. I'll be sure to keep an eye on her myself. With that, Filch waved them through, and the line shuffled onward toward Hogsmeade, Harry in the middle watching Hermione and Ron, and hoping that, sooner rather than later, someone would find a way to bridge the chilly distance between them. The technique you showed me really works, Hermione said, watching Sherlock apply the final adjustment. Excellent, he replied coolly. Keep it up. Thanks to his clear instructions, they wove swiftly through the crowd of students at the entrance to Hogsmeade. The four of them moved in near silence until, at the gate, they naturally split into two pairs. Hermione gave Sherlock's hand a tug and started off at a brisk pace, which drew an audible snort from Ron, who lingered behind with Harry. She's already treating Sherlock like her own personal project, Ron muttered, and yet he's still sharing a room with us tonight. If she's so possessive, she ought to have the nerve to bunk beside him. Ron, Harry hissed. What are you even talking about? Never mind that, Ron grumbled, waving him off. Come on, let's head to Dervish and Banges first. For what? Harry asked, brow furrowed. Your sneakoscope, Ron reminded him. They can repair it there, and if it's beyond fixing, I'll buy you a new one. You really don't have to spend that much. Less talk, Ron cut in. It's your birthday present. Harry sighed. Okay, I'll go. Happy now? Meanwhile, Hermione had been tugging Sherlock along until she noticed dozens of curious young witches and wizards staring at them. Blushing, she hurriedly released his hand. Ahem, Sherlock, is there anywhere you'd like to go? Hermione prompted as they stepped into the bustling village street. There's nowhere in particular, Sherlock replied coolly. This was his third visit to Hogsmeade, and compared to his previous trips, the place was noticeably more crowded. After a moment's thought, Sherlock glanced at Hermione. Then, how about we start at Scribenshaft's quill shop? I need some new quills. Hermione tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Between her and Harry's overflowing course schedules and Sherlock's unpredictable attendance, her supplies always ran out faster than she expected. Actually, why don't we head to Zonko's joke shop first? Just then, the Patil twins, Parvati and Padma, strolled past hand in hand. Parvati, who shared Gryffindor Tower with Hermione, couldn't resist butting in. Padma's buying quills too, and we're on our way to Scribenshaft's. I heard their quills can do more than just write. Thanks, Parvati, Hermione said with a polite smile, but I just need something that'll handle regular assignments. You two go on ahead. Padma shot Hermione a playful look. Ah, so you and Sherlock are off on a romantic little outing? Before Hermione could respond, her cheeks turned scarlet. She stammered, What are you? Parvati and Padma laughed as they continued down the street. Hermione's shoulders heated with embarrassment, and Sherlock glanced at her with faint amusement as they fell into step together. Over the past 2 months, her once tanned skin had lightened far faster than she'd expected, returning to its usual pale shade. Hermione had resolved not to blush so easily anymore, but she hadn't counted on her roommate making such a pointed remark. Caught completely off guard, she felt her cheeks flame almost instantly. At the same moment, the Pettigrew twins, passing by, let out a ripple of clear, bell-like laughter. With a cheery nod to Sherlock and Hermione, they drifted off, still giggling. Hermione's embarrassment grew tenfold. That Sherlock! They were only joking, she stammered, fumbling for words. I really just wanted to buy quills that actually work for school assignments. I wasn't planning a romantic outing with you. She'd poured every ounce of dignity into that hurried explanation, then risked a quick look at Sherlock to gauge his reaction. His response was a calm, measured "oh," as though nothing unusual had occurred. The sheer normality of his tone snapped Hermione back to her senses. Her frantic apology had been entirely unnecessary. Still, determined to put the awkward moment behind her, she reached out and tugged on Sherlock's sleeve. Come on, she said, managing a small, rueful smile. Let's go to Scrivenshaft's quill shop. First, we should ask someone for directions. With that, she steered him toward the castle corridors, her earlier blush finally beginning to fade. Sherlock, you don't know exactly where it is? Hermione asked as they paused by the fountain. All I have, he admitted, is that it lies northwest of the village. She smiled and pointed down the cobbled street. Go straight ahead, then turn left at the second intersection. You'll see it on your right. He raised an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? You said you've only been to the 3 broomsticks so far. Precisely, Hermione answered. Whenever I arrive in a new place, I make a point of studying the layout. 2 visits to the 3 broomsticks gave me more than enough time to learn the key landmarks. Is that common practice? Sherlock teased. Elementary, my dear Sherlock, she replied with a grin. With their quills bought and no other errands pressing Hermione, the 2 set off to explore the village. Their first stop was Dervish and Bangas, a renowned shop for selling and repairing magical equipment. In the display window sat a petite sneakoscope, the same model Ron had given Harry for his birthday. It was imported from Egypt and, to their surprise, reasonably priced. Next door they found Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, a sprawling chain store offering everything from formal wizarding robes to brightly patterned house socks. Content with their discoveries, Hermione and Sherlock continued their leisurely stroll, the gentle buzz of Hogsmeade all around them. Earlier today, Sherlock and Hermione had already picked up their school robes at Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions in Diagon Alley, so they weren't really in need of anything else. While chatting with Madame Malkin herself, Hermione was surprised to learn that the shop had branches not only in London, but also in Paris. Enticed by a special promotion, she couldn't resist buying a fresh pair of socks for both herself and Sherlock before they left. Their next stop was Honeyduke's Sweet Shop, the beloved purveyor of magical confections that supplies the Hogwarts Express trolley. It was by far the busiest shop they'd visited that morning. Honeyduke's was debuting a new fudge and handing out free samples. After tasting it for themselves, Sherlock and Hermione each bought a small box to enjoy on the journey back. Hermione had briefly entertained the idea of visiting the Shrieking Shack, long rumored to be the most haunted building in Britain. So haunted, in fact, that even ghosts were said to steer clear. Unfortunately, the shack sat on the far edge of Hogsmeade, and with time running short, they reluctantly decided to save that adventure for another day. By mid-afternoon on, Hermione found herself torn between Madame Puddifoot's tea shop and the Three Broomsticks. A single glance inside Puddifoot's, so steamy, so cramped, was enough to remind her of the dingy divination classroom, and she decisively made up her mind. She and Sherlock turned instead toward the Three Broomsticks. The moment they stepped inside, the difference was striking. Polished oak tables gleamed under soft lantern light, a welcoming fire crackled in the hearth, and sunlight streamed through wide glass windows. The taproom was bright, warm, and impeccably clean, everything Madame Puddifoot's tried so hard and failed to be. Behind the bar stood Madame Rosmerta, looking every bit as radiant as Hermione remembered, and far more appealing than poor Puddifoot. After all, beauty delights us all. Studies even suggest that simply gazing on something lovely can lift our spirits and perhaps add a few days to our lives. Mr. Holmes. Madame Rosmerta's face broke into a delighted smile. Even after 2 years, she recognized him at once. Sherlock returned her greeting with a small nod, and together they crossed the taproom to claim a table by the fire. Madame Rosmerta's eyes sparkled as she looked down at him. Holmes, have you finally reached the age where you can come to Hogsmeade on your own? Then she glanced slyly at Hermione, covering her mouth as she laughed softly. Oh, not so fast. You didn't come alone, did you? You've brought your little girlfriend. Hermione's cheeks flushed. And no, she's not my girlfriend. Before Hermione could protest further, Madame Rosmerta waved her hand in amusement. I understand perfectly. No need for explanations. How about 2 butterbeers to start? Both students nodded, and the barmaid bustled off. In moments, she returned with 2 frosty mugs, each topped with a generous head of foam. At the bar, a group of wizards leaned in, curiosity written on their faces. One of them called out, Excuse me, Mistress Rosmerta, who's that young wizard you greeted so warmly? Madame Rosmerta gave a knowing smile. Oh, them. They're 2 of the brightest students at Hogwarts. Several professors think very highly of them. Indeed, Sherlock Holmes was hard to forget. Even as a first year, he'd already managed the remarkable feat of visiting the Three Broomsticks twice in a row, each time escorted by a professor. That alone made him unforgettable. As soon as Madame Rosmerta spoke, the entire pub fell silent with respect. Even the way everyone looked at Sherlock grew more thoughtful. The Three Broomsticks butterbeer truly lived up to its reputation. Hermione was enchanted from the very first sip and found herself drinking in quick succession. Sherlock, by contrast, nursed his mug, savoring each taste. After all, it rivaled his favorite brandy. Though the brew's alcohol content was modest, 2.5 mugs later, Hermione's cheeks were flushed and her gaze had grown soft around the edges. Just as she reached for another glass, Sherlock gently pressed her hand down. That's enough, he said quietly. Your eyes say there's something you want to tell me. Just say it. Hermione's courage, fueled by the buzz of the butterbeer, swelled in her chest. She held his gaze, pink light spilling across her cheeks. I'm sorry, Sherlock, she whispered. There is something I've been meaning to tell you, but I can't seem to say it. A flicker of hurt passed through her eyes, the unspoken weight between them hanging heavy in the candlelit air. Sherlock shook his head slightly. My dear Hermione, if you mean the little trick of being in 3 different classrooms at once, there's really no need to spell it out. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise, then softened with relief. You knew all along? Do you think I'd overlook something so ingenious? Sherlock sighed, lifting his half-finished butterbeer. He regarded her with a touch of fond exasperation. Let me recap. When you and I were in Ancient Runes, Harry slipped me a note that you and Ron had dashed off to Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class mid-lecture. Then Na pointed out that during our arithmancy session, you'd quietly slipped into divination, and at the same time, back into Ancient Runes with other students. In the 2 months since term began, you've never missed one of your 5 elective classes, and more than once you've managed 3 at a stretch. The math was elementary. Hermione's shoulders relaxed as she gave him a sheepish smile. I suppose I underestimated the detective in you. Sherlock grinned. Exactly. I've said it more than once. Once you've ruled out every impossibility, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. So, there can only be one truth. Chapter 311. It's not like something bad happens every Halloween, right? Sherlock regarded Hermione with a half-amused, half-exasperated smile as they stepped away from the throng gathered for the start-of-term feast. The flickering torchlight danced across the stone walls of the corridor, casting long shadows behind them. "My dear Hermione," he began, folding his arms, "Professor McGonagall stopped you before the feast and entrusted you with an artifact, a device that lets its bearer attend 3 classes at once. Clearly, she doesn't trust either Mr. Holmes or Mr. Potter to use it responsibly." Hermione's cheeks flushed. Before she could protest, Sherlock continued, his voice cool but concerned. "And yet, I doubt it was a wise decision. Once you tinker with time, nothing ever remains simple." She opened her mouth, poised to explain, but Sherlock held up a hand and leaned back against the stone banister, clasping his chin thoughtfully. "Frankly, Hermione, this secret won't stay secret. Anyone who asks the right questions will learn about it in no time. Still, McGonagall made you swear an oath of silence. That, I confess, strikes me as a bit naive." Hermione's eyes flickered with guilt, her shoulders sagging. A soft sigh escaped her. "I'm sorry, Sherlock. I never meant to hide it from you." Sherlock's expression softened. He stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on her arm. "I know you didn't, but we must decide together now how to handle this time-turning contraption before someone else does." Behind them, the distant blaze of the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling illuminated the night sky, reminding them both that Halloween was still days away, and that sometimes the greatest dangers arrived unbidden. "But Professor McGonagall made me swear never to tell a soul," Hermione muttered, half to herself. Sherlock's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Rest assured, you've kept your oath. I deduced it on my own." Bolstered by his calm confidence, and perhaps by the butterbeer, Hermione leaned closer. "It's a time-turner." She slipped her hand inside her robe, drew out a slender gold chain, and held its tiny hourglass pendant up to the candlelight. "Professor McGonagall petitioned the Ministry of Magic endlessly to secure one for me. She had to prove I was a model student who would use it solely for academic purposes. Just as you surmised, I rely on it to attend multiple classes. One flip of this hourglass lets me relive a stretch of time." Sherlock reached out and brushed his fingers against the cool metal, still warm with Hermione's touch, and let out a low chuckle. Hermione's cheeks warmed as she met Sherlock's cool gaze. "It's almost exactly what I deduced," he said softly, "but you really shouldn't have shown it to me." Hermione bit her lip. "But if I keep it inside, dear Sherlock, I'll go mad." She reached out, lightly touching his sleeve. "You might not realize it, but to me," Sherlock cocked an eyebrow. "Yes?" She snapped her mouth shut as if bitten. "And nothing." Blushing furiously, she slipped the time-turner back into her collar and tossed back the last of her butterbeer. "Thank you for listening. Can I get you another?" "Please," he replied, tapping at his empty glass. "Oh," Hermione exclaimed, fumbling. "I'll be right back with 2 more." She hurried off, heart thudding. So close, just a breath away from revealing the truth that pulsed in her chest. "You're my hero, the one I can always count on to rescue me." Would saying it really change anything? Carrying 2 frothy mugs, Hermione rounded the corner and nearly dropped them. Standing before her were 2 all-too-familiar figures, Harry and Cho Chang. Harry pushed through the tavern's door and immediately spotted Hermione nestled at a corner table. Relief and excitement lit up his face. "You're really here," he called, slipping into the seat beside her. Cho Chang, perched opposite Hermione, leaned forward in mock horror. "Hermione, your cheeks are bright red. How much have you had to drink?" Hermione lifted her glass of spiced brandy with a grin. "Nen, ought that much. This is only my 4th. Cho quirked an eyebrow. "You're blushing too," Hermione pointed out. "That's just the wind," Cho protested, tugging off the thick scarf around her neck. The very same hand-knit pattern she'd given Harry for his birthday. She rubbed her palms together, blowing on them to warm her fingers. Harry nodded toward the bar, where Sherlock stood with that half-smile of his. "Ron warned me you and Sherlock might be here," he explained. "He didn't want to intrude, so he said we could just leave later if he showed up." Hermione waved a dismissive hand. Nonsense. You two should stay. Then she caught Harry's eye. Hey, why don't you and Cho try a butterbeer? It's not as strong as brandy and it's perfect this time of year. Moments later, the bartender set 2 frothy tankards before them. Harry took a cautious sip, then grinned. This is fantastic, so much smoother than Sherlock's brandy. Cho raised her mug, amber liquid glowing in the tavern light. To preterm reunions, she toasted. Glasses clinked, and the 4 friends settled into warm conversation. The evening stretched out before them in laughter and the gentle hiss of the fireplace. Harry flipped the tiny sneakoscope over in his palm. Its brass arms lay still, the little orb as quiet as ever. We went to Dervish and Bang's, he said, and the owner looked it over. He swore it was genuine, but he wouldn't guarantee it'd actually work. He sounded pretty sure it was the kind of trinket tourist shops sell to gullible visitors. Cho Chang offered him an encouraging smile. Well, it's the thought that counts, she said softly. Ron meant well, a goose feather from a far-off place, a small gift but full of heart. Having friends who care enough to send something like that is a rare blessing. Hermione watched them both, struck anew by Cho's warmth. She seemed to embody everything a friend could be, graceful, generous, clever, and humble. It was easy to forget that even Cho had her own worries. Hermione remembered a flicker of hesitation in Cho's eyes as she spoke. She realized then that Cho still felt guilt over what had happened with Marietta 2 years ago, the stolen eyeshadow incident that had driven a wedge between them. A hush fell among the 3 as they contemplated the meaning behind the little sneakoscope and the ties of friendship, tentative, imperfect, but all the more precious for it. Cho, you're far too kind, Hermione shot back, defending her friend. Someone like Marietta doesn't deserve your friendship. Cho bit her lip. But Marietta's had a miserable life. Her parents have been gone for years. Can you really blame her for how she turned out? Sherlock's eyes went cold. Everyone has hardships, he said. But even the pitiable can be odious. Harry's parents have been absent just as long. Why didn't he become like that? Harry, Hermione, and Cho all stared at him, mouths agape. After a long pause, Harry groaned, Sherlock, must you always hit your friends with the heaviest blow? Cho covered her mouth, still in shock, not because of Sherlock's remark, but because it reminded her of how she'd first met Harry. It had all begun when Sherlock helped her recover a stolen pot of eyeshadow. She and her friend Penelope had gone to thank him, and in doing so were introduced to Harry Potter, Sherlock's close companion. By the end of term, when Sherlock and Harry had thwarted Voldemort's scheme to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Cho and Harry had discovered a shared love of Quidditch and magical theory. Their friendship had grown naturally from there. Cho Chang had been raised on the time-honored values of traditional Chinese culture, yet she hadn't even noticed one simple truth. Whenever she was with Harry, a flicker of pity always stirred in her heart. She knew, of course, that Harry Potter was celebrated as the savior of the wizarding world, but she also knew he'd been orphaned before he could remember the sound of his mother's laugh. The more she listened to him speak, the more clearly she understood that Harry would gladly trade his fame for one more day with his parents. That realization had long awakened her maternal instincts, so during their everyday conversations, she always sidestepped any mention of his past. She refused to dig into wounds that might still seep. But today, to her surprise, Sherlock, Harry's best friend and a master of unflinching logic, seemed entirely unconcerned by such delicacy. He brought the subject up, blunt and unapologetic, and Harry, after a brief flicker of shock, found himself agreeing with Sherlock's perspective. Sure, Harry said, maybe it's safer not to dwell on what we've lost. But isn't that just running away? Cho asked softly, and in the sudden hush that followed, she recognized her own voice, not just curious but unsettled. Was avoiding reality truly a remedy, or simply another kind of cage? As they strolled through the crowded streets of Hogsmeade, Cho kept turning the question over in her mind. Still, the moment held its own magic. Their laughter mingled with the chatter of other students, the smell of hot butterbeer floated through the air, and for a little while, loss and longing faded into the warmth of companionship. By the time the 4 of them headed back to Hogwarts, dusk had fallen. A biting wind whipped across the grounds, painting each young wizard's cheeks a bright, rosy red, but no nip of cold could dampen the lightness in their hearts. They returned to the castle contented, voices still humming with the glow of friendship and the night's revelations. Next came the long-awaited Halloween feast. As in the 2 years before, the Great Hall had been transformed into a spectacle of autumnal wonder. Hundreds of floating jack-o'-lantern candles bobbed overhead, live bats wheeled through the rafters, and orange banners embroidered with flickering flames draped the walls. The air crackled with excitement, and the spread was equally spectacular. Ron darted from dish to dish, happily heaping his plate with everything in sight. Harry, Hermione, and even Sherlock sampled a little of each offering, eyes bright with anticipation. At the staff table, Professor Lupin and Professor Flitwick sat side by side, leaning in close as they exchanged animated stories. Nearby, Professors McGonagall and Sprout lifted their goblets in a quiet toast, sharing a warm smile. At the head of the table, Dumbledore spoke softly to Professor Snape, whose dark eyes never strayed far from Lupin. Harry leaned over to Sherlock and murmured, "I swear, Snape can't take his eyes off Lupin." Hermione frowned, having overheard, and added, "He's jealous. We all know Snape's dreamed of that Defense Against the Dark Arts post, and now Lupin's in it, and winning everyone's admiration." Sherlock set down his fork and looked at them with mild approval. "Well done. You found his blind spot." Then, with a subtle nod, he turned his attention back to the feast, as though the matter were settled. "Professor Snape has been watching Professor Lupin rather closely," Sherlock remarked, his gaze drifting toward the staff table. Hermione's eyes narrowed. "That sounds like jealousy, and yet, somehow, I don't think it's just jealousy." Ron, who'd been shoveling pumpkin pasties into his mouth, paused mid-bite. "Wait, Snape actually cares about Lupin?" "Believe it or not, Ron, yes," Sherlock replied coolly. "It may sound absurd, but from everything I've seen, Snape genuinely cares." Hermione exchanged a look with Harry. They both trusted Sherlock's instincts, even when his conclusions seemed odd. "All right," Hermione said, "but why?" Hermione glanced toward Professor Snape, searching his pale features for any flicker of concern, but saw none. She tossed her hair irritably. "Honestly, even if you gave me 3 days and 3 nights, I couldn't explain why Snape would care about Lupin." Harry shrugged. "Everyone at Hogwarts has their reasons and their secrets." Sherlock lowered his voice. "I've heard more than one professor express private worries to me. As long as it doesn't affect our own business, I don't intend to pry further." The three friends fell silent, digesting Sherlock's words as the Halloween feast wound down. Candles flickered overhead, and the great hall hushed in anticipation. At last, the ghostly music began, and Hogwarts' resident spirits drifted serenely into view, their translucent forms gliding through the tables to the delight of students and staff alike. They drifted out of the walls in silent procession, ghosts of every house gliding in intricate formations. At the center of it all stood nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor house ghost, dramatically reenacting his famous beheading, an act that drew cheers and applause from the students below. Harry and Hermione watched with bright eyes. Last year's Ghosts' Death Day party had been a disaster. The ghosts had been herded off to the dungeons, and no one had dared to perform. This year's spectacle felt like a warm, long-overdue celebration. "I know why the ghosts stayed underground last time," Ron said, nudging Harry. "They were all stuck in the basement, so they couldn't come out to play." "Ron, please," Hermione groaned. "Don't remind us. That was awful." "Awful, yes, but it's history now," Ron insisted. "And today wasn't half bad. Hogsmeade, butterbeer, those amazing pumpkin pasties. We've got every reason to be cheerful." "It's true," Harry admitted, "but last Halloween almost killed us, and the year before wasn't any better. I just don't want anything horrible to happen this time." They fell into a thoughtful silence. On October 31st, 1991, Harry's first Halloween at Hogwarts, Professor Quirrell, secretly possessed by Lord Voldemort, had let a mountain troll rampage through the corridors. Hermione had barely escaped, trapped in the ruined girls' bathroom until Sherlock arrived at the last second. Then, Halloween of 1992, Gilderoy Lockhart, under the sway of a 50-year-old memory of Voldemort, had opened the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed the basilisk. Madame Norris had been petrified, and the school had trembled with fear. But tonight, the Great Hall was warm and bright, alive with laughter and ghostly pageantry. As Nearly Headless Nick took his final bow, Harry felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps this year, Halloween would be nothing more than a wonderful memory. Halloween, 1993. Because they slipped out of Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party before it ended, Harry, Hermione, and Neville soon found themselves at the center of every rumor doing the rounds at Hogwarts. They were being blamed for whatever mysterious mischief had broken out that night. Word spread so fast that by the time Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, the other students were already whispering behind his back. Harry perched atop an armchair, worry etched across his face. Ron sprawled on the floor beside him, shaking his head in disbelief. "You're reading far too much into this," Ron said with a laugh. "It was just a coincidence. Stuff doesn't happen that often on Halloween, does it? Even if it did, I seriously doubt." Ron's eyes went wide as Harry shot up from his seat and clapped a hand over his mouth. "Please," Harry hissed, eyes darting toward the portrait hole. "Don't say another word." Ron froze. Harry's expression left no doubt that there was more at stake here than mere rumors, and that whatever strange events were unfolding at Hogwarts this Halloween, they were only just beginning. Chapter 312. Why is it purple? Ron's habit of placing bets on his non-existent girlfriend at every opportunity was as persistent as ever. Ordinarily, it would be harmless. Ron got his laugh, and nobody else cared enough to argue. But there was a catch. Whenever he made one of those silly wagers, something bad invariably happened. Sherlock paid no mind, and Hermione, still simmering in her cold war with Ron, couldn't be bothered to listen. Only Harry, ever wary of strange coincidences, was quick to cut Ron off before he could utter another jinx. "Ron, enough," Harry said sharply. Hermione shook off the tension between the brothers and pivoted to Sherlock. "Speaking of which, hasn't Gemma been looking for us?" Ouch! She'd barely gotten the words out before bumping into the girl in front of her. "Sorry, Parvati." Parvati Petal glanced back with a forgiving smile. "It's okay." They were weaving through a torrent of Gryffindor students on their usual route to the tower. In a crowd this dense, any sudden halt was bound to cause a collision. Hermione frowned and peered ahead. "Why did you stop so suddenly?" "I don't know," Parvati Patil said, shaking her head. "Everyone at the front just stopped." Sherlock, who'd shot up noticeably over the holidays, strained to see past the crush of Gryffindor students jostling along the corridor to the fat lady's portrait. He frowned. This wasn't ordinary crowding. "What's happening? Why isn't anyone moving?" Percy Weasley barged to the front, voice dripping with self-importance. "Out of the way, please, Prefect coming through. I said, let me through first." Taking advantage of the gap Percy created, Ginny slipped in beside Harry. She shot Percy an exasperated look, then turned back to her friends. "Ignore him. He's always like that. What are you staring at?" "Nothing," Harry murmured, freeing his hand from Ron's nervous nibbling and standing on tiptoe beside him. Together, they peered at the portrait, which now sat stubbornly closed. Ron blinked, finally finding his voice. "Did someone forget the password?" Ginny rolled her eyes. "With this many people, they can't all have forgotten it." Ron had spent every day in Sherlock and Hermione's company. How could he still be caught off guard? Before he could argue, Percy Weasley, having elbowed his way to the front of the crowd, let out a piercing cry. "Someone fetch Professor Dumbledore now." The entire corridor fell silent. Sherlock turned to Ron, voice tense. "What's happening?" Ron's face drained of color. He remembered the throwaway remark he'd made to Harry only moments ago. It's exactly what I joked about, isn't it?" His words trembled on his lips. Harry, Hermione, and Ginny all stared at him. "What are you talking about?" Hermione demanded. At that instant, Dumbledore appeared at the corridor's end. Gryffindor students hastily formed a lane, bowing their heads to let him pass. "This way, Professor," someone murmured respectfully. Seizing the opportunity, Sherlock grabbed his friends by the sleeves. "Quick, follow me." "Oh no." They raced around the corner, and Hermione and Ginny both gasped, instinctively clutching their neighbor's arms. The fat lady was gone from her portrait frame. In her place stretched a grisly web of deep, jagged slashes. Even without Sherlock's sharp deductions, the savage damage was shocking enough. Shreds of canvas lay scattered across the marble floor, and a jagged section of the portrait had been brutally torn away. Naturally, no one could enter the Gryffindor common room now that the Guardian painting was in tatters. Hermione Granger gripped Sherlock Holmes's arm as he swept his keen gaze over the damaged frame, then methodically studied every student gathered in the hall. Within moments, he shook his head. No one present could have wielded the knife. Harry Potter, his wrist clutched by a worried Ginny Weasley, felt a cold thrill snap up his spine. He could not say why, but instinct told him this destruction was tied to him somehow. Professor McGonagall and several others hurried into the corridor just then. Dumbledore's face was ashen. "We must find her at once," he said softly but firmly. Turning to McGonagall, he continued, "Please, Minerva, fetch Mr. Filch immediately. He is to search every painting in the castle until the fat lady is located." Professor McGonagall bowed crisply. "Right away, though I suspect I shall need far more than good wishes to get through all those canvases." Before Dumbledore could reply, an eerie, mocking cackle echoed off the stone walls. Every head snapped toward the sound. Perched high on a windowsill was Peeves, the school poltergeist, grinning down at them with wicked delight. "Well, well," Peeves jeered. "Looks like someone's in a spot of trouble. Shall I lend a hand, or a hex?" The assembled professors exchanged grim looks. If Peeves had anything to do with this mess, Hogwarts was in for an even longer night. Professor McGonagall's stern features darkened as she prepared to speak, but before she could open her mouth, Dumbledore's calm voice rang out. "Peeves, what do you know of this?" Most students feared McGonagall more than anyone, but Peeves was in a league of his own. The moment Dumbledore addressed him, his mischievous grin vanished. In a syrupy, overly deferential tone, he bobbed and swayed in midair. "Oh, Principal, sir, she's terribly shy," he said, feigning concern. "She's in such a state, she doesn't wish to be seen." Peeves paused for dramatic effect, then crowed, "I happened to see her up by the portrait gallery. She stumbled into that landscape painting and fled behind the bushes, crying her heart out. Poor thing." His voice dripped with mock sympathy. Everyone sensed he was secretly relishing her misery. Dumbledore said nothing more than, "Did she say who was responsible?" With another flamboyant somersault, Peeves altered his tone, this time even more theatrical. "He did, Professor. That fellow, when she refused him entry, he flew into a rage." McGonagall exchanged a troubled glance with Dumbledore, each silently weighing the ghost's words. Though Peeves danced off into the shadows, his parting cackle left a chill in the air. His temper was downright terrifying. "That's Sirius Black for you." The moment Peeves pointed an accusing finger at Sirius, the courtyard before Gryffindor Tower fell into a deathly hush. You could hear a pin drop. Ginny, holding tightly to Harry's arm, felt him tremble ever so slightly. Professor Dumbledore's eyes darkened with concern. Without a word, he stepped forward. "All Gryffindors return to the Great Hall immediately," he ordered. Within 10 minutes, the students of Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin had also been herded inside. By then, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had already bolted the Great Hall doors. Confusion clouded every face, none more so than the younger students, who looked from one professor to another in bewilderment. Dumbledore raised his voice, restoring order. "I will be conducting a thorough search of the castle alongside the faculty. For your safety, you will remain here tonight. Prefects, please stand guard at the entrance. And head boy and head girl, you are in charge of managing the hall until further notice." Silence reigned as the weight of his words settled over the students. Outside, the castle's shadows seemed to deepen, as if bracing for the secrets yet to be uncovered. Professor Dumbledore paused at the crest of the dais, his eyes resting on Percy Weasley and head girl Gemma Harper. "If anything happens," he said quietly, "you are to send a ghost directly to me." Percy's chest swelled with pride at the responsibility. Gemma simply inclined her head, composed and alert. Dumbledore offered them a faint smile, then tapped his wand against his palm. With a low hum of magic, the long tables in the great hall lifted smoothly and glided to the walls, arranging themselves in perfect rows. A collective gasp rippled through the students. Before anyone could recover, he flicked his wand again. Hundreds of plush, lavender sleeping bags materialized on the gleaming floor, unfolding themselves as into neat lines. The unexpected color drew a few curious murmurs. Lavender wasn't a shade often seen at Hogwarts, but the craftsmanship was undeniable. "Sleep well," Dumbledore said, his voice warm as he stepped through the towering doors and vanished from sight. No sooner had the doors swung shut than the great hall erupted into excited chatter. Students clustered in small groups, exchanging theories about the night's unusual accommodations and the weight of responsibility now resting on Percy and Gemma's shoulders. The castle had settled into a hush only moments before, but now, at the very edge of adventure, Hogwarts was utterly alive. The castle corridors buzzed with rumors. "Does anyone know what happened?" A Ravenclaw student called out. "Ask the Gryffindors. Something's gone down on their side," came the hasty reply. Gryffindor after Gryffindor piled on, spreading word that Sirius Black had somehow slipped into Hogwarts itself. "What? Black actually got into the castle?" a Hufflepuff exclaimed. "Are the Ministry wizards completely useless?" someone sneered. "How did he get past the Dementors?" another asked in disbelief. "And what did the fat lady ever do to deserve this? She's just a painting." Just then, Percy Weasley's sharp voice cut through the commotion. "Everyone, get into your sleeping bags right now. No more talking. Lights out in 10 minutes. Gemma frowned at the sudden order, but stayed silent. Harry leaned in toward Sherlock. "Where should we set up?" Sherlock scanned the crowded common room and nodded toward a quiet corner by the fire. "Over there." The four of them gathered their sleeping bags and dragged them to the corner, settling down as the chatter of students and the crackle of the fire filled the room. Hermione unrolled her sleeping bag beside Sherlock's, then cast a worried look at Harry. "Sherlock, do you think Black is still in the castle?" Sherlock shook his head. "There's too little evidence to say." Ron leaned in, lowering his voice. "But Dumbledore seems convinced he is." Hermione swallowed hard. "At least he must have chosen tonight. Thank goodness none of us were up in the tower." She glanced at Harry with lingering fear. Only they knew the truth. Black was hunting Harry. Earlier, Hermione had tried everything to keep Harry from going to Hogsmeade. Now he realized how disastrous it would have been if he'd stayed behind. Harry rubbed his forehead, deep in thought. Maybe he's lost track of time after being on the run. He could have forgotten it's the eve of Halloween. Sherlock tapped his chin. "Given how he escaped Azkaban and has evaded the Ministry ever since, it seems unlikely, but we can't rule it out entirely." Before Hermione could respond, Ginny arrived, rolling out her own sleeping bag. "Hey, you made it!" she greeted them, having heard that Harry had spent the afternoon at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade with Cho Chang. Opportunity always favors the prepared, and Ginny Weasley was determined not to be timid any longer. Her brother was Harry Potter's best friend, an advantage she couldn't afford to waste. If she didn't stake her claim, someone else would surely swoop in and steal her thunder. She strode onto the Quidditch pitch just as the Gryffindor team's coach, their very own Ron Weasley, was overseeing a group of second-year hopefuls. Ron glanced up, surprise flashing in his eyes. "What are you doing here?" he asked, frowning. "The second years are practicing over there." Ginny crossed her arms and shot him an indignant look. "I'm your sister, Ron. Why do you always try to chase me away?" He ran a hand through his hair, suddenly sheepish. "I'm not trying to chase you away," he mumbled. I'm here for the tryouts," Ginny interrupted firmly. "Please tell Harry I'm ready to give it my all." Ron studied her for a moment, then let out a reluctant sigh. "All right," he conceded, "but don't expect me to go easy on you." Ginny's face lit up with a triumphant grin. Wouldn't have it any other way. With that, she bounded off to join the others, Avfor, wry ounce of her confidence blazing as brightly as her brother's scarlet and gold robes. Chapter 313, Truly Sleeping. Next to Sherlock, Ginny's cheeks burned as she glared at Ron. In Hogsmeade that afternoon, he'd been by Harry's side until Cho Chang showed up and he bolted off to find Fred and George. She'd only learned from the others that Harry and Cho had spent the entire afternoon holed up in the Three Broomsticks. And now, after mustering every ounce of courage to join them, Ron was brusquely telling her to go away? Her sixth-born brother never ceased to disappoint. Not only had he refused to back her up, he'd once again left her stranded. Seeing the fire in her eyes, Ron fell abruptly silent. Ginny surveyed the makeshift camp on the dormitory floor. 4 sleeping bags lay side by side, from left to right: Hermione Granger, Sherlock Holmes, Harry Potter, and Ron. She ached to boot Ron into the next room and claim his spot next to Harry, But such an obvious move would only embarrass her and likely startle Harry awake. So she compromised, dragging her bag right beside Ron's. At least this way she was a little closer to Harry. Ron, preoccupied with adjusting his blanket, barely noticed her shift, until he caught sight of Hermione engrossed in papers beside Sherlock. Suddenly, the words he'd spoken to Harry that morning in Hogsmeade echoed in his mind, and his eyes widened with dawning realization. She must be allowed to sleep next to Sherlock, too. Funny enough, she really was curled up right beside him. Ron couldn't stop thinking about Sherlock's earlier comment. It's not like something terrible happens every Halloween, and wondered if he'd accidentally stumbled on some prophetic gift. He made a mental note to book a proper session with Professor Trelawney. Meanwhile, the nearby students were in a heated debate. How on earth did Black get past the Dementors at the gates? Maybe he can apparate. Poof, he's inside. Or he used some kind of advanced disguise charm. I heard he flew in on a broom. Better yet, he transformed into a flowering bush. Please, that's ridiculous. Next you'll say he turned into an animal and sneaked through. Hermione, clearly exasperated, propped her head on her elbow and muttered, "What on earth are you all talking about? Am I the only one who actually read Hogwarts, a history?" Hermione asked, closing the heavy tome with a soft thud. Ginny propped herself up on one elbow, glancing from Ron to Hermione. "Maybe so," she teased, "but what does it matter?" Hermione sat up a little straighter. "It matters because the castle isn't secured by walls alone. There's a whole network of enchantments designed to keep out anyone who shouldn't be here. For example, you can't apparate onto the grounds. It's explicitly forbidden. The Dementors at the gates will sense any disguise, no matter how clever, and Headmaster Dumbledore has said countless times that not even an invisibility cloak will get you past them." She flipped to a bookmarked page. As for animagi, Professor McGonagall explained in Transfiguration that the Ministry keeps an official register. It records every wizard licensed to transform, the exact animal they become, identifying marks, everything. I looked it up. There are only 7 registered animagi in this century, and Sirius Black's name isn't on the list. Hermione's words hung in the air. "Did McGonagall teach us all this?" she asked, frowning. Harry exchanged a puzzled look with Sherlock and Ron. "I don't remember that at all." "I don't," Ron admitted, shaking his head. Sherlock leaned forward, voice calm and precise. "She didn't. Hermione discovered it herself while doing her homework." "It's knowledge you won't find in any standard lesson," Hermione declared, leaning forward over the worn table. Harry and Ron exchanged impressed glances. Hermione's dedication never ceased to amaze them. Hermione turned to Sherlock, her eyes bright with confidence. "You agree with me, don't you, Sherlock?" He considered her for a moment, then inclined his head. "In theory, yes. But, my dear Hermione, you've overlooked one crucial detail." She raised an eyebrow. "What detail?" "Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban." At the name, the chatter around them died away. No matter how tightly Hogwarts' wards and enchantments were maintained, it was still a school. Azkaban, on the other hand, was the wizarding world's most secure prison, protected by legions of Dementors. If Black had managed to break free from there, sneaking into Hogwarts would hardly be a challenge. A chill raced down Hermione's spine, and she edged closer to Sherlock, as if his mere presence could dispel the dread. Ginny watched with a mixture of envy and curiosity. Should she adopt Hermione's fearless confidence? Sherlock, however, seemed entirely unaware of the comfort Hermione sought, his expression unreadable. He turned toward Harry and whispered, "It's time to move." "Lights out," Percy called again, his voice reverberating through the hall. "Everyone into your sleeping bags. No talking." At his command, the candles flared once, then died, leaving the great hall in near darkness. Only the faint glow of the silver ghosts drifted between the tables, conferring quietly with the head boy and the prefects. Still, nervous whispers rippled among the students, understandable after everything that had happened. Sherlock wasn't surprised. It was unrealistic to expect everyone to fall asleep at once. After all, a professor would patrol the hall each hour to ensure no one was in danger. By 3 o'clock, most of the students had finally succumbed to slumber. Sherlock lay perfectly still, listening to the soft, even breaths of his friends around him, and knew they were all wide awake. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore glided into the hall, his emerald robes brushing the stone floor. He joined Gemma Farley at the far end of the tables and spoke in a low voice. "Is everything all right here, Miss Farley?" "Everything's normal, Professor," Gemma replied. Still no sign of him. Dumbledore's eyes glittered in the ghostlight. "None," he murmured. "And Mr. Holmes?" "Weasley?" "Sir, I'm here." Percy Weasley was winding his way through the rows of sleeping bags, admonishing any students who were still whispering. The instant he heard Dumbledore's summons, he practically sprang to his feet and rushed to the headmaster's side. From Sherlock's vantage point, all he could see was Dumbledore's back, but he had a clear view of Gemma's and Percy's faces. Gemma's brow was creased with concern. Percy, in contrast, stood ramrod straight, chest puffed out, clearly thrilled by the interruption. Dumbledore gave a gentle shake of his head. "It's too late to bother the others now." He turned to the two prefects. "The fat lady has been found. She was hiding inside an Argyllshire map. Apparently she didn't hear the password and refused Black entry. In his anger, Black, well, he took matters into his own hands." Percy's eyes widened. Dumbledore continued, "She's still quite ruffled, but once she's composed herself, I'll have Mr. Filch repair the portrait." Gemma nodded thoughtfully. "That solves her problem, but what about the Gryffindor students? Will they have to camp here again tomorrow night?" She stole a quick glance at Sherlock as she spoke. "I was about to address that," Dumbledore said with a small smile. "I've already arranged for a temporary guard at the Gryffindor portrait hole. No one will be sleeping in the corridors again." Relief swept over Gemma's face, and even Percy relaxed his rigid posture. Sherlock allowed himself a faint nod. Case closed, at least for tonight. "Tomorrow morning, you and Mr. Weasley, together with the two Gryffindor prefects, can begin organizing their return," Dumbledore said, surveying the empty Great Hall. Just then, the doors swung open and Professor Snape stalked in. "Headmaster, we've searched every inch of the 4th floor. Filch has just finished clearing the dungeons. There's no sign of anyone." "And the astronomy tower? Professor Trelawney's tower? The owlery?" Dumbledore prompted. "Emptied and secured, sir. No one there either." "Excellent," Dumbledore replied. "I doubt Black would linger on Hogwarts grounds any longer." Snape drew in a breath, his dark eyes flicking past the headmaster. "Then, Headmaster, have you considered how he might have slipped in?" Dumbledore's expression tightened. "I've entertained a dozen theories, Severus. Sadly, none hold water." Snape paused, glancing sideways at Sherlock, who was seated at the long table with Gemma and Percy. "Do you recall our conversation just before term began, that late evening in your office?" Sherlock, ever alert, caught the briefest micro-expression flicker across Snape's face. His lips parted, then snapped shut as he weighed his words. The hesitation was so slight it might have escaped notice, but Sherlock knew immediately. Snape did not want Gemma and Percy privy to whatever came next. "Of course I remember, Severus." Severus Snape's dark eyes glittered with disapproval as he leaned forward. "I still maintain it's impossible for Black to break into the school unaided. I voiced my concerns about this long ago, especially at the time of his appointment, yet here we are." Dumbledore regarded him calmly. "I cannot imagine anyone within these walls assisting Black in such a scheme, Severus, and I stand by that conviction." Snape fell silent, realizing the discussion had reached its end. Dumbledore seized the moment to change the subject. "I'm going downstairs now to locate those Dementors. Once our search is complete, we'll let them know the outcome." Percy, the handsome head boy, tilted his head. "Sir, aren't the Dementors here to help us?" Gemma, the head girl, raised an eyebrow at Percy's question, impressive academically, but perhaps less so in practical matters. "Indeed they are," Dumbledore replied, his voice cool. "However, as long as I remain headmaster, no Dementor will cross the threshold of this castle." Percy's cheeks colored with embarrassment as he grasped the implication. Dumbledore simply nodded to Snape and Gemma, then turned and left the Great Hall. Professor Snape remained motionless long after Dumbledore's retreating figure had vanished from view, his dark eyes following the headmaster in silence. Percy approached hesitantly, but when he opened his mouth to speak, Snape gave him nothing but a cool, unreadable stare. Flustered and embarrassed, Percy fell silent. At last, Snape leaned close to Gemma and murmured a few words. She nodded, and together they slipped out of the Great Hall. The instant they were gone, Gemma turned to Sherlock and silently mouthed, "Good night." Sherlock, who hadn't actually been asleep, returned her gesture with a slight nod before shifting his gaze away. On either side of him, Harry and Hermione lay back on the long benches, their eyes still open as they stared up at the enchanted night sky painted across the ceiling. "Go to sleep," Sherlock whispered. "We can talk about everything tomorrow." Hermione exchanged a tired look with Harry, then both closed their eyes without another word. Over the next few days, Sirius Black became the talk of the school. For some inexplicable reason, Hannah Abbott, one of the first students to be sorted at the start of term ceremony, told everyone she met that Black would soon transform into a flowering bush. Despite how preposterous it sounded, quite a few people believed her story, Neville Longbottom included. And the fat lady's portrait, which Black had ripped down during his escape, was finally removed from the entrance hall to be repaired. As Dumbledore had predicted, the Gryffindor Common Room's fat lady was replaced by a portrait of Sir Cadogan riding his plump gray pony. From the moment he arrived, the tower's residents were miserable. Sir Cadogan spent half his time issuing impromptu duel challenges to anyone who passed, and the other half inventing outrageously convoluted passwords. Foul fiend flaying foe, Gorgon's eye in the mire, Merlin's beard betrayed, bat dung blasted silver armor, and on and on. Sometimes he'd switch the password twice in a single day. For a forgetful lion like Neville Longbottom, these riddles spelled disaster. Even something as straightforward as fortune favors the bold was a struggle. Neville resorted to scribbling an entire week's worth of passwords on a scrap of parchment just to keep up. "This guy's a lunatic," he complained to his friends. Eventually someone had had enough and cornered Percy Weasley in the corridors. "Can't we have a normal portrait?" they pleaded. Percy spread his hands. "I'm afraid all the other portraits refused the job. None of them wanted to suffer the same fate as the fat lady. Only Sir Cadogan volunteered." With no other option, the Gryffindors were stuck, and so Sir Cadogan remained, dueling and password scheming, much to everyone's dismay. To Harry, Sir Cadogan might as well not have existed. He had far more urgent troubles to face. Chapter 314. He Threatened My Friend. Harry's life had grown increasingly complicated ever since Sirius Black slipped into Hogwarts on Halloween night. No matter where he went, a professor would mysteriously appear beside him, insisting on escorting him through the halls. "Off to the library, Harry?" "Fancy that. I was just heading there myself. How about we walk together?" "Going back to the classroom. Oh dear, I left something behind. Mind if I tag along?" "Making your way to the Great Hall?" "I'm starving too. Let's go together." His strolls with Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Lupin were actually quite pleasant, and even McGonagall's company, though a bit formal, wasn't unbearable. But with Snape it was a torture of polite barbs and thinly veiled insults, and refusing his company was out of the question. The only relief Harry found was keeping Sherlock by his side. Somehow, whenever Sherlock was nearby, even Snape held back on his nastiest jabs, though Harry had no idea why. Head boy Percy Weasley had taken to shadowing Harry at every turn. Apart from the professors, there was no one more determined to keep tabs on him. Harry couldn't help feeling like an overzealous police dog on duty. "It's Mrs. Weasley's request," Percy would remind him whenever Harry complained. One afternoon in the Gryffindor Common Room, Harry flopped onto a couch and groaned to Sherlock. "Percy's driving me mad." Sherlock looked up from his book, his expression calm. "Your mother's worried about you." Harry rolled his eyes. "I know she cares, but this constant hovering, it's maddening." Sherlock set his book aside and gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "Compose yourself. The first Quidditch match is only days away. If you're this jittery, Slytherin will eat you alive. You know how seriously you take this." Harry brightened. "Of course I do. This is Oliver Wood's last shot at the House Cup, and I can't let him down." He sat up, excitement lighting his face. "Speaking of which, Professor McGonagall just sent for me." "Let me guess," Sherlock said dryly. "She's relieved you persuaded her to let you go to Hogsmeade on Halloween, but she's dead set against you practicing that evening." Harry laughed. "Exactly. Professor McGonagall told me that Sirius Black is after me. When I mentioned Mr. Weasley's condition, she visibly relaxed, grateful that I'd stopped off in Hogsmeade instead of heading straight back to Hogwarts, which had likely saved me from Black's attack." Still, she insisted that practicing on the Quidditch pitch with only the team around me was far too risky. "That makes sense," I said, "but you look as though you've already convinced her." Sherlock chuckled. "Professor McGonagall's passion for Quidditch rivals even your exuberant captain's. Let me guess, she's assigned a supervisor to watch over your drills. Madam Hooch, perhaps?" "Exactly," I sighed. "I'm not surprised you knew that, but honestly, it still feels awful to be under constant watch. Sherlock, do you have any ideas?" "Then let's go," he said, rising. I leaned forward, hope stirring. "Go where?" "To see Professor Dumbledore. It's time someone laid out the full story. He'll help you make sense of everything that's happening." "Just the two of us?" I asked, genuinely surprised. I'd been venting my frustrations, not expecting my big brother to spring into action so decisively. "That's all we need," Sherlock replied with a calm nod. "Come along. If you like, you can share it with the others when we get back." Harry didn't mind in the least. Yet as soon as he and Sherlock stepped out of the Gryffindor common room, Percy Weasley hurried after them. "Where are you off to?" Percy asked, glancing anxiously between them. "You don't have astronomy tonight, do you?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Percy, how do you even know my timetable?" Percy grinned, chest puffed out. "I borrowed it from Ron. It's my duty as head boy to look after my fellow students." Harry opened his mouth, but found nothing to say. "Come on, then," Percy urged. "Which way?" Sherlock straightened his shoulders. "We're on our way to the headmaster's office." At once, Percy's head boy badge seemed to shine brighter. "The headmaster's office? Sherlock, what are you doing there?" "What?" Sherlock stammered, brows knitting together. "I honestly don't know," Sherlock admitted, frowning. "Professor Dumbledore asked us to come and see him. Are you planning to join us, head boy?" Percy's eyes widened. He hesitated for a heartbeat, then squared his shoulders and fell in step with them. Together, the three of them hurried along the portrait-lined corridor when a booming voice echoed down the hall. "Harry Potter! Sherlock Holmes!" They all turned to see Hagrid lumbering toward them, lantern in hand and a broad smile on his face. Sherlock and Harry froze in the corridor as Professor Percy strode up, his brow creased with disapproval. "Sherlock, Harry, why aren't you in your common rooms? What are you doing out so late?" "Professor," Harry began, "Dumbledore sent for us. Do you know anything about it?" Percy shook his head, looking both puzzled and intrigued. "Dumbledore? I'm not aware of any late-night summons for you two." Just then, Hagrid emerged from the shadows, his great frame filling the narrow passageway. His eyes lit up when he saw them. "Well, fancy that. I'm off to see Dumbledore myself. You'll come with me, won't you?" He clapped his huge hands on their shoulders, nearly knocking Harry off balance. Sherlock only raised an eyebrow, standing as still as a statue, but Harry stumbled forward 2 steps before righting himself. "Brilliant!" Harry exclaimed, relief flooding his features. "I'd much rather go with you than stay here under Percy's watch." Percy cleared his throat, as if formally handing them over. "Very well, just don't be late back." As Percy scurried off, Harry let out a long, quiet sigh. He rubbed his shoulder where Hagrid's fingers had pinched a little too hard. "Hagrid," he said, lowering his voice, "why did Dumbledore want you?" Hagrid looked uneasy, glancing from one boy to the other. It's about the search for Black. I was near the Humping Willow earlier tonight." He broke off abruptly and slapped a huge hand to his forehead. "Blast it all, why can't I ever keep a secret?" Sherlock and Harry exchanged a quick, astonished glance. Neither said a word, but each knew this was only the beginning of a very unusual night. "Could you please just keep your mouth shut? Haven't you ever heard of discretion?" Harry muttered under his breath. Neither he nor Sherlock pressed Hagrid for the secret he was keeping. Instead, they fell in step behind him and followed him along the winding corridors. At last, Hagrid stopped before the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to Dumbledore's office. He spoke the password, and with a grinding shift, the gargoyle slid aside. Together, the three of them climbed the narrow spiral staircase in near silence. Harry's heart thumped in his chest. Sherlock had always insisted he never lied unless absolutely necessary, and this, Harry was certain, had to be one of those rare exceptions. But what if their ruse were discovered? What consequences might await them? Lost in anxious thoughts, Harry startled when Hagrid rapped on the heavy bronze knocker. "Sir, it's me, Rubus," he called. "Enter, Rubus." came Dumbledore's warm voice from within. Hagrid pushed the door open and stepped into the office. Sherlock followed without hesitation. Harry took a steadying breath, bit back his nerves, and joined them. If Sherlock's deception was truly justified, Harry told himself, then Professor Dumbledore would understand. Professor McGonagall's office was seldom a welcoming place, but compared to Hagrid's warm, lumbering presence, she always seemed ice-cold. Harry had just been thinking how nice it was to be in Hagrid's company when he looked up and froze. There, seated opposite Dumbledore, was Professor McGonagall herself. Oh, Merlin, Harry thought as his heart rate spiked. This was exactly the kind of trouble he'd hoped to avoid. I ran into Sherlock and Harry on the way, Hagrid explained in his booming drawl. So I simply brought them along. At the mention of Harry's name, Professor McGonagall's emerald eyes narrowed to slits. Harry, she said, voice clipped, I've already spoken to you about roaming the corridors after hours. And Mr. Holmes, shouldn't you both be in your common rooms by now? Under her steely gaze, Harry wilted. Sherlock, however, remained perfectly composed. He inclined his head with polite firmness. Professor McGonagall, Sherlock said, we've come to discuss Sirius Black. Isn't that matter already settled? McGonagall arched an eyebrow. Potter told me that Mr. Holmes has already briefed you on the situation. Arthur Weasley has already covered the broad outline, Dumbledore said softly. Sherlock shook his head. That's not enough. I need the finer points. He turned back to the headmaster. Tell me the truth about Sirius Black's relationship with Harry, and how close he really was to James Potter. Dumbledore regarded Sherlock over the rims of his half-moon spectacles. After a thoughtful moment, he asked, Very well. What do you know so far? Sherlock hesitated, then began. Almost nothing. I've learned that Black and James were inseparable, best friends from their school days. Yet Black is accused of betraying the Potters, guiding Voldemort to their hiding place, and so bringing about Lily and James's deaths. Now, everyone says he'll be Voldemort's second-in-command when he returns. But that kind of sudden betrayal, when you're talking about a friendship like theirs, it makes no sense. There are still too many gaps in the story, just as there were when the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. I need your help, Professor. Sherlock Holmes fixed Albus Dumbledore with an unflinching gaze. Dumbledore, curiosity dancing in his eyes, regarded him thoughtfully. You wish to have this information now? The headmaster asked. Sherlock nodded. I hadn't intended to push for it so soon, but Black has already arrived at Hogwarts. It's crucial we clear this up at once. Brows arching, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. You mean to investigate this matter yourself? Sherlock's jaw set. I cannot stand idly by while he puts my friend in danger. A warm smile spread across Dumbledore's face. He turned to Professor McGonagall, who stood nearby. Minerva, would you do the honors? Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her gaze sharp yet welcoming. Certainly, Headmaster. She motioned for Sherlock to follow. Let's begin with what we know, and what still needs uncovering. Chapter 315, 12 years ago. Dumbledore's eyes were gentle as he turned to Minerva McGonagall. Minerva, please tell them exactly what happened 12 years ago. She hesitated, a frown creasing her brow. Albus, he raised a calming hand. I trust Sherlock's skill in uncovering the truth, and I trust Harry's strength in accepting it. He offered her a kindly smile. I promised them I wouldn't withhold anything if it became necessary. Rubeus, would you mind staying? Your perspective will be invaluable. At his invitation, Hagrid shifted awkwardly but remained. McGonagall met Sherlock's keen gaze, then glanced at Harry, who looked both apprehensive and determined. Drawing a steadying breath, she began. Of all those who betrayed us and joined Lord Voldemort, Sirius was the last person we ever suspected. Dumbledore laid a gentle hand on her arm. Not you-know-who, Minerva. Lord Voldemort. Hagrid shivered visibly. Right, Lord Voldemort. McGonagall quickly nodded, corrected her words, and Hagrid trembled once more as the room settled into a tense, expectant silence. Professor McGonagall fell silent for a moment, as if peering into some distant memory. Finally, she spoke, her voice soft but earnest. Sirius Black's closest friend at Hogwarts was James Potter. They were the ringleaders of their year, both brilliant, both exceptionally talented, but also, if you could believe it, two of the biggest rascals I've ever taught. Hagrid cleared his throat. Begging your pardon, Professor, But don't you think Fred and George Weasley deserve a mention? McGonagall offered him a wry smile. You make a fair point, Hagrid. Those twins could give any pair of troublemakers a run for their money. But Sirius and James, well, they shared a bond I'd never quite seen duplicated. James trusted Sirius above all his friends, and that loyalty endured long after their school days. She paused, letting her gaze drift to Harry. When James and Lily married, Sirius stood by James as his best man, and later they made him Harry's godfather. Harry's mouth fell open. His eyes were huge, disbelief and something deeper swirling in their depths. McGonagall's heart ached for him. She did not understand why Professor Dumbledore had insisted she reveal all of this now. Hadn't Harry endured quite enough? But she knew better than to argue with Albus. So she watched Harry struggle to process the truth of his family's past. Professor McGonagall drew herself up at Dumbledore's urging and spoke more rapidly. 12 years ago, the Wizarding War entered its final year, though we didn't realize it at the time. Albus, as our leader, had been relentless in the fight against Lord Voldemort when news reached him that Voldemort planned to strike at James and Lily Potter. The Potters were themselves pillars of the resistance, so Dumbledore immediately recommended they go into hiding. But with Voldemort's power spreading across the magical world, finding a truly safe refuge was nearly impossible. Ultimately, Dumbledore proposed the Fidelius charm. She paused, casting a sympathetic glance at Hagrid, who visibly winced at the name of the Dark Lord. Offering him a reassuring nod, she continued, "The Fidelius charm is extraordinarily complex. It hides a secret, like the location of a safe house, within the very soul of a living person, the secret keeper. As long as the secret keeper remains alive, the concealed secret is completely impervious to detection." "You see," Professor McGonagall said, leaning forward, "as long as the secret keeper himself never speaks a word, Voldemort could search that village for 10,000 years and still never discover the Potters for a hiding place, even if he pressed his nose against their living room window." Sherlock Holmes and Harry exchanged glances, each reaching the same conclusion. Sherlock's voice was steady. "So Sirius Black was the Potter's secret keeper all along." McGonagall nodded. "It follows logically." She sighed, her eyes softening as they turned to Harry. James told Professor Dumbledore that Black would rather die than reveal where they were. Sirius was preparing to disappear entirely. And yet, even after hearing that, Albus was uneasy. "If I remember correctly, you offered to become the Potter's secret keeper yourself, didn't you, Albus?" Her question hung in the air, directed squarely at the tall figure beside her. Sherlock frowned, curiosity piqued. "Professor, you suspected Sirius back then?" Dumbledore shook his head, a faint, troubled smile on his lips. "Not exactly, not entirely." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "In fact, long before those discussions, I had an unsettling suspicion that someone in our circle had already betrayed the Potters." A hush fell over the room as each person absorbed the weight of his words, realizing how deep the web of deceit had run. "Because I discovered, more than once, that someone in the Order of the Phoenix was reporting Harry's parents' movements to Lord Voldemort," Dumbledore said quietly. Sherlock's brow furrowed. The Order of the Phoenix. He glanced toward Fawkes, who sat vigilantly behind Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. "Yes. I founded the Order of the Phoenix to counter Voldemort's rise. Though some members remain unknown to the world and may seem unremarkable, their courage is beyond question. When I learned there was a traitor in our midst, I offered to become the Potter's secret keeper, but James Potter insisted on designating Sirius Black." Professor McGonagall took up the thread. "Sadly, less than a week after the Fidelius charm was cast, Black betrayed them. I suspect he grew weary of playing double agent and chose instead to join Voldemort openly." She paused, eyes distant with memory. Yet no one could have foreseen that Voldemort's first and nearly fatal defeat would come at the hands of a newborn. Stripped of his magic, reduced to a frail wisp of his former self, he could only flee in utter disarray. Sirius Black froze the moment his betrayal was laid bare. No sooner had he proclaimed his treachery than Lord Voldemort collapsed in a heap, leaving Black with no choice but to flee in utter confusion, much as the Dark Lord himself had done moments before. "That filthy, shameless traitor!" Hagrid thundered, his roar echoing through the courtyard. For once his anger eclipsed even his fear of Voldemort. I ran into him that night, Hagrid continued, voice quivering with indignation. After Lily and James fell, I was the one who pulled Harry from the wreckage of their home. I had him safely in my arms when Sirius Black swooped down. Calm down, Rubus, Dumbledore gently urged. At the headmaster's steady tone, Hagrid's chest rose and fell more evenly, though the fire in his eyes remained. He came roaring in on that battered motorcycle, declaring himself Harry's godfather and swearing he'd look after the boy better than anyone. I didn't know he was the secret keeper. My only orders were to deliver Harry to his aunt and uncle. I refused him outright. We argued for what felt like hours before he finally, reluctantly, handed me that blasted bike, swearing he'd never need it again. I should have seen it then. Who gives up their favorite motorcycle unless they're hiding something that makes it far too easy to track? With that, Hagrid slammed his huge hand against the stone wall, his suspicion blazing as brightly as his anger. The courtyard fell silent, every wizard and witch watching as the puzzle of Black's betrayal and the fate of Harry Potter grew more tangled than ever. The moment Hagrid spoke, a chill ran down his spine, more terrifying than even the mention of Lord Voldemort. We all knew he was the secret keeper, Hagrid muttered, voice trembling. The Ministry would be on his trail within hours. He put on a perfect act to trick me. Damn it, what if I'd handed Harry over to him back then? He stopped, overcome with fear. The headmaster's office fell utterly silent. At last, Sherlock cleared his throat. Professor Hagrid, he said, if Sirius Black really was the secret keeper, why didn't he just snatch Harry from you that night? Hagrid let out a long, shaking laugh, his great beard quivering with each word. I admit, Sirius Black is a powerful wizard, but he wouldn't have dared touch Harry while I had him in my care. Sherlock leaned forward, steepling his fingers. So it all came down to a simple disparity of strength. Hagrid nodded solemnly. Sherlock had always known his half-giant friend was unusually strong, but learning that even a wizard of Black's caliber, on par with Snape, wouldn't risk a confrontation with Hagrid forced him to rethink just how formidable the giant truly was. And, of course, at the time, Hagrid had no inkling that Sirius had already betrayed them. If Black had been truly confident, he could have struck while Hagrid was off guard. Yet he did nothing. Either he doubted his own skill enough that even a surprise abduction of Harry seemed impossible, or he feared that, even if he did snatch the boy, he wouldn't evade the ensuing chase. Most likely, it was a bit of both. The net of heaven is wide, Professor McGonagall said softly, and nothing escapes it. In any case, by the next morning, Black was in the Ministry's custody. Sherlock's eyes flickered with surprise for the first time. The Ministry of Magic is that efficient? McGonagall offered him a wry smile. In truth, his skepticism about the Ministry's prowess wasn't entirely misplaced. Actually, it wasn't the Ministry who found him. It was Peter Pettigrew, another close friend of James and Lily's, and the only person besides them who knew Black was the secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew, Sherlock repeated, tasting the name. A round-faced, timid boy, McGonagall explained. At school, he worshipped Black and James like gods and trailed after them like a shadow. When he realized what was happening, he knew exactly whom to alert. I was always hard on him. His magical talent never measured up to the others. In hindsight, that only fills me with regret. Professor McGonagall's voice dropped to a whisper. You've surely heard what happened, haven't you? Black slaughtered a dozen muggles that night. It was Pettigrew who tried to stop him. He stumbled into the street, wand raised, crying, Lily, James, Sirius, how could you bring yourselves to do this? But Black was quicker. In a heartbeat, he cast the curse. Pettigrew was obliterated before any of us could even blink. McGonagall's composure finally broke, and she wept openly. He was such a foolish child, utterly no match for a heart as dark as Black's. Chapter 316. Godfather. The headmaster's office was unusually tense. Hagrid's booming voice cut through the hushed mahogany-paneled room. If I'd run into Black first, I wouldn't have wasted a single second drawing my wand. I'd have ripped him to shreds on the spot. His massive shoulders shook with barely restrained fury, and his great beard trembled with every word. Professor Dumbledore, seated behind his desk, raised a calm eyebrow over the rim of his half-moon spectacles, which caught a stray beam of sunlight. Now, Rubus, do try to settle down, he said in his gentle, measured tone. He turned his serene gaze on the two visitors seated before him, Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter. That, in a nutshell, is the full account of what transpired. Do either of you have any questions? Harry sat rigidly in the carved oak chair, too stunned to speak. He had known from Mr. Weasley's letters that Sirius Black had been a close friend of his parents. He'd never guessed their friendship ran so deep. His heart pounded, and his mind spun with new, conflicting emotions. Sherlock, in contrast, leaned back comfortably, fingers lightly steepled beneath his chin. His gray eyes gleamed with interest as he studied Dumbledore. After a thoughtful pause, he said, "Just 3 questions." 3 questions, Professor McGonagall echoed, taken aback. She exchanged a quick look with Dumbledore, whose expression remained as tranquil as ever. "Well, if there are only 3, Dumbledore replied, "let us begin." And with that, Sherlock Holmes prepared to probe deeper into the mystery of Sirius Black and the truths Harry Potter had yet to fully comprehend. She believed she'd explained everything clearly enough, and though Hagrid's blunt additions had filled in the final, painful pieces of that buried past, Sherlock still had questions. Not 1 or 2, but 3. That's right, 3 questions. He held up a hand. First, if Peter Pettigrew knew where Sirius Black was hiding, why didn't he alert the Order of the Phoenix or the Ministry of Magic? Second, after Black supposedly murdered Peter, how did Peter end up in Ministry custody? And third, who were the other members of that group with James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter back then? At once, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Hagrid all froze. Even Harry stared at Sherlock, wide-eyed. "Sherlock, how did you?" Professor McGonagall began, but her words caught in her throat. Albus Dumbledore regarded Sherlock with a faint, amused smile. "Minerva, I think those answers fall to me." McGonagall exhaled and nodded, stepping aside as Dumbledore prepared to set the record straight. Sherlock leaned forward, resting his chin on his clasped hands, his eyes alight. "All right, go on. I'm all ears." Dumbledore folded his hands thoughtfully. First question. If Peter knew exactly where Sirius Black was hiding, why didn't he alert the Order of the Phoenix, or the Ministry of Magic? After all, as a close friend of James Potter and Sirius Black, Peter alone had the secret. He could have sent for reinforcements, but instead he confronted Black by himself. Why? He paused, steepling his fingers. The answer lies in the flames of revenge. The moment Peter discovered Black's betrayal, his anger eclipsed any thought of prudence. Beneath his meek exterior, remember, Peter was a Gryffindor. In that instant, his buried courage exploded into recklessness. Imagine the shock of learning that your closest friend has turned against you. Rage and disappointment can override every shred of reason. Besides, Peter must have feared that if he hesitated, Sirius would slip away once more. At that, the old headmaster's throat grew hoarse, and a flicker of pity shone in his eyes. Second question. After Black allegedly killed Peter, how did he himself fall into the Ministry's hands? Cornelius Fudge, then deputy head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, gave me his account of that dreadful night. He was the first official on the scene when Sirius Black unleashed his fury and killed everyone in that scythe treat, Peter Pettigrew among them. According to Fudge, the devastation was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. A massive crater yawned in the middle of the road, its blast so powerful it had cracked the sewers beneath. Dozens of bodies lay scattered across the cobblestones, and nearby muggles cried out in shock and agony. At the heart of that ruin stood Black, his laughter echoing maniacally against the scorched walls. Around his feet lay nothing but blood-soaked socks and fragments of poor Peter Pettigrew. Fudge paused, swallowing hard. "I still see him there," he whispered. A sudden, choked sob broke the hush. Hagrid's grief-stricken sniff rattled the portraits on the surrounding walls. Professor McGonagall, eyes glistening, pressed her Gryffindor-embroidered handkerchief to her face. Fudge gathered himself and went on quietly. Muggle survivors testified that Peter confronted Black moments before the explosion, which helped us confirm Sirius's guilt. To spare them further trauma, their memories were modified, and the catastrophe was officially attributed to a gas leak. With no avenue of escape, Black was finally overwhelmed and taken into custody by 20 members of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol. Peter Pettigrew, on the other hand, was immediately hailed as a war hero and awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. He didn't resist? Dumbledore nodded. No. Perhaps he understood that resistance was utterly futile, or perhaps Voldemort's downfall finally shattered his mind. According to Minister Fudge, Pettigrew simply laughed the whole time. When 20 Aurors moved in to arrest him, he even held out his wrists willingly, as if begging for those iron chains. The headmaster paused, surveying Sherlock's expectant face. Satisfied that all preliminary questions had been asked, he continued in a quieter tone. That brings us to the third query, the identity of the fourth member of the Marauders team, the one who served alongside James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. Sherlock inclined his head, recalling the hints scattered through their earlier conversation. If Professor Dumbledore hadn't nudged us toward it, I might have hesitated, he admitted, but now the answer seems all too clear. He spoke the name evenly, without a tremor. Professor R.J. Lupin. Harry, who had been listening in stunned silence, sprang to his feet so fast his chair clattered backward. Remus Lupin, he gasped. Dumbledore offered a small, sad smile. Yes, Harry, your defense against the dark arts teacher was once your father's closest friend. For a long moment the room held its breath, the weight of history and hidden friendships settling over them like a gentle shadow. Then Harry sank back down, mind racing with questions that could no longer be unasked. Professor Lupin knows my dad? Harry blinked in surprise. He's the other person Professor McGonagall mentioned, Sherlock said calmly, guiding Harry back into his seat. From what we've pieced together, James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew formed a tight-knit group at Hogwarts. Potter and Black were the undisputed leaders, both extraordinarily gifted in magic and, much like the Weasley twins today, infamous for flouting school rules and stirring up mischief. Remus Lupin, now your defense against the dark arts professor, was the gentle heart of the quartet, their moral compass and steadying influence. As for Peter Pettigrew, Sherlock continued, his brow furrowing, he was the weakest magically of the four. He spent his days trailing after his three friends, barely noticed by others. Yet that unassuming facade hid a deep-seated courage. When the moment came, it was Pettigrew who turned his wand against his former companions. Isn't that right, Professor McGonagall? By the time Sherlock finished, Professor McGonagall sat utterly still, her expression a mixture of astonishment and reluctant agreement. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed the implications of his words. Holmes, how do you already know all of this? Professor McGonagall asked. Because you just told me, Sherlock replied, perfectly at ease. The only thing you left out was the identity of the fourth member of that little group. But when Dumbledore mentioned a wizard around James Potter's age whom Harry also knows, it narrowed the field immediately. Arthur Weasley is too old, Piers Polkiss too young, and Snape, though he's the right age, has a strained history with James. That leaves only one possibility, the new defense against the dark arts professor. McGonagall's eyebrows shot up. She had been careful never to name Lupin aloud. Even if that's true, how could you be certain there was a fourth member at all? Sherlock repeated her own words. You described him at school as someone who idolized Sirius Black and James Potter, always trailing them like a shadow. That choice of phrasing betrays your subconscious. He wasn't part of the original trio, but belonged to their wider circle. There had to be at least one more. That chain of reasoning is practically glaring, like an ink stain on parchment. Professor McGonagall fell silent. She exchanged a quick look with Dumbledore, who gave her an encouraging nod before turning back to Sherlock. That, Sherlock, is how events unfolded 12 years ago. Do you have any further questions? Not at the moment. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at Sherlock's choice of words. Not at the moment? Well, in any case, thank you, all three of you, for the information you've shared today. It will be invaluable in tracking down Black. Holmes. McGonagall's warning cut through the great hall. She clutched at her robes, eyes wide with concern. I have every confidence in your talents, but Black's power far exceeds anything you've faced. Even I wouldn't be certain of victory in a one-on-one duel with him. You. Please, Professor, Sherlock replied with a calm, reassuring smile. Bravery is not the same as recklessness. I learned that lesson when I was 7. Rest assured, if I uncover any clue about Black, you'll be the first to know. If he'd simply stayed in Azkaban, we could have contained the damage, but he didn't. He broke out, and now he's targeting my friend." Sherlock's eyes narrowed, voice steeled with conviction. "I won't rest until that murderer, this executioner responsible for over a dozen innocent deaths, is brought to justice." Professor McGonagall watched him for a long moment, then, as if releasing a weight she hadn't realized she was carrying, let go of his collar. "I'm relieved to hear you say that, Sherlock. I never wanted to live through Peter's tragedy all over again." "Peter's tragedy?" Sherlock echoed, frowning. But before there was time to untangle her meaning, Dumbledore's soft voice came from the doorway. "Rubeus, please see Mr. Holmes and Master Potter safely back to the Gryffindor common room." Hagrid appeared at once, bowing his great frame through the archway, and Professor McGonagall slipped an arm through Sherlock's as they turned down the corridor. The long, torchlit passage was silent, except for their footsteps on cracked flagstones. As they walked, McGonagall cast frequent glances at Harry, who strode beside Sherlock with that familiar mix of curiosity and defiance in his green eyes. Finally, she said, "Sherlock, I must insist you keep a very close watch on him. Harry's inherited a certain flair for mischief, more from his father than from Lily. If he's left unsupervised, I can guarantee he'll find himself in serious trouble." Sherlock inclined his head, slipping a thoughtful glance toward Harry. Whether it was his father's daring or his mother's courage, one thing was certain. With that boy at his side, the days ahead would be anything but dull. The pattern was impossible to ignore. In each of his 3 years at Hogwarts, whenever trouble broke out, Harry Potter would turn up at the scene. Now, having returned to the Gryffindor dormitory with Sherlock via Sir Cadogan's eccentric password, the two found themselves alone beneath the flickering torchlight. Harry met Sherlock's gaze. His throat wrote tight with unspoken words. He felt a weight in his chest he hadn't expected. Before term began, Mr. Weasley had confided the cruel truth. Harry's parents had been slain because a friend betrayed them. But Harry could never have guessed the depth of that betrayal. This wasn't just any friend. He'd served as best man at James and Lily's wedding, and as Harry's godfather, had once stood by their side in joy. Now he'd turned out to be their undoing. Harry swallowed hard, fighting the swirl of anger and grief inside him. At last, he forced the words out. "Sherlock, there's something I need to tell you." Chapter 316, The Student Union President's Forbidden Fruit Invitation, Godfather. Much like holidays such as Halloween, Christmas, and Easter, the term traces its roots to religious tradition. Originally, a godfather was a theologian empowered to shape or explain doctrine. Over the centuries, the meaning shifted. It came to denote the person who bestows a Christian name at a child's baptism and pledges to guide that child's spiritual upbringing. Even that responsibility has gradually softened. Today, godfather transcends strict religious duty. It marks a bond that runs deeper than blood, a commitment akin to sharing one's very fate. To be chosen as a child's godparent is quite simply to be acknowledged as a true, lifelong friend. In Harry Potter's case, Sirius Black would have filled that role without question. Had he not betrayed the Potters and been sent to Azkaban for his supposed crimes, Sirius would now stand as Harry's undisputed legal guardian, his authority extending even beyond Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. As it stands, that unfulfilled promise lingers over Harry's life as one of its greatest what-ifs. As Hagrid pointed out 12 years ago, handing the infant Harry over to Sirius Black made perfect sense. Nobody could have blamed him. But it was that very man who betrayed his closest friends, leaving them to die at Voldemort's hands. And even after his escape from Azkaban, he showed no mercy toward their child. It was sheer madness. Harry turned to Sherlock, his gratitude plain in his eyes. If Sherlock hadn't tipped him off before term began, he would have been blindsided by the truth, and who knew how he'd have reacted. At the thought, Harry shivered. "Sherlock, My dear Harry, there's no need to thank me," Sherlock interrupted softly. Harry's cheeks warmed as he realized Sherlock had already spoken the words he couldn't find. He looked away, heart pounding, grateful beyond measure. Sherlock gave a faint, knowing smile. "Here's an idea. Why not dig out that birthday present Hagrid gave you in your first year?" Harry's eyes immediately brightened. He hurried to his bedside table, shoved aside the piled-up books, and opened the battered photo album. He'd flipped through it countless times before, but he'd never really looked beyond the pictures of his parents. Today, though, he paused on the page showing their wedding. His father, James Potter, beamed straight at the camera, his untidy black hair sprouting every which way, while Lily, with her vivid red curls, glowed beside him, her hand clasped happily in his. And standing next to James, in immaculate tuxedo jacket and bow tie, was Sirius Black, his best man. Harry's breath caught. He'd seen Sirius's face on the Daily Prophet's wanted posters more than once. Even beneath the sallow, hollowed skin, he'd recognized a striking handsomeness. Yet in this photograph, the connection didn't click. Here stood the same man, only taller than his 6-foot-tall father, smiling brightly at the happy couple. For a moment, Harry simply stared at the proof of an unexpected friendship frozen in time. Elegant black hair fell across his eyes with a grace that neither James's nor Harry's hair had ever possessed. His steel-gray gaze, reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes, was sharp and intelligent, yet carried a hint of arrogant swagger all its own. Even in a fading photograph, he seemed to radiate a wild, unbridled freedom that only heightened his charisma. If Harry hadn't known the truth, he would never have guessed that this striking figure was Sirius Black. In fact, Sirius in his youth appeared even more magnetic than Gilderoy Lockhart or the young Tom Riddle. Harry studied the three faces in the photo, each pair of eyes alight with its own spark. But it was the smiling, handsome Sirius that held his attention. 1,000 thoughts tumbled through his mind. When this picture was taken, had Sirius already pledged himself to Voldemort? Had he been plotting the downfall of his best friend and his friend's wife? Even then, the idea was almost too cruel to bear. Had Sirius Black ever stopped to consider that his betrayal would cost him 12 years in Azkaban, and that the horrors he endured there would leave him forever scarred? Harry was lost in the question when Sherlock's hand came to rest on his shoulder. "My dear Harry, I suggest you stop overthinking." Harry met Sherlock's gray eyes with his own green ones, and, in that instant, understood. Earlier, on his way to the headmaster's office to see Dumbledore, he'd been seething with frustration. Professors inventing excuses to walk him through the castle corridors, Percy trailing him at every turn. But now, having learned the whole truth, Harry saw their concern in a new light. After 3 years with Sherlock, he'd learned to read between the lines. Sirius Black, James Potter's best friend, Harry's godfather in name only. His betrayal had delivered Harry's parents into Voldemort's clutches and left Harry an orphan. And yet, 12 years later, Black refused to remain a footnote in history. He had broken out of Azkaban and journeyed thousands of miles to find him. Harry remembered all too well the soul-crushing despair of the Dementors, the icy dread that nearly extinguished his will to live. And yet, through every guard and every ward, Black had slipped away, right under their noses. Harry knew that when you're up against someone like Sirius Black, no precaution is excessive. Black had already breached the walls of Hogwarts once, and his reputation as one of the darkest and most ruthless criminals in magical history was well earned. Yet, strangely, Harry felt little fear. He reflected on this again and realized it was Sherlock who gave him strength. What began as reliance on the detective's abilities in his first year had become instinctive faith. Harry was convinced Sherlock would uncover the clues needed to capture Black. That conviction hadn't waned over time. If anything, it had only grown stronger. As long as he followed Sherlock's lead, Harry believed he had nothing to fear. Putting all thoughts of danger aside, Harry devoted himself entirely to Quidditch practice. Winter's chill deepened, and the weather turned harsher by the day, but the Gryffindor squad met the challenge head-on, training relentlessly whether under driving rain or swirling snow. And every time they took to the pitch, Madame Hooch was there. Officially, she supervised the drills. Unofficially, she kept a watchful eye on Harry, ready to step in if ever Sirius Black tried to strike again. Professor McGonagall wasn't the only Hogwarts teacher to keep an eye on Quidditch practice. Madame Hooch did too, but McGonagall, Gryffindor's deputy headmistress, made occasional appearances of her own. "For heaven's sake," she would sigh every time she showed up, "I'd like to see us finally win the House Cup." Yet despite her enthusiasm for the team, McGonagall refused to let Harry join Sherlock's early morning training sessions. Her reasoning was simple. At dawn, out on those empty grounds, Harry would be left alone with Sherlock and Neville, far from the safety of supervision. She couldn't always watch over him at that hour, so Harry was officially grounded. That left only Neville Longbottom alongside Sherlock, and under his tutelage, Neville was improving by leaps and bounds. His natural aptitude for swordplay was finally shining through. After one particularly brisk dawn workout, Neville stretched out on the grass with a tired grin. "You know," he said, "Harry's always in some kind of trouble by this point every semester. Last year was the same. He'd vanish off to handle whatever and never finish practice." Sherlock merely raised an eyebrow. "That was to be expected," he said dryly, turning his attention back to the rising sun. "Some people prefer the chaos of mystery over the discipline of training." The savior of the magical world, the boy who lived, the bane of the Dark Lord, Sherlock's extraordinary identity perpetually thrust him into the center of every storm. Sherlock chuckled as he handed the long, straight wand back to Neville. "Please take this back for me, Neville." "Certainly," Neville said, catching it. He paused, then asked, "But aren't you heading back to the dormitories?" "I'm expecting someone," Sherlock replied, his gaze fixed on the far side of the courtyard. Neville followed his line of sight and caught sight of Gemma Farley approaching. A seventh-year witch who had once served as Slytherin prefect and now held the title of head girl, Gemma moved with the effortless grace of a swan. The silver badge on her chest glinted in the sunlight, drawing admiring glances from every young wizard nearby. "Head girl Farley," Neville blurted out, throat suddenly dry. Gemma paused and inclined her head in greeting. "Mr. Longbottom." Then she turned to Sherlock. At the sight of him, her gentle smile deepened and her sea-blue eyes widened, shining like twin moons. Gemma glanced at Neville, two long practice wands gripped in his hands, and couldn't help but smile. "Sherlock, did you two sneak in another morning workout?" "Evidently." She tilted her head, staring out through the corridor's lofty windows at the castle grounds. Lead-gray clouds churned overhead, pressing down on the turrets. A damp wind, thick with fallen leaves, rattled the glass. "Looks like another downpour's on the way." "Not surprising, given our region's transition from a temperate maritime to a mountain climate. This time of year brings clouds, rain, and wind." Gemma pouted playfully. "Are you showing off? If I weren't in Muggle studies, I'd have no idea what you were talking about." "Surely that's common knowledge," Sherlock replied lightly. "I'd hardly call it common knowledge, dear Sherlock." She fluttered her lashes, teasing him with a grin. "I bet fewer than a third of people can accurately describe their own local climate." Neville drifted to the side, watching their easy banter and convinced he really shouldn't be eavesdropping. Neville Longbottom's eyes darted anxiously between Sherlock and head girl Gemma Farley. Sherlock, head girl Farley, you two talk. I have something to do, so I'll be off." "Good luck, Mr. Longbottom," Gemma said softly. The moment she spoke, Neville tripped over his own feet, flailed wildly, and then fled down the corridor, cheeks ablaze. Just standing beside Gemma, so composed and poised, was enough to unnerve him completely. Gemma glanced around. A few younger students, peeking from the shadows, hurriedly looked away. She frowned, displeasure flickering in her gray eyes. "Let's find somewhere more private," she told Sherlock. He nodded. "The usual classroom on the 4th floor?" "Aye," Gemma replied, pausing only long enough to smile. "And next time, I'll have a gift for you." Sherlock arched an eyebrow. "A gift?" she winked. "You'll see." With that, she set off down the hallway. They climbed the spiral staircase, the castle's portraits murmuring as they passed. Finally, they reached the 4th floor classroom. Gemma stepped inside, turned, and closed the door with a decisive click. "All right," she said. "Let's begin." Gemma's wand slid from beneath her robes like a sleek serpent, tracing a graceful arc in the air. "Anti-Alohomora," she intoned. The door's bolt, already drawn, gave a crisp click. Sherlock leaned against the desk, his posture calm, but his gray eyes narrowing in mild curiosity. "Anti-Alohomora?" "Exactly." Gemma smoothly tucked her wand away, brushed an imaginary speck of dust from her skirt, and gestured toward two nearby chairs. "Please, sit." Once they were settled, a helpless yet teasing smile tugged at her lips. "Penelope confessed to me that last year she and Weasley were tangled up in a kiss in an empty classroom, only for Harry to walk in on them." She paused, her sea-blue gaze locking with Sherlock's. "I don't want to end up like her. caught off guard and seen by someone else. Chapter 318, The Second Unbuttoned Shirt Button. Gemma couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as Sherlock launched into his explanation. The anti-Alohomora charm, he said, exists solely to counter the Alohomora charm, the so-called thief's friend that unlocks doors, windows, and all manner of sealed containers. She sighed inwardly. Of course, he'd come prepared with history. Back in the early 1600s, he continued, a master charmsman named Bragadon Burleigh found his home burgled 19 times in just 2 weeks by thieves armed with Alohomora. In a fit of exasperation, he developed this counterspell. Gemma glanced down at Sherlock's white shirt. The top button was secure, but the second was defiantly undone, revealing a sliver of collarbone. It was such a small, careless detail, yet oddly intimate. She forced a wry smile. He was still a teenager, hormones raging, and here he was, completely unfazed by the slightest provocation. "You're telling me all that," she thought, "and you don't even flinch?" She opened her mouth, ready with a teasing remark, only to find him utterly impassive, eyes cool, posture relaxed. It felt like casting pearls before swine. With a mental shrug, Gemma decided to let it drop. If he wouldn't bite, there was no point in prodding further. She folded her arms, determined to play it cool, for now. Gemma's fingertips idly twisted a loose chestnut curl as she met Sherlock's gaze, setting aside her earlier hesitation. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. "I take it you know why I've come?" she said softly. Sherlock's long, pale fingers tapped a measured rhythm on the polished wood surface, as though composing an intricate melody of deduction. "There are only 2 possibilities, Sirius Black or the upcoming Quidditch match, and I'm fairly certain it's the match." She laughed, a light, rueful sound, then flicked her wand. In an instant, 2 steaming mugs of butterbeer appeared on the table, their frothy tops quivering with heat. Sherlock regarded the amber liquid with mild curiosity. "You had these brewed at Hogwarts to taste like those from the 3 broomsticks?" he asked. "More or less," Gemma replied, lightly tapping the rim so that ripples danced over the foam. "The house elves in the kitchens perfected the recipe. Not quite Hogsmeade, but close enough." Gemma slid a frothy mug of butterbeer across the table toward Sherlock. "I know it's not exactly like the Hogsmeade brew, slightly different, but it'll do." Sherlock's eyebrow lifted as he studied her. "You never made it to Hogsmeade before Halloween." She feigned surprise, covering her mouth with a laugh. "Oh, Sherlock, you worried about little old me? How very flattering." Yet her eyes flickered away, betraying an unease she tried to mask. Sherlock said nothing more, simply regarded the mug. After a moment's silence, Gemma sighed inwardly and forced herself on. "Honestly, with you and Hermione inseparable lately, even if I had managed to go, it wouldn't have been the right moment." "Diplomatic," he murmured. His gaze still held the untouched butterbeer. Gemma's nerves tightened. "What? Afraid I've slipped something in?" Sherlock finally met her eyes. His tone was soft but incisive. "Gemma, you're different from last year." She felt the weight of his scrutiny, his eyes moving over her face with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel, cataloging every subtle change. The familiar knot of guilt and longing coiled in her stomach as she realized how much he saw and how much still lay unspoken between them. Gemma's eyes glazed over for a moment as Sherlock finished speaking, her gaze drifting to the turbulent clouds rolling outside the classroom window. She tilted her head, a soft smile playing at her lips. "Maybe it's because I'm graduating this semester," she admitted, voice low with a touch of relief. "I've learned a few things along the way." She reached for her mug, amber tea sloshing gently as she raised it. The glow of the liquid danced across her face. Sherlock lifted his own cup, and they tapped rims, the clear chime echoing in the empty room, making Gemma's pulse quicken. "All right," Sherlock said, setting his mug down. "Let's get to the matter at hand. This Saturday was supposed to be the Slytherin-Gryffindor Quidditch match, but there's been a change of plans." Gemma's fingers absently traced the side of her cup, faint scratches scoring the glass. "Marcus Flint stopped by this morning. He told me Draco Malfoy, our seeker, took a bad spill during training. He's broken his leg." Sherlock's brow furrowed. Outside, thunder rumbled in answer. "We've already filed the paperwork with the school," Gemma said, leaning forward. "Unless something unforeseen comes up, Saturday's match will be Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff." Sherlock's brow shot up, as though a hound had picked up a new scent. Fell off his broom? His gray eyes sharpened. Is that true? Gemma met his gaze evenly. Yes, it's true. Malfoy broke his leg. She paused, choosing her words. The Slytherin team has been training just as hard as Gryffindor all semester. In fact, yesterday, they deliberately drilled in a storm to mimic real match conditions. Unfortunately, Malfoy took a nasty fall during those exercises. A note of regret touched her voice. When he went down, a sudden gust caught his Nimbus 2001. It careened into the humping willow and shattered on impact. Sherlock gave a single nod. His fingers began tapping on the table, first slowly, then in a steady, quickening rhythm. A moment later, Sherlock spoke, his tone calm but deliberate. This is a perfect opportunity for the Slytherin Quidditch team. An opportunity. Gemma stared at him in disbelief. He nodded. With our seeker injured, the match can be postponed, and in weather like this, postponement is exactly what we want. Malfoy's erratic performance in today's practice only confirms that he'd have struggled out there. Gemma's shoulders slumped. I'm sorry, Sherlock. My intention was only to stop Flint, but Malfoy ended up in the hospital instead. Her voice shook as she continued. Madame Pomfrey has patched him up, but she insists he needs 2 or 3 more days of bed rest. And his Nimbus 2001, it's in pieces by the humping willow. Even the finest wizards couldn't restore it. Sherlock raised a hand to halt her apology. A warm smile softened his features. Please, there's no need to feel guilty. None at all? Gemma asked, blinking away fresh tears. He met her eyes. Last year, you spoke as a Slytherin prefect, always defending our house's reputation. But this year, you don't have that burden. What happens on the pitch is out of your hands. And right now, everything's going our way. Chapter 12, Cloudy Skies and Shifting Advantage. You're the student body president of the whole school, not just Slytherin, Sherlock reminded her, his tone calm but unyielding. He folded his arms and met Gemma's gaze head-on. A seeker gets hurt before a match or his broom breaks. Those are more than adequate grounds to ask for a postponement. Yes, Malfoy will be out of the infirmary soon enough, and his father could overnight him a new broom if he wanted to. But ask yourself, what would Malfoy or the Slytherin team actually gain from delaying the game? Nothing. Meanwhile, Flint's proposal makes perfect sense. Sherlock, you... Gemma began, surprise flashing across her sea-blue eyes. The tension she'd carried in her shoulders melted away as she absorbed his words. You can't pick and choose the rules just because they suit you. Sherlock offered her a playful wink, the slightest curve of a smile tugging at his lips. My dear President, the rules apply equally to everyone. Slytherin believes that postponing the match until the weather clears will give them the upper hand. But so would it for our opponents. A bright, sunny day helps both teams perform at their best. Would you really hand that advantage to Draco? Gemma hesitated, then drew in a steadying breath. Outside, thunder rumbled in the distance, proof that neither side would play their finest today. But postpone the match until tomorrow, when the skies would be clear, and neither team held a hidden benefit. She squared her shoulders, resolve returning to her voice. All right, we'll stick to the original schedule. No delays. Sherlock nodded once, satisfied, as both of them turned to inform the Quidditch captain. The skies might clear by tomorrow, but today the game would go on as planned. Who will win is still anyone's guess. Gemma looked up at Sherlock, a surprising warmth blooming in her chest. Only a few days ago, she'd been convinced that his razor-sharp logic left no room for empathy. Even moments earlier, she'd assumed his unshakable calm meant he couldn't read her unspoken concerns. But now she understood just how comforting his rationality could be. His clear-sighted analysis was like sunlight piercing through gathering clouds, banishing her needless doubts and setting her mind at ease. Gemma stirred her butterbeer thoughtfully. It's just not fair to Gryffindor, she protested. They've spent the entire season scrimmaging against Slytherin. Sherlock Holmes regarded her serenely. Fairness is relative, Gemma. Unfairness is absolute. He held her gaze for a moment. I'm glad you can step outside your Slytherin perspective on this. A pleased smile curved Gemma's lips. Thank you for the compliment, Sherlock. She brightened at the change in subject. Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, Wood, keeps saying this is his last chance to lift the cup. He graduates at year's end. The same goes for me. Her tone grew wistful. After I graduate next year, my father plans to send me overseas. Wood and I will hardly see each other again. Sherlock arched an eyebrow. Expanding the Farley family's influence abroad? Gemma chuckled and twirled her mug before draining the last buttery drop. With a graceful flick of her wand, the empty glass vanished and reappeared brimming with fresh foam. She settled back, her expression thoughtful. Perhaps, but that, my friend, is a story for another day. Gemma raised her mug and tapped it lightly against Sherlock's. The Farleys aren't one of the sacred 28, she said softly. Our influence stops at Britain's shores. We only managed to pressure the Malfoys at the start of term because Lucius Malfoy went too far last year. Everyone was fed up, and we seized the opportunity. A flash of lightning traced her profile in silver. She leaned back into the pale glow. Father wants me to go to Greece to oversee the magic ore trade there, but I've applied for an internship at the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania. We argued about it more than once, but he finally agreed. She reached into her pocket, produced a parchment sealed with crimson wax, and set it on the table. The seal gleamed under the lamplight. Of course, this is only temporary, she added. As she leaned forward, her silver pendant swung gently at her throat. Through the slight gap left by her undone blouse buttons, the student council badge pinned to her collar shone, a quiet reminder of the power she'd earned, and was about to expand. Chapter 31. So, you still plan to return to Britain? Sherlock asked, his voice low over the clatter of rain against the window. Gemma waved her wand, and the empty butterbeer mug before her dissolved into a swirl of light. In its place appeared a fresh, frothing glass. Within 3 years, she said, lifting it to her lips. At most. By then, I'll hold the highest certification of the International Dragon Tamers. She took a long draught of butterbeer, her pale neck arching with each swallow, then set the mug back on the table. The Ministry of Magic in Britain could use new blood. If those dark creatures start to stir the way the reports suggest, I'll be in a position to help. A flush bloomed in her cheeks as the warmth of her third beer settled in. Outside, the storm intensified, rain hammering the glass in relentless sheets. Sherlock watched the lightning flicker across the sky, then turned back to the shelves lining the tavern wall, where a decanter of Romanian brandy gleamed in the lamplight. Gemma's smile was soft but certain. Romanian brandy, she murmured, definitely worth the praise. Sherlock rapped his knuckles against his own half-finished butterbeer and met her gaze. Dark creatures on the rise or not, he thought, that brandy was a temptation he couldn't resist. He reached for the decanter and poured them each a measure. The storm raged outside, but for now they had each other's company and a plan. That's why the oak-aged ales in Hogsmeade suit the British Constitution so well, Gemma said, her eyes dancing in the firelight. Sherlock merely sipped his drink, eyebrows raised. Suddenly, Gemma lifted her right hand and laid it over the back of his. She gave him a hopeful smile. This Christmas, I have a very special gift for you. He felt the warmth of her palm against his skin and stared at her in silence. Gemma's cheeks flushed pink. She withdrew her hand as though embarrassed by her own boldness. I know you'll like it, she added softly. Sherlock let out a sharp laugh. I'm not at all happy. A cold wind swept across the Quidditch pitch as the last rays of day faded. In the stone-walled changing room, Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood, slammed his fist on a bench to get everyone's attention. Listen up, we're not playing Slytherin today. He glanced around at his teammates, who exchanged confused looks. Flint just came by, said Slytherin backed out. We're up against Hufflepuff instead. Why the change? Someone called from the back. Flint says their seeker took a nasty spill in practice, fell off his broom and broke a leg, but I've a feeling it's just an excuse to chicken out. Wood bared his teeth in a furious grin. So get your heads in the game, we ride out in 10. Groans and muttered pledges rippled through the room as the players began suiting up. Outside, the floodlights buzzed on, casting long shadows across the frosty turf. No one spoke of giving up. Not Gryffindor. Not today. The storm had raged all day, wind and sleet lashing the Quidditch pitch until the stands thrummed with thunder. Harry stood under the shelter of the Slytherin stands alongside Wood, Fred, and George Weasley, their robes plastered with rain. Wood let out an exasperated sigh and shook his head. They just don't want to play in this weather. Think it'll ruin their chances. Harry frowned, staring out across the storm-tossed pitch. A low roll of thunder echoed his surprise. Malfoy's injured? He asked, incredulous. Surely the Slytherin captain wouldn't bow out so easily. He couldn't help but remember Hermione's frantic warning from his first year when Professor Snape was set to referee their match. What? Hamstring it, she'd hissed. And Ron had been even more dramatic. No, really break your leg. They'd both been convinced that faking or even forcing a real injury was the only way to keep Harry off Snape's turf. Harry glanced at the twins. They looked every inch the schemers already. He must be faking it. I saw him cozying up to that Slytherin girl in the library just 2 days ago, Fred declared, winking at George. Classic Malfoy. Pull a stunt so he doesn't have to face us in this muck. George nodded solemnly. Right? Pretend to break your leg. Hermione's idea. Really break your leg. That was Ron's. Either way, you're out of the game. Wood reached into his pocket and produced a crumpled piece of parchment. Unfortunately for them, it seems Madame Pomfrey isn't in on the conspiracy. Flint brought this from St. Mungo's. Malfoy has a broken bone. 3 days of hospital rest. Exactly long enough for him to be back just in time for Saturday's match. A grin spread across Harry's face. Perfect. Discharge Saturday morning, back on the pitch by afternoon. Fred burst out laughing. You're too naive, Harry. Maybe someone really did curse his ankle good and proper. Another crack of thunder rolled overhead, and raindrops drummed against the stands. Harry tucked his chin into his robes against the wind and stared unwaveringly at the swirling clouds above the pitch. Well, he said, let him try to tackle me on that one good leg. I'll be ready. How could Slytherin let their seeker play in an official match right after being discharged? Oliver Wood's face tightened, as if he'd been struck again. We've been scrimmaging against Slytherin all week, he said, voice low. Now we're up against Hufflepuff, completely different style, and their new captain is a seeker too, Cedric Diggory. Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell, the 3 chasers, erupted into giggles. Angelina wiped a tear from her eye. Wait, Cedric Diggory? The tall, blonde one? Katie fanned herself playfully. Yes, well built, but he hardly says 2 words in a row. They dissolved into laughter again. Fred Weasley rolled his eyes. He talks so little because he's too thick to get 2 words out. The 3 girls shot Fred furious looks. Wood exhaled sharply, pinching the bridge of his nose. Really, Fred? You'd think we could show a little respect. George Weasley grinned and leaned back on his broom. Oliver, honestly, Hufflepuff's the easiest match this season. Cedric Diggory's all hat and no Hogwarts fire. We'll have this one in the bag. Have you forgotten? Oliver Wood suddenly barked, his temper flaring. Last time we played Hufflepuff, the match with Snape as referee, Harry here broke the record for the fastest golden snitch catch in Hogwarts history. George Weasley shot back coolly. Well, this time it'll be different. Wood whirled on the twins, his face flushing. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Cedric Diggory's the captain now, he snapped. He's assembled a top-notch squad, and he's an excellent seeker himself. I was worried someone might still be underestimating them. The match hasn't even started, and you're already slacking off? We can't let Slytherin disrupt our rhythm. We must stay sharp and leave them no openings. Oliver, take a deep breath, George said, holding up his hands. He glanced at Fred, then back at Wood. Relax. We'll treat Hufflepuff with the utmost respect. Trust me on that. Harry said nothing, simply folding his arms and watching Wood's rant fizzle out. The rest of practice passed in tense silence. As soon as the final whistle blew, Harry trudged back to the Gryffindor common room and found Hermione, Ron, and Ginny sprawled by the fire. He told them everything, Wood's outburst, the twins' calm response, and Diggory's new leadership. Not one of them looked surprised. Harry blinked. Wait, why aren't you shocked? Didn't you know? Ron yawned. Our head girl Gemma went straight to old Sherlock, the prefect, and let him in on the news hours ago. Hermione gave Harry a sympathetic smile. Honestly, it's been the talk of the school since yesterday. Everyone's been waiting to see how Gryffindor reacts. Harry sank into an armchair, finally catching up to the latest gossip. At least now he understood. Everyone else had been one step ahead. Ron nudged Hermione with a mischievous grin. Speaking of which, she's been awfully attentive to old Sherlock. Hermione shot Ron a sharp look, but said, "Nothing," Instead, she turned to Sherlock. Sherlock, is the story about Malfoy true? Sherlock met her gaze calmly. I went to the hospital wing myself. It's true, his leg is broken. Madame Pomfrey can mend the bone, but she insists on keeping him under observation for a few days. Earlier that afternoon, fresh from his meeting with Gemma, Sherlock had dropped by the infirmary. He found Draco Malfoy stretched out in a narrow cot, Pansy Parkinson perched at his side, carefully ladling broth into his mouth. Since Malfoy's surprising apology to Harry on the first day of term, he'd kept a remarkably low profile. No one expected him to pull off something this dramatic. Ron burst into laughter. He didn't just break his leg. Remember those 7 Nimbus 2001s Lucius Malfoy bought for Slytherin last year? Well, Draco lost one spectacularly. He fell off his broom, straight into the humping willow. Harry's eyes went wide. He crashed into the humping willow? He sure did, Ron said, trying to stifle his giggles. That tree doesn't take kindly to collisions. It shredded his broom, and down he went. Harry frowned. Wood had never mentioned any of this. Hermione stepped forward and pressed a photograph into his hand. Harry's heart sank the moment he saw the photo. That was hardly a broomstick. It was nothing more than a handful of splintered wood and broken twigs. Despite Malfoy's apology and Harry's own better nature, he felt no satisfaction in seeing Ron's triumphant smirk. Instead, a pang of pity struck him. He knew better than anyone how deep the bond between a Quidditch player and his broom could be. He and his beloved Nimbus 2000 had shared countless hours in the sky. "Where did this picture come from?" Harry asked, his voice hushed. "One of your fans took it," Hermione replied, trying, and mostly failing, to suppress a laugh. "He planned to hand it to you himself, but some Slytherins caught him first. Professor Flitwick happened to be nearby. Otherwise, our photographer might have ended up with a nasty beating." Harry's eyes widened. Colin Creevey? That daring little boy still held on to his admiration, even though Ginny's arrival had given him more to think about than following Harry everywhere. His loyalty and bravery hadn't wavered. Hermione slipped the photo into Harry's hand and patted his shoulder sympathetically. Harry stared down at the jagged shards of wood, imagining his broom's proud gleam as it once had soared above the pitch. It was more than a broken stick now. It was a reminder of every victory, every thrill of flight, and every challenge that lay ahead. Harry studied the photograph again, struck by how perfectly it captured Draco Malfoy's uncharacteristic vulnerability. Normally, whenever something unsettled him, he'd lash out with bravado. Yet here, in this single frame, Harry could almost feel the twinge of heartache behind Malfoy's usually guarded eyes. Sherlock Holmes watched Harry's reaction, then turned the picture over with a faint smile. "Gemma asked me to pass this along, and to remind you, Hufflepuff's new captain, Cedric Diggory, has completely reshuffled his roster. Their squad is far stronger this year." Harry nodded. "Wood said the same thing before practice today. Never underestimate your opponents." "Exactly," Sherlock agreed, folding his long fingers together. "All the more reason to end the match quickly. Find the golden snitch and catch it before they have a chance to mount a comeback. And one more thing. Harry, you should speak to Cho Chang." "Cho," Harry frowned in surprise. "Yes, last season was cut short, but Ravenclaw faced Hufflepuff before the cancellations, and Ravenclaw won. Diggory wasn't captain back then, but he was already proving himself an exceptional seeker." Harry leaned forward, absorbing every detail. "I remember that game. If he's now leading the team, we'll have to be at our absolute best." Sherlock gave him an approving nod. "Precisely. Keep sharp, Potter, and don't let them catch you off guard. Cho Chang should be able to help you." Sherlock finished speaking, then glanced toward the door with a satisfied smile. "Ah, Harry, women really are your specialty. She's even more forward than I expected." Chapter 320. Women are your forte. Late afternoon sunlight filtered through the tall windows of the Gryffindor common room as Harry looked across the table at Sherlock. Sherlock was wearing that unmistakable half-smile. "Women," he said, tapping his temple lightly, "are your forte." Harry's eyebrows shot up. "Me? Women?" Before he could protest further, a familiar shriek filled the room. Hedwig swooped in through the open window and alighted on Harry's shoulder. She gave his ear a gentle nip, her way of greeting him, then stretched out her leg to reveal a neatly tied parchment. Harry untied the scroll and exchanged a puzzled glance with Sherlock. With a deep breath, he unfolded it and scanned the contents. His cheeks warmed as he read. "They're playing Hufflepuff this weekend," he murmured, looking back at Sherlock. "Cho says she heard about the change of opponent and wants to meet before the match." Sherlock's knowing grin widened. Hermione, standing by the hearth, dropped her quill with a soft clatter as realization dawned on her. Ron, lounging in an armchair, finally registered Harry's words and let out a drawn-out whistle. All three friends fixed Harry with amused, expectant looks. Harry swallowed hard and shifted in his seat. Suddenly, women did seem like more of a challenge than ever. Harry was still trying to reassure Cho Chang when a burst of fiery red hair barreled into the Gryffindor common room. "Harry!" Ginny Weasley, evidently seeing no one but him, came to an abrupt halt at his feet. "Our next match opponent just changed!" Cho, Hermione, Ron, and improbably Sherlock Holmes looked up in unison. Harry gave a resigned sigh. Now there was no dodging it. He settled deeper into his armchair and ran through the whole story. Slytherin had withdrawn, and they'd been paired against Ravenclaw this weekend. Ginny draped herself over the nearby armrest and waved a hand. "Ravenclaw, please, think back to our Hufflepuff game last year. Professor Snape was blatantly favoring them, and you still caught the snitch in under 5 minutes." Harry couldn't help smiling. "You really sound like George when you say that." Ginny flashed a triumphant grin. "George knows Quidditch. Hufflepuff was a pushover. Ravenclaw won't even break a sweat." She turned and noticed the others standing behind Harry. "Oh, Sherlock, Hermione, Ron, you're here too." Sherlock's sharp eyes, Hermione's raised brow, and Ron's expectant grin said it all. Not a word was spoken, but the silence was powerful. They believed in him. With Cho's concern, Ginny's confidence, and his friends' unspoken support, Harry felt ready to take on any team, no matter how many times the matchup changed. Harry felt the awkwardness thicken around him. None of his friends dared mention Cho Chang in front of Ginny, and she chattered on happily until she finally left, seemingly satisfied. A few minutes later, Harry and Ron made their way back to the Gryffindor dormitory. Spotting Sherlock and Hermione still lingering in the hallway, Harry offered a weary, "Good night." Ron, however, barely met Hermione's eyes. He merely mumbled, "Night, Sherlock," then followed Harry down the stairs without another word. Harry watched them go, exasperated by Ron's frosty behavior, but unsure how to fix it. Once the boys were out of earshot, Hermione approached Sherlock, her voice timid. "Sherlock, am I in the wrong here?" Sherlock leaned against the banister, arms folded. "Morality is rarely black and white. What matters is whether you believe you've done something wrong." She shook her head firmly. "No. Hagrid said cats naturally chase mice. Crookshanks is just playing. There's no way he'd actually harm Scabbers." "Yet Ron seems certain otherwise," Sherlock observed coolly. Hermione pressed her lips together. "He's been biased ever since Crookshanks landed on his head in the magical menagerie at Diagon Alley. He formed an opinion without any proof, and he hasn't bothered to reconsider." Sherlock gave a slight nod. "Jumping to conclusions is human nature. Unfair, but hardly unexpected." Hermione sighed, relief mixing with frustration. At least Sherlock understood. Sometimes that was enough. Hermione's unspoken question hung in the air, but Sherlock stayed silent for a moment, considering. Finally, he spoke without looking up. "I told you back in first year not to let other people's opinions sway you," he reminded her. "You said then that you couldn't do it." Sherlock steepled his fingers under his chin and leaned back in his chair, settling into a more relaxed posture. "My advice hasn't changed. If you can't change the world, change yourself." Hermione met his eyes, determination hardening her expression. First year had taught her how to adapt, how to reshape herself to fit in. But this time would be different. She would no longer compromise her principles. Over the next few days, Hermione noticed Oliver Wood popping up around Sherlock more often, though not to recruit him for Quidditch. Wood had long since given up on persuading Sherlock to join the team. He'd decided to entrust that mission to Harry once Harry returned. Given Harry's friendship with Sherlock, Wood hoped Harry could succeed where he failed. During breaks between classes and practices, Oliver could be found cornering Harry, offering tactical advice and motivational pep talks. He was approaching the upcoming match with all the intensity of a seasoned captain, and Harry, eager as always, was soaking it all up. Meanwhile, Hermione steeled herself for the conversations to come, resolved that this time she would not back down. Harry accepted Cho Chang's invitation and carved out time each day to meet her. It was always a pleasure to talk Quidditch with someone as bright and beautiful as Cho, and over the past few days, she'd freely shared every scrap of information she could gather on Hufflepuff's team. Oliver Wood was delighted by the intelligence exchange. After practice one afternoon, he pulled Harry aside. "Chang's seeker is every bit as skilled as Diggory, Harry. You'd do well to learn even more, if you catch my meaning, about Hufflepuff's tactics. And if it costs you a bit in personal sacrifices, I'll back you completely. Anything for the team." Harry's cheeks flushed. "I don't think that's necessary, Captain," Wood beamed. "Exactly. Well done, Harry." He glanced down the corridor and spotted Cho approaching. "Ah, there she is. You two carry on. I've got other business." With a mischievous wink, he hustled away. Cho paused beside Harry, eyebrows raised. "Professor Wood?" He seemed in quite a hurry just now. Harry forced a smile. He certainly wasn't about to admit that Wood had been urging him to pry even more secrets from her. "Oh, you know how it is. Quidditch never sleeps," he replied, steering the conversation back to safer ground as they walked off together. Fortunately, Cho Chang was understanding. If Harry didn't volunteer more information, she wouldn't press him. They got straight to the point. "Cedric Diggory is tall and strong," Harry began, "but he turns on a dime. You can't afford to drop your guard." Cho looked up at him, her dark eyes calm. "Last year, our match against Hufflepuff ended 220 to 150. Harry's talent for reading a game snapped into focus. "So Diggory caught the snitch in the end?" She nodded. "Yes, until we hit 150 points, our two beaters and I kept him from getting close. But once he saw an opening, he swooped in and claimed the snitch in seconds." Cho pressed her lips together, relief and concern mingling on her face. Then she straightened, her tone firm. "This year it's different. Now that Diggory is team captain, he's already analyzed Hufflepuff's weaknesses, and he's shored up every gap. Captain Wood has also pinpointed the team's weaknesses and reshuffled the roster." "Oliver said the same thing," Harry replied. "He warned us not to underestimate Hufflepuff." "Exactly," I agreed. "This year, they're no longer just a one-man show with a star seeker. They've overhauled their entire lineup." Cho Chang's expression grew serious. "Harry, I believe in you. You're faster than Cedric, and Griffey, Endor's overall strength still outmatches Hufflepuff's, especially since they're still learning to play together. Go out there with confidence, and you'll beat them." "Thanks, Cho." She flashed a playful smile. "I'm counting on you in the next match. Don't let me down." Watching Cho's grin, Harry's heart tightened with determination. No matter what, he would catch the golden snitch before Diggory. Captain Wood had stressed how crucial this game was, but Harry felt far less pressure than he ever had before that fateful match against Slytherin last year. Compared to Slytherin's formidable lineup of 7 Nimbus 2001 riders, Hufflepuff looked decidedly underpowered, now down to 6 after poor Malfoy's extended hospital stay. They'd shuffled their roster since then, but from Cho's description, the new additions still paled in comparison. Unless something completely unexpected happened, beating them shouldn't be a problem. "Come on, Harry," Cho said, slipping her arm through his. "We've got to get to class before we're late." At that moment, Hermione, Ron, and Sherlock appeared at the edge of the courtyard, wearing those amused, almost paternal smiles they'd perfected lately whenever Harry was out with Cho or Ginny. Harry felt a blush creep up, and Cho pretended to adjust her bag strap to hide her own embarrassment. After a beat, Cho cleared her throat and asked, "Sherlock, what's next on our schedule?" "Defense against the dark arts." Cho's brow shot up. "Defense against the dark arts? That reminds me. Professor Lupin's been out sick. Yesterday afternoon, Snape filled in for him." "Snape," Harry echoed, eyebrows high. Hermione nodded. "Word is he volunteered when the Ministry needed someone to cover Lupin's classes. Rumor has it he insisted on having input into the syllabus." Ron shuddered. "Fantastic. I'd rather duel a mountain troll than have Snape watching over my shoulder every time I cast a Patronus." Cho laughed. "Maybe it'll keep both him and the rest of us on our toes." Harry forced a grin. "Let's just hope we don't end up stuck doing endless wand drills." Sherlock shrugged. We'll get through it, and then straight back to Quidditch practice." The group fell in behind Sherlock and wove through the castle's ancient corridors. Stone walls echoed with their footsteps as the great doors to Defense Against the Dark Arts swung into view, another mystery waiting beyond. "What happened to Professor Lupin?" Hermione asked as she slid into the empty seat beside Ron. "I'm not sure," Ron admitted with a shrug. "Professor Snape, he's covering Lupin's classes, won't tell us a thing, and if anyone presses him with even one more question, he docks points on the spot with some flimsy excuse." "Snape again?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Does he feel naked unless he teaches Defense Against the Dark Arts at least once a year? Honestly, apart from Lupin himself, Snape's the only realistic substitute we have," said Harry, who had just joined them. "He's highly qualified. No question about it." "True," Ron conceded, "but I'm fed up. For 2 whole years we've been cursed with this teaching post. We finally got a professor we all liked, someone who actually taught us practical skills, and now he's gone, and in swoops Snape again." Cho Chang, standing nearby, leaned in. "Actually, I think Harry's right. Snape knows his stuff. Compared to Quirrell or Lockhart, he can teach us real techniques. He just needs to ease up on the point docking." "If he didn't spend half the lesson harassing Harry, I might even agree with you, Miss Chang," Ron muttered. Cho gave him a wry smile. "Well, that might be asking a bit much." "Everyone knows that Professor Snape dislikes Gryffindors," Hermione murmured as they hurried along the corridor. "No one's quite sure why, though," Cho Chang shrugged. "Maybe it's because Harry's dad was in Gryffindor." "Really?" Cho's brow furrowed in confusion. She glanced at Harry, then back at Hermione, clearly not seeing the connection. Hermione's lips parted, ready to explain, until a sudden panic crossed her face. "Oh no, we're running late. If all 4 of us arrive late to Defense Against the Dark Arts, Gryffindor will lose even more points." Cho grabbed Harry's arm and steered him forward. "Let's move it then." They broke into a brisk walk, Cho and Hermione leading the way, Harry following, and Sherlock bringing up the rear. When they reached the classroom door, they pressed their ears against the wood. No muttered lessons, no rattling of parchment. Professor Snape was nowhere to be heard. Except for Sherlock, the trio let out a long, relieved sigh. Classes might be starting late today, but at least they'd escaped a Snape lecture for once. Chapter 321, Shadows Beneath the Curtain. A warm buzz of excitement filled the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom as students settled into their seats. Whispers and laughter rippled through the room while everyone speculated about what Professor Lupin would teach today. It seemed, once again, that Lupin had reclaimed the title of Most Popular Professor from Hagrid. The rivalry between the two made perfect sense. Care of Magical Creatures was endlessly charming. Hagrid showed students how to feed, shelter, and tend to magical beasts, teaching compassion and respect for each creature's habits. But Defense Against the Dark Arts carried a sharper edge. Here, students learned spells to shield themselves from curses and fend off dark forces. No matter how delightful Hagrid's creatures were, nothing sparked Hogwarts students' imaginations more than mastering a new defensive charm. Early in the term, Hagrid's generous supply of rare ingredients and friendly creatures had briefly won him the popularity contest, but Lupin's calm authority and innovative lessons had secured his lead ever since. As the chatter died down and the classroom door swung open, the students straightened in their seats, eager to discover what new challenges lay behind today's lesson. As the semester wore on, the revamped syllabi in both of Lupin's classes, his lively lectures, hands-on exercises, and warm demeanor won him universal praise. Best of all, Hagrid had followed Sherlock's advice to the letter. Although Care of Magical Creatures slipped a bit in the rankings, it still outpaced divination, arithmancy, Muggle studies, and ancient runes, earning the top spot among electives. It even rivaled required courses like History of Magic and Astronomy in popularity. Hagrid could hardly hide his delight. "They still don't know that Snape's stepping in for Lupin, do they?" he whispered to Ron, who only shook his head, eyes drifting mournfully over his chattering classmates. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, then fell silent. Sherlock, ever curious, leaned forward and scanned the room. "Interesting," he said. "It seems Professor Snape plans to teach in an entirely new style." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, but before Sherlock could answer, a sharp bang rattled the door. It burst open, and Severus Snape swept in as though carried on the wind, cloak swirling, dark hair gleaming under the torchlight. The entire class froze. Silently, he strode to the front, raised his wand, and surveyed his audience with those trademark, piercing black eyes. As Snape swept across the front of the room, he drew each window closed in turn, plunging the classroom into sudden darkness. When he reached the podium, he tugged a cord, and with a soft hiss, a white projection screen descended behind him. At that moment, Harry and Hermione exchanged knowing looks. Sherlock's earlier remark about relying on Muggle technology had finally clicked into place. The rest of the students sat in puzzled silence, but Snape paid them no heed. In his low, drawling voice he commanded, "Turn to page 394. Before anyone could reach for their books, Dean Thomas raised his hand. "Excuse me, Professor, where is Professor Lupin?" It was an awkward question. For the past 3 years, their defense against the dark arts lessons had been taught by the potions master in Lupin's stead, and rumors were already starting to swirl. Snape fixed Dean with a frosty, impatient glare. "He's unwell today and unable to teach." Dean's brow furrowed. "What happened to him?" Harry, having learned from Cho Chang that Snape was covering for Lupin, felt a pang of curiosity. He leaned forward, waiting to hear Snape's answer. "He's not in any real danger," Snape said, his lips curling into a contemptuous sneer, almost as if he regretted the day Harry might prove him wrong. He turned on Harry with a look more disdainful than anything he'd ever shown Dean. "That's none of your concern, Potter. 5 points from Gryffindor for interrupting me without permission." Without waiting for Harry to reply, Snape strode to the back of the classroom. "Turn to page 394, he ordered, tapping a curious contraption with his wand. Instantly, the device flickered to life. Ron was already leafing slowly through his textbook. At the back of the room, Snape's eyes narrowed. He flicked his wand again, and with a soft rustle, Ron's page snapped to 394. "Werewolves," Ron blurted, staring at the heading. Snape ignored his outburst and spoke in a cold, measured tone. "Professor Lupin left no records of what you covered last term." "We did," Hermione interrupted swiftly. "We studied boggarts, redcaps, kappas, grindylows." Snape raised an eyebrow, but said nothing as Hermione's voice trailed off, the class waiting on his next instruction. "Silence!" Professor Snape's voice cut through the chatter as he fixed Hermione Granger with a steely glare. "I wasn't posing a question, Miss Granger. I was merely critiquing Professor Lupin's rather disorganized teaching methods." Hermione bristled. "He's the best defense against the dark arts teacher we've ever had." Seamus Finnegan nodded vigorously in agreement, and a ripple of assent ran through the classroom. Snape's lips curled into a silent sneer. "That must be because you're all too easily satisfied," he said coldly. "Or perhaps because Professor Lupin hasn't dared to challenge you. In my opinion, first-year students should already be capable of handling redcaps and grindylows. Now, open your books to page 394, everyone, immediately." Grumbling, the students complied. Snape flicked on the projector perched atop his desk, then stalked to the heavy velvet screen beside the podium. With a dramatic flourish, he turned back to face the class. "Let's start with an easy one. Who can tell me the difference between a werewolf and a wolf in animagus form?" Hermione's hand shot up so quickly, her quill nearly toppled from her fingers. At that very moment, a terrifying silhouette of a snarling werewolf shambled onto the screen, its eyes gleaming in the flickering light. The lesson had begun. Professor Snape's classroom was the only one at Hogwarts with a curious contraption mounted above the blackboard. Not a moving portrait as wizards were accustomed to, but a Muggle device that cycled through static images like the slide projectors Muggle-born and half-blood students had seen in school back home. The pure-blood wizards gaped, utterly mystified. The Muggle-born and mixed-blood pupils recognized it at once, and even Sherlock Holmes broke into a satisfied grin. Indeed, Snape was the lone instructor bold enough to lecture in robes while wielding what looked very much like a projector. Snape swept his students with a cold stare. "No one knows what this is?" he asked, voice dripping disdain. Hermione Granger shot up her hand, but Snape ignored her, lips curling in mockery. "It seems Professor Lupin never explained the fundamental difference between the two. Truly, his teaching methods are haphazard." A ripple of protest ran around the room. "Professor, We haven't covered werewolves yet, one student blurted. It'll be weeks before we tackle nocturnal creatures, another chimed in. We're studying. Silence! Snape's second command cut them off. He let his eyes linger on the murmuring students, tone contemptuous. That is no excuse. Severus Snape's voice sliced through the hush of the classroom. I don't expect you to fight a real werewolf, he sneered, but failing to recognize one? A third-year class should know better. I'll be informing Professor Dumbledore. Our defense against the dark arts syllabus is far too far behind. Professor, please, Hermione whispered, her throat tight. She curled her fingers into the edge of her desk so hard her nails bit into her palms. How dare Snape dismiss Professor Lupin's carefully tailored lessons as disorganized? Worse still, he mocked the very material that had driven her to scour the library until the hour grew late. Hermione's chest burned with a mix of frustration and indignation. Lupin's approach had been different from any other, individualized, thoughtful, perfectly suited to each student's needs. Yet Snape reduced it to lagging coursework, undermining the nights Hermione had spent poring over tomes and scrolls by candlelight. She drew in a slow, steadying breath, determined not to let his words go unchallenged. Hermione's hand shot up the moment she heard the word. She could no longer hold back. An animagus is a wizard who can transform into an animal at will, like a wolf. Werewolves have no choice, they... Miss Granger, Professor Snape interrupted, his voice icy. That's the second time you've spoken out of turn. He fixed her with a steely glare. Hermione's cheeks flamed red beneath his scrutiny. Do you lack self-control, or are you simply proud of being the insufferable know-it-all? He sneered. Ron leaned over to Harry and whispered, He's got a point in his own nasty way. Harry shook his head, his eyebrows drawn together in frustration. Because of your impudence, Gryffindor will lose another 5 points. Hermione's hand slowly dropped to her side. She stared at the floor, fighting back tears. Around the classroom, her fellow students burned holes in Snape with angry stares, but no one spoke. Even Ron opened his mouth to retort, then closed it when Harry gave him a sharp look. Sometimes, Harry thought, even the right answer isn't worth the price. The brief pause ended, and just as everyone began to relax, Snape's eyes flicked over to Sherlock Holmes. Then, Mr. Great Detective Holmes, you'll answer this one. A ripple of surprise swept through the classroom. Snape asking questions in lesson was nothing unusual. He often ignored Hermione's raised hand and penalized her for it. His sarcastic Great Detective Holmes barbs were hardly new either. But calling on Sherlock by name? That was unprecedented. Ever since Sherlock had flawlessly solved Snape's opening challenge in their first-year potions class, the professor had never directed another question his way. Initially, it wasn't personal. Aside from Hermione Granger, the so-called know-it-all, Sherlock was the only student who could consistently meet Snape's exacting standards. The key difference was that Hermione volunteered answers, while Sherlock never did. He certainly hadn't anticipated being called out now, and even as his classmates exchanged bewildered glances, Sherlock's face betrayed only the faintest flicker of curiosity. Ever since Hermione had written to Professor Snape for help with Dobby before our second year began, he'd made a point of avoiding me. I understood perfectly well that his silence was simply a way to keep me from discovering whatever secret he harbored. After all, as Professor Flitwick liked to remind us, everyone at Hogwarts has their own hidden depths, and Snape was the first to guard his so jealously. That's why his sudden decision to speak to me today felt so out of character. Strange things happen when the unexpected becomes real, and I watched him across the potions classroom table, my gray eyes shining with curiosity.